An educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized. Learn to be active.
Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub that?
Yeah, man, let's do it, dog. Let's get it
Your
done.
buttons and they get you emotionally charged. Meanwhile, they slide out the back door with the bag.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
An educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized. Learn to be active. Investigate both sides of the argument. Come up with your own conclusions.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Choose your destiny.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka. Yeah. Woke up. I ain't feeling your side.
One second.
And now, another
Yeah.
major production.
Yeah, I'm about to tell you what the real is. Deep down inside, you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings. Pay close attention to your feelings. I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some crickets. Yeah, hurry, honey, run and get your ticket. Just get the money, it's not always the business. Yeah, forget the $1 million mission. Sometimes I just want to go fishing instead of physically grinding in the trenches. Finding me using my knowledge, intuition. Yes. Yeah. Chaka not talking while he so distant. Yeah. Chaka be talking but they don't listen. Yeah. He's sitting, his brain pumping.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necesarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien, bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Si se puede. Don't take my word for it. Look that mess up. Please. And thank you. For your own benefit. No, you're not going to do it. That's why I do the show. Anyways, feeling a bit out of it today. So apologies. Maybe I can get my energy going with time. The name of the show today is Death Gives Meaning to Life. Death gives meaning to life. I think it's true. What do we do? You know, I think if you live forever, You know, like what they say with the vampires, it's like they say they're damned, but it's like the vampires live forever. But it seems like people, everybody, they want to live forever. But it's like if you live forever, then you're damned to see everything that you care about wither and die. You know, what becomes important to you, or what continues to be important to you, if there's no limit on the amount of time that you have here on the planet. I think it just puts things in perspective. You know, the circle of life is there for a reason. You know, say God created the heaven and the earth. God created man. They say God don't make mistakes. You know, well, if you believe those things, then everything is perfectly balanced. Everything is perfect the way it should be. Just like us having a lifespan, a beginning, a middle, and an end. I'm looking for something, and I don't see it. It's a whole bunch of crazy news. Where do we start? I don't see what I'm looking for. That's why I don't like to look for specific stuff. It never pops up when I'm looking for it. I do not see it. I'm sure I passed it up. I guess we'll come back to it. Alejandro Mayorkas got impeached, but it like means nothing. Because once it goes into the next chamber, it's not going to be passed. So it's like all these political posturing, all of this like pointless stuff. It's all about getting you emotional, but it don't accomplish anything. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. This is fine. Y'all know that meme where it's like the person in the burning building and they're just looking around like, everything's fine. This is fine. At some point you got to get up and run or do something. Become active, because everything is not fine. Not all. Sometimes it is actually, but other times it's not. And you have to take action. Damn it, I cannot find what I'm looking for. I hate that. Wait, here it is. I found it. Oh, that was stressful. Let me share this.
If death gives meaning to life, then to live forever is to live a life with no meaning at all. For these reasons, death may be more important to our state of mind than we are willing to recognize. If you were to bring a colorful bouquet of flowers to a loved one, and those flowers were made of plastic or even silk, they would surely be less appreciated than if they were real. Flowers that lived forever miss the point. We seek the increasing beauty of each flower in a bouquet. As they unfurl one by one in the light of day, we're absorbed by their irresistible aroma. We duly accept the care and feeding they require. Florists remain in business because the death of flowers, typically within a week of receiving them, is precisely what gives them meaning to your loved one.
I don't know about the flower part. I don't like to give flowers because they die. I'd rather give a plant that's alive that you can care for and try to keep alive, but it's like you can only keep those cut flowers alive for so long. And I don't really agree with that, but it's the point of it is what's valid. You know, I'm an anthropologist, so I've studied a lot of ancient cultures, and there's a lot of cultures out there who put a lot of emphasis, historical cultures, who put a lot of emphasis on death. And for us, for our modern culture, it's kind of hard for us to understand, and we feel like they're worshiping death or whatever. We think these cultures are evil or whatever. But I think that's us misunderstanding things, you know. We shouldn't fear death. You know that we know that it's coming at some point, you know. So living a life completely, you know, traumatized by the idea of fear is not being alive. So you have to find a balance in life. And the way you find that balance in life is not having fear of death, but knowing that it's coming and, you know, taking proper precautions. And I think that that's what a lot of ancient civilizations were doing. It was all about preparing for death. Let's read some comments. It says, this was posted by Starstalk. It says, something to think about as you admire your fresh bouquet. A lot of flowers came out recently for Valentine's Day. You know, happy belated Valentine's Day to all of y'all lovers out there. And yeah, it's the biggest year. It's the biggest day of the year for people who sell flowers, you know. But like his little comments about the flowers make me think about capitalism, and it doesn't put a good taste in my mouth. But that's neither here nor there. It says, another comment says, you've told one day that oxygen did not burn. It's not right. Take a lighter with oxygen to the tight end and light it there, it will burn. And you might say that methane does not burn. It burns if correctly mixed. I doubt you will see that message, but still worth to let you know. I don't know what that comment was about. It says, I've just lost my dog of 13 years, and this does offer some comfort. Yeah, so, you know, you enjoyed those 13 years with your dog, you know, and it made the time that you spent with them more valuable. You know, you go back and you think about the time that you had with them, and you know, it makes you feel good about the things that you did while they were alive. They had a good life. He had fun, got to run around. He spent his life with you. Another comment says, I remember Stephen Hawking once said that mathematically, the reason of life is what an individual makes of it. So wouldn't the life of an immortal person only be meaningless if that person wills it to so? That's kind of a good comment, but the point of it is like, how is you're gonna have a hard time finding meaning in anything if you live forever. I think maybe it's just because of our perspective of our limited lifespans. Maybe we would look at things totally different, but from our perspective and our limited life, it's hard to imagine things having any meaning over time. At some point, nothing would matter anymore. And then we'll be like, what's the point in even being alive? It says, to draw a conclusion about something we haven't experienced will always be an ignorant conclusion, even if it seems logical. Okay, fair enough. It says, okay, but I want to know what we discover thousands of years from now. Surely we find things out we never thought possible. That's interesting too. You know, maybe we would discover things that would make things, you know, have meaning, or maybe just the process of learning, because I like to learn new things, and that's kind of one of the things that keeps me going. Maybe that'll keep you going if you live forever, because knowledge is infinite. You'll never know everything. So it'll always be something more to know about. It says, I agree that death gives meaning, but living forever also gives meaning. Think of it this way. If you would live forever, would you want to see it all? Would you like to see how it all ends too? The last start, the last shine in the sky, the last organism to be alive in the universe would be you. I would love to see how it all ends and seeing what happens next after it ends. I don't know. That's just my opinion. I don't know, but it'll be a ultimate sadness related to that. And it'll be a loneliness. And I think that's what we're talking about here, because what gives us meaning is our connections to others. That's what I think anyways. I mean, because, you go beyond religion, you go beyond spirituality or whatever. Like, at the end of the day, the connections you make with others, the relationships you have with others is what defines your life and what gives your life meaning. If everyone is gone and it's just you left, then that's going to leave you without any connections. A lot of the stuff that we do is for other people, even though we think that we're living as this individual. Even when we go around with this selfish individualism type of way of thinking, even still, a good chunk of what we do is related to other people, is for other people, for the benefit of others. And, a lot of people feel like what gives them satisfaction is what they can do for others. Another comment says, this is why we have kids instead of buying statues of kids. And then, having children is also a way to live forever, I think. Life is forever. It finds a way, it continues, and we are the result of our ancestors and their trials and tribulations, to give us a chance. If it wasn't for them going through the drama that they went through, then we wouldn't be here. They were obviously successful. We are the proof of that. The comment, and it says, the thing is, I don't agree with the premise of what you're saying. Death doesn't give life meaning. If that was the case, we would live our lives in fear, waiting for it to happen. The meaning of life for me comes from what I achieve, who I'm with, and my aspirations. I wish I'll get enough time to get where I want. Death is, in the best of cases, a factor to account, the time limit to get wherever I'm supposed to. Well, I think you're missing the point, because if death is giving you the time limit to get wherever you're supposed to get, then that motivates you to do things. Otherwise, what's the point of getting up in the morning and trying to accomplish what you can accomplish? We naturally procrastinate. Well, procrastinate. If there's no time limit, that's why when you have like an assignment or whatever it has a due date, because otherwise you'll never do it. Most of us, anyways. Most of us wait till right before that due date to get it done. It says, mine came with dirt this year, tulips. They may last a little longer. Yeah, I like that. Give them as a plant and not as a cut flower. It says, logically, this misses the point. All of this poetry about life being more beautiful if it only lasts for a short time only has significance for conscious minds. And if consciousness does not survive past the death horizon, then there will be no consciousness for this reinterpretation to have meaning. Well, I don't know about that, because we were just talking about children in a couple of previous comments. So, and a piece of you lives on through your children, right? I mean, I can't see how you can't agree with that. And then your child is conscious. So yeah, the consciousness continues, just in another form. I need to get warmed up, y'all. How are we going to do that is the question. Bad Faith got into this dude's butt about the Israel-Palestine deal. She really dug around in that guy. It was very, very pleasurable to see. Gabon, the coup in Gabon. Where do we start? I need to take a little voice break. I want to give myself a chance to warm up here.
Saying some bullshit about wanting a temporary ceasefire, to which Bibi replied a ceasefire would be a prize for Hamas, to which Biden has not replied, thereby looking like a giant, disingenuous, powerless, wet noodle of a global leader. While an internal White House report has said that the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem has drafted another proposed arms transfer to Israel, which includes a stockpile of unguided Mark 82 bombs, as well as JDAM guidance packages to turn them into precision weapons. But of course, nothing says they have to attach the JDAMs to the bombs. And according to a December report from the Director of National Intelligence, 40 to 50% of the bombs dropped on Gaza have been unguided. So I sure hope that someone hasn't been accepting our aid and then pocketing the JDAMs. So Biden has been limp-wristedly calling for a ceasefire, and it's like, who is this for? If you wanted a ceasefire and you wanted Bibi gone, he'd be gone tomorrow. You'd cut off military aid, cancel the next round of F-35 shipments, and compel AIPAC to register as a foreign agent. But you don't. So who is all this sandbagging bullshit for? It's for liberals, so they can chant 4 more years and vote blue no matter who, and also say it's stuff like, it's so sad, like what's happening in Gaza, but Biden tried to stop it, and Israel is its own country. We can't like interfere in the policies of our allies. It's like, oh, thanks, Samantha, for that penetrating insight into geopolitics. It's the self-congratulating, virtue-signaling, performative activism, pumpkin spice, revolutionary bullshit. Like, what we really need is like vague intimations of a two-state solution and like a murky language of ceasefire. I've got like spin class at Soul Cycle in 30 minutes. Biden and his cronies are so cynical, that's all they think they need to do to court the liberal vote. And they're right in some ways. All some white people need to feel progressive is the veneer of social and political progress, but not too much, because their privilege must still be maintained. Whether they realize it or not, liberalism is actually a form of supremacy, just with a sense of moral righteousness. I'm at the point where I've failed to differentiate in any meaningful way between the liberal coastal elite and the idiot white nationalists in MAGA world. The only difference is that white liberals know who like Judith Butler and Naomi Wolf are. White feminists, silent. Animal activists, silent. New age spiritual leaders, silent. Namaste yogis, silent. Oh yeah, human rights attorneys married to George Clooney, also silent. So you can talk about bodily autonomy, great. That's a monumentally huge deal. And you can talk about defunding the police, so tight. Let's do it. Just want to let you know that you officially only care about issues that affect your own privilege. And you care more about that than children being slaughtered with your tax dollars. And fascism is on the rise. So if you don't want to challenge it, get your chakras aligned, get ready to go with the flow, toe the line, and start licking boots. Oh, wait, if you listen to Biden, you already do. This was supposed to be an intellectual video, but I'm going to a punk thing tonight, and I'm getting pumped up. So fuck neutral ass bitches. Fuck the pansies who are like, it's complicated. And fuck the fence sitters who are like, look at it from the other side. How about I just look at it from the side that isn't committing a genocide? So that kind of went off the rails. Good. Rant complete. So Biden yesterday.
I love his comments on the liberals. Oh my God. He's like, and then he's talking about Biden hit his limp. He said his limp wrist. Pumpkin spice. That is hilarious. Let me read this comment. It says, liberalism is a form of white supremacy. Going to punk thing later. So here's a Saturday evening rant. Getting in the zone. Free Palestine. It says, for the record, I'm a metalhead, not a punk, but some of my friends are punks, so sometimes I tag along. Yeah, I don't know how this guy popped up on my thing, but comments, it says, environmental activist silent. It says, a powerless wet noodle indeed. This rant is fire. Powerless wet noodle. Limp wrist wet noodle. How long did it take him to come up with that? It's pretty good. It says vegan silent. Another comment says Biden holds the purse strings. He doesn't need to call for ceasefire. He can just demand it. It's that simple. Yeah, the liberal imitation part he did was freaking. He says, no, don't use Samantha. He says, perfect rant sounds like a bit of George Carlin. I want to play this again. It was so entertaining. I can't pause it. I don't know why I can't do that. Why I can't skip through it like I want to. That sucks. He says, a comment says, Greg, you do a great Samantha. If this whole dismantling imperialism thing doesn't work out, you could try your hand at drag. I'm like, ranty Greg, give him an airing once in a while. Yeah, because the way he changed his voice and everything. It says the GOP would have dealt with this situation worse than Biden. In fact, they would ask Israel to bomb more. I don't know. The point he's making is that there's not very much difference between the two parties, and that's what I completely agree with. I mean, it's the veneer, it's the appearance, it's the, incrementalism, it's the pacifist, it's the, pretend to try to do something or looking like I'm better. As long as I look, that's what it is. Like these liberals, like what they really care about is how they appear to others. Actually doing something is not nearly as important as how they look. It makes me want to vomit. As long as I could be a racist, but as long as I don't look like a racist, heaven forbid. Clutch my pearls. I'm not racist. It says, I agree with everything except calling people pansies to mean weak. Pansies are actually some of the toughest, hardest flowers and can live through frost like kill other plants. Another one says, we can't interfere in their culture and traditions. Some liberal somewhere, and Biden is still centering the ceasefire around the hostages that Bibi doesn't want because he wouldn't have an excuse to continue committing genocide. It says, this was so satisfying to listen to, aligned all my chakras for the weekend. It's like, God, these people make me sick. It says, I've been saying for years that Democrats and Republicans are besties, BFF forever and ever. And it's always met with, no, we're not. Like, thank you for attending Pride, Samantha. But if your values are entirely dependent on the tide of public opinion entirely changing to make a cause popular, in order for you to take a stand, you don't have strong values or a spine. I'm telling you, like, it's so many people like that too. Like, they're afraid to say anything until it becomes like popular. These people jump on trends. A lot of it is trends. Like a lot of the stuff where they have this super vitriol hate or like issue with the Hamas-Palestine war, a lot of it is just because it's like trending that way. Like it's like okay to be mad at Israel about bombing Palestine. So I guess I can make a stand and make comments about it now. Like Where were you years ago? Like, it says, thank you, Greg. With permission, may I borrow a wet noodle? I know so many, and it's so accurate. Another one says, makes total sense that you like punk because true punks are anti-fascist. Love your rants, by the way. Another one that says, my stomach just dropped. How can we be sending more and more to this obvious problem? Another one says, wow, everything in this video, I can feel the punk thing pump. It's good. We need more of this version of you. My jaw was LOL dropping. I really kind of want to play the part where he talked about the liberals again. It says, absolutely, liberals are merely conservatives pretending to be morally and intellectually superior because they benefit from exactly the same systems of oppression and exploitation which their conservatives and fascist siblings fight to maintain, which is precisely why they support every fight for justice except the current one, because they only oppose oppression and exploitation when it's over and they don't benefit from it anymore. God, these people, they are really the worst. Like a person that's openly racist, like they come out and be like, I hate you. Like, I hate you because of the color of your skin or whatever. I hate you because of your gender or whatever it is. Like, I hate your hair, you know? I hate that smirk on your face. Like, it really just bothers me. Like, that person is an honest person. Like, I can deal with that person. You know what I mean? Like, I can respect that even, and we can have a conversation and we could talk about it. But that person who's like, you know, pretending that they don't have those sentiments is the one that makes my stomach turn. Like, it's the one that makes me want to throw up. It's the one that I want to punch in the face, like, seriously, because you are freaking gaslighting me. You are insulting my intelligence. You know what I mean? You are the worst scum. And then you go home and say the exact same things that these people say. At least those people have nuts to say it with their chest. It says, Greg, it's pronounced Naomi, not Naomi. Sorry, been struggling with that one my whole life. The environmental devastation in its own right, a tragedy aside from the obvious horrific assault on civilian life. And you're right, I haven't seen shit posted about it from any of the major environmental organizations I follow. You know, that's because they are so fake. And what do? They go to do publicity stunts where they throw paint on a painting that's covered with glass. Like they go to the Mona Lisa and they throw red paint on it. And it's like, it's not affecting the painting whatsoever. The painting has a protective covering over it. The people are just going to come out and clean it up. And then it's nothing. It's just for pictures. It's just for like, I don't know. I really don't really understand that shit. Like it's like, you know, if you really, really wanted to like disrupt something or whatever, then actually disrupt something or whatever. The damn photo op of you throwing paint on a covered painting is like, I can't even find the words. Pointless, to say the least. It says, how the F does the nation speak on democracy and human rights while they're funding effing genocide? Where do we go? I no longer want to be complicit. Our tax dollars are paying for this bloodbath. Let me see if we can catch the little part where he's making fun of the liberals again. So that's my favorite part.
Performative activism, pumpkin spice, revolutionary bullshit. Like what we really
Can I take
need
that
is
back?
like vague intimations of a two-state solution and like a murky language of ceasefire. I've got like spin class at Soul Cycle in 30 minutes. Biden and his cronies are so cynical. That's all they think they need to do to court the liberal vote. And They're right in some ways.
They're right.
All some white people need to feel progressive is the veneer of social and political progress, but not too much because their privilege must still be maintained. Whether they realize it or not, liberalism is actually a form of supremacy, just with a sense of moral righteousness. I'm at the point where I fail to differentiate in any meaningful way between the liberal coastal elite and the idiot white nationalists in MAGA world. The only difference is that white liberals know who like Judith Butler and Naomi Wolf are. White feminists, silent. Animal activists, silent.
So it's like, it's that veneer, it's that superiority, that you know, I'm better than you part that really freaking bothers me a lot. It's like the way the liberals are. Oh, you can't do it on your own, so let me do it for you. I'm gonna spoon feed you and you can just sit there because you've been through enough, okay? So we're gonna just take care of you and make sure that you're good or whatever. And it, you know, the reason why I'm doing this is because I feel like I owe you, okay? And I'm not that other guy. I'm much better than that guy because I'm willing to spoon feed you and make sure that you're okay. The other guy is not going to do that, is he? Get the F out of my face. Get the F out of my face. Let's do this one. It says the owners of the country didn't want an educated populace capable of critical thought sitting around the kitchen table, realizing how badly they're getting screwed. Can y'all hear me? Sitting around the kitchen table. Forgive my sound. I swear I'm going to have that fixed by next week. Yeah, the owners of this country don't want an educated populace capable of critical thought sitting around the kitchen table, realizing how badly they're getting screwed. George Carlin. And that is so true. You know, you see evidence of this all over the place. You know, they're gutting the education system, like dismantling it. And then these people go to these private schools and get educated even less as far as being able to understand the world, as far as being able to question things and how things are, you know. They just get turned into worker bees. They get turned into little drones, you know, that don't question anything, that, you know, it's blasphemous to question things, you know. And, you know, I deserve my privilege that I enjoy, you know. It says exactly who owns the country. So, I mean, that's a good question, but all you have to do is type in who are these billionaires or whatever, you know. Like, yes, they own like everything, literally, bro. Like, not complicated. You know, and they want workers, you know. If they had real competition, then they would be afraid that their companies wouldn't be so big and powerful. They don't want competition, they want workers. It says, we the people are the only threat to the billionaires. Another comment says, Carlin was 50 years ahead of his time and light years smarter than any maggot. Another comment that says, sad but true, that's why Trump loves the uneducated. Not just Trump. Another comment that says, this is a stupid country. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm embarrassed. It is embarrassing. Another comment that says, he nailed it every time, and look what America is today. Another one says, they're doing their best to hurt Biden. How does that fit? Another comment, it says, Full News Network and Republicans count on it. I hate the way people use these made-up words, like trying to sound clever. Like, you don't sound clever. Another comment says, amen, and I'm so glad I was able to see one of George's shows live. It's funny, the most truth we get is from our comedians, and that's been the case for a long time, like as long as I've been aware of things. And it's like somebody made a quote where it's like, if you tell them the truth, you better make them laugh or they're gonna kill you. And it's like, wow, that is freaking profound and scary. And that's a really old quote too. Like it's like a philosophy person or whatever. I can't think of who said it, but it's like, wow, like, you know what I mean? The truth is so abrasive, if you will, or offensive, if you will, that the people will kill you. So the only way you can say it is by telling it as a joke. And it's like you can't take comedians seriously. So whatever they're saying, it's all just a joke. So you can't take it serious. So, you know, it's whatever. But you laugh at it. You laugh at it because you know it's true. You know, that's what makes the joke funny, because a lot of times the stuff, like even George Carlin, the stuff he was saying wasn't even really jokes. This dude was stating facts, and then the whole crowd just roars in laughter. Ah! It's like, where is the joke? Like, there's no joke there. He's just stating a fact, like, and you're laughing because he's a comedian and he's supposed to be telling jokes, but he's just saying facts. And, you know, if a serious person gets up there and says the exact same thing, then you're going to throw tomatoes at them. Let's do some quick headlines. How about that? How y'all feeling out there? Y'all feel good? I'm starting to warm up now. Let's look at some headlines. Top headline says, here's a look inside Donald Trump's $355 million civil fraud verdict as an appeals fight looms. It says, on the witness stand last year, Donald Trump proclaimed, I have a lot of cash. After Friday's eye-popping penalty in his New York civil fraud, he's going to need it and maybe more. Yeah, it's like, who has $355 million laying around to give these people? You know, I'm sure Donald Trump has a good amount of money, but $355 million, ooh, I'm sure that put a dent in whatever. You know, he's coming out with the shoes. I don't know if you guys saw it. He's selling shoes now. He'll probably make a good amount of money doing that. Will it be $355 million? I don't know. Yeah, they really stuck it to him with that. Is there a video with this? Yeah, you are. 355 million is nothing to shake a stick at. It's like, if you got $1 billion, 355 million is almost half of that. They're going at his pocketbooks. They're like, we're going to get you one way or another, buddy. We're going to make you hurt one way or another.
Now we can selectively eliminate cancer-causing proteins inside the cell and leave the healthy cells. That's protein.
Today, a judge ordered Donald Trump and his company and other defendants to pay nearly $364 million in penalties for what the judge concluded was a years-long fraud involving financial statements that Donald Trump provided to banks and insurers and others that he did business with. These financial statements enabled Donald Trump to save nearly $168 million on loan interest because he secured lower interest rates. And it also enabled him to build projects, acquire a hotel, and develop a golf course that he otherwise might not have been able to do. However, there was a bit of good news for Trump and his company. The judge, before the trial in September, ruled that some of Donald Trump's companies and assets could be dissolved or put in control of a court-appointed monitor and receiver. The judge has since reversed that decision, allowing the company to continue to operate, but putting it under the supervision of an independent monitor for at least the next 3 years.
Independent monitor. It's like, what is that really going to do? He could just put it in charge of, you know, his kids, one of his sons or something, like his lawyer or somebody that's beholden to him. I don't think that's going to really have any impact. They do those kind of things all the time. Yeah. Anyways, 355 million. It's okay. By Michael Orsisek, February 17, 2024. New York AP. On a witness stand last year, Donald Trump proclaimed, "I have a lot of cash." After Friday's eye-popping penalty in his New York civil fraud trial, he's going to need it, and maybe more. A judge ordered the former president to fork over $355 million of his fortune plus interest, finding he lied for years about his wealth on financial statements he used to secure loans and make deals. He built the real estate empire that vaulted him to fame and the presidency. So to y'all people out there who's, on the Trump train, obviously this guy was doing something shady, right? I mean, you can call it a witch hunt, but they are saying that he did fraudulent stuff. So I'm sure they had to present evidence, and the judge came to the conclusion that yes, this guy did some fraud to the point where he felt like he had to pay $355 million. Like, I wonder, where does that money go? Who gets that money? That kind of fraud is like, who is the victim of it? It says the frauds found here leap off the page and shock the conscious. Judge Arthur Engoron wrote in a 92-page decision that spares Trump's company from closure, but forces it into years of court supervision, among other sanctions. So court supervision. So does that mean that he can't give it off to his friends and family? It says the ruling after a 2.5-month trial in New York Attorney General's Letitia James lawsuit cuts to the core of Trump's image as a wealthy, shrewd real estate mogul turned into political force. The financial penalty is staggering even for a businessman who's seen casinos and airline and other ventures fail, adds to Trump's mounting legal debts, and could put the Republican presidential frontrunner in a serious cash crunch as he campaigns to retake the White House. Trump, who also dealing with 4 criminal cases, decried Friday's ruling as election interference and has vowed to appeal. Here's a look at the case, the penalties, and what's next for Trump. I think that at the end of the day, his cash issue won't be an issue because he's running for president. He's just going to do like a campaign ad and tell his people to give him money, and they're going to do it. He's going to say it's a witch hunt. They're trying to interrupt the presidential election, so don't let them do it. Give me more money so that I can put radio ads and TV ads out so we can win this thing. And people are going to go, yeah, here's all my money. He says, what did the judge decide? Engoron ruled that Trump engaged in a years-long conspiracy with top executives at his company, the Trump Organization, to deceive banks and insurers about the size of his wealth and the true value of such properties as Trump Tower in Manhattan and his Mar-a-Lago club in Florida. In Trump's defense, I would say that this is kind of like common practice. Not to say that it's cool. I mean, capitalism is shady at its fundamental. You come in and you strong arm other companies. You use your capital as leverage to win, and that's what they do. And, making it seem like you have more money is a way to do things. The way Elon Musk bought Twitter, was based off of his holdings. It wasn't based off of like liquid cash. You know what I mean? So that's what they do. They leverage the stuff and then make it look like something is worth more than what it is. And then they get loans against it. Like, this is very common, actually. Not to say that it's a good thing or legal, but capitalism doesn't care about legality. It says Engoron, who ruled before the trial that Trump and his co-defendants committed fraud with his financial statements, found Trump liable on 5 of the 6 remaining claims in James' lawsuit: falsifying business records, issuing false financial statements, conspiracy to commit insurance fraud, and conspiracy to falsify business records. 2 former longtime Trump Organization executives, Alan Weisselberg and Jeffrey McConney, were also found liable for insurance fraud. That's interesting, because with the news and the way they cover this. It makes it look like it's just Trump who got in trouble for this stuff, but here's two other names that's getting in trouble with it. You know, that's another factor to show that it was shady stuff going on. And I think that, you know, what we really need to do as a country is these people who do shady things, they need to be held accountable. For far too long, they get to get away with it, you know. Like it has to be extremely egregious, like the Enron thing that happened years ago, for them to be held accountable. But, you know, like when the bank thing happened, I don't know that anybody went to jail. You know, when Obama was president and you had all of the, you know, the bailouts of the banks, and they were clearly doing shady things. I don't remember anybody going to jail. Like, you know, and the banks are still there. They're still good to go. Like, you know, maybe those CEOs stepped down or whatever, was replaced by some other schmo to do the exact same thing. It's like, you know, you got caught, so hey, we got to let you go. But then that person just goes and becomes the CEO of some other company or some other bank or whatever. And then they get a golden parachute too for getting fired. Like, after doing actually illegal stuff, like, these people should go to jail. That should be the incentive. You know what I mean? You are incentivizing these people to continue to do shady stuff when they just get a golden parachute for doing it instead of going to jail. You know, if they were afraid of going to jail, then maybe they would think 2 times or 3 times about what they're doing. But then you got the person who steals out of the store and gets 40 years in prison for stealing a candy bar. When the banks collapsed, man, these people lost their pensions. They lost their retirement. You know, you had people jumping off the rooftops of buildings because life was basically over after spending their whole life with the company and putting all their money in that company. The companies promote people to buy the stocks within the company that they work for. I understand why they do it. It drives up the price of the stocks or whatever. It looks like a deal for you because they'll give you a discount on the stock price, and then they'll say, you know, the stock is going to continue to go up. You're going to make money or whatever. So you end up putting your whole 401k or whatever into these stocks, and then the company goes kaput, and now your money is gone. It evaporated overnight. Retirement is all the way off the table for you now. You're going to work till you're 80 after spending your whole life with the company. Like, that is really, really horrible, and somebody should go to jail for that. It says, Engoron decided the case because state law doesn't allow for juries in this type of lawsuit, which was known as equitable relief and has different rules than other cases with big money penalties. Also, he noted neither side asked for a jury. I wonder how it would have worked out if there was a jury. It says, wait, how much does Trump owe? Trump could ultimately end up owing $500 million or more as a result of Friday's verdict. In addition to the $355 million penalty, payback of what the judge deemed ill-gotten gains from his spurious financial statements, Trump is required to pay interest on that amount. At an annual rate of 9% as prescribed by New York law, that adds up fast. James official calculated that to date, Trump owes an additional $98.6 million in interest, bringing his total penalty to $453.5 million. The interest will keep accruing until Trump pays. Interest on that amount of money is gonna go fast. And you know, he's probably gonna fight. He's gonna appeal. He's gonna fight it. It's gonna keep going up. This is no chump change we're talking about here. It says in his ruling, Engoron ruled that the interest Trump owes on about half of the total penalty amount pertaining to loan savings can be calculated from the start of the investigation in 2019. Some interest on the remaining amount, which pertains to more recent transactions, can be calculated starting May 22 or June 2023. In all, Engoron imposed $363.9 million in penalties on Trump and his co-defendants, including his son Eric and Donald Trump Jr., or above $464 million with interest, according to James' office. Trump maintains that he is worth several $billion and testifies last year that he had about $400 million in cash in addition to properties and other investments. Well, shit, he's gonna have to sell some properties or something so he can come up with that cash. It says, why does Trump owe so much? Ingram found that Trump's phony wealth claims were critical to his success, affording him lower loan interest rates and allowing him to build projects he wouldn't have otherwise been able to finish. The judge determined that those savings and windfall profits were ill-gotten gains and ordered him and his co-defendants to caught them up to the state with interest. So the money goes to the state, so New York. So I guess New York's going to have more money to spend on those immigrants, huh? It says Trump, both individually and as the owner of various corporate entities, must pay $168 million plus interest and savings on loans he obtained using his inflated financial statements for a golf resort near Miami, a Chicago hotel, a condominium tower, a Washington, D.C. hotel, and a Manhattan office building. Trump obtained 3 of the loans through Deutsche Bank Private Wealth Management Unit, which offered lower interest rates than its commercial real estate division, and used his financial statements to show the bank how he was wealthy and a good credit risk. 126.8 million plus interest in profit from selling the Trump International Hotel in Washington in May 22 to a company that now operates it as a Waldorf Astoria. Trump used 170 million of 375 million to pay off a loan on the property. Other proceeds went to his children. You know, what's weird to me about a lot of this is how, like, you know, people with money get to like get loans, you know, without having to pay, and poor people get loans and have to pay like these huge ass interest rates. And it's like, I don't know, man. How our system is set up is really hardcore on poor people and really friendly to people with money. You know, you end up having to pay a lot back in interest if you're a poor person, and if you're wealthy, you end up getting the loans basically for free. I don't know. I'm bored with this already. Let's move on. Trump's gonna have to pull out some money. I mean, they said he had 400 million in cash. Shoot, that means if he pays it back, then he's broke as far as liquid cash. And people don't understand, a lot of these wealthy people don't have much liquid cash. Their money is all tied up in stuff, and it can't be moved quickly or easily. And if they do have to liquidate something, then they're taking huge L's because it's not going to be the value of what it is, because they need to sell it quickly. So people are not going to want to pay, you know, the inflated amount. Like let's say you have a house and you want to put it up for sale. You know, it's going to sit there until somebody comes along that wants to pay what you want to charge for it. You know, and if time goes by and still nobody wants to buy it, then you got to lower that price. So that money is just sitting there. And it costs you money to sell it too, because you're going to have to pay for people to go through the process. More political news. Trump hawked $399 branded shoe at SneakerCon a day after the $355 million ruling against him. Yeah, I mentioned this. So he's selling the shoe. I'm sure he had this planned beforehand, but it came out right at the same time, right after they said he got to pay that $355 million. So it's kind of like, it's like, okay, y'all want me to pay $355 million? Shit, I need to raise some liquid cash. Let's put that shoe out there. People are going to buy this damn shoe too. They're going to buy it, without a doubt.
Thanks to our momentum of discovery, Dana-Farber has played a foundational role in more than half the cancer drugs approved by the FDA.
I just want to tell you, you know, I've wanted to do this for a long time. I have some incredible people that work with me on things, and they came up with this. And this is something I've been talking about for 12 years, 13 years. And I think it's going to be a big success. That's the real deal. That's the real deal. What's the most important thing? To go out and vote, right? We have to go out and vote. We got to get young people out to vote. And you're going to vote, and we're going to turn this thing around. This country's not doing so well. We're going to turn this country around fast. We're going to turn it around fast. And we're going to remember the young people, and we're going to remember SneakerCon. You know that. It's a slightly different audience than I'm used to, but I love this audience. And go out, have a good time. We love you all. Thank you very much.
He said it's a slightly different audience. They say he got booed. I saw the clip. I probably have it. I'm sure he was like, man, y'all put me in front of these people, bro. Y'all didn't know these people was going to boo me, man. This is embarrassing. You're fired. You're fired. By Claudia Lohr and Jill Colvin, February 17, 2024, Philadelphia AP. As he closes in on the Republican presidential nomination, former President Donald Trump made a highly unusual stop Saturday, hawking new Trump brand sneakers at SneakerCon, a gathering that bills itself as the greatest sneaker show on earth. Trump was met with loud boos, as well as cheers at the Philadelphia Convention Center as he introduced what he called the first official Trump footwear. See, that's what I was saying. This clip right here didn't play the boos, but yeah, so, I mean, I guess he's used to being in front of the crowd because he does his Trump rallies all the time. So, you know, these are all his fans in the audience. So you don't expect anybody to boo him or, you know, heckle him in any kind of way. Like, you know, I'm sure that doesn't happen very often at his Trump rallies. So it probably had to feel some kind of way for him to get in front of an audience. And he probably forgets that, you know, it's a lot of people in the United States who aren't Trump fans. You know what I mean? So, like, he probably forgets that because he's always speaking in front of his fans. It says the shoes, shiny gold high tops with an American flag detail on the back, are being sold as Never Surrender high tops for $3.99 on a new website that also sells other Trump branded shoes and Victory 47 cologne and perfume for $99 a bottle. He'd be the 47th president if elected again. Yeah, number 45 and number 47. Just going to be kind of weird because usually they go back to back. You know, it doesn't happen that often where they don't get reelected right afterwards, and then they come back and get a few times it happened in history, but that's usually not how it goes. So Trump is an anomaly in a lot of ways. That's one of them right there. I saw one of the other shoes, like that gold gaudy one doesn't look that good to me, but I saw them show another color of the shoes and they didn't really look that bad. It's not that I'm going to go out there and buy them, but you want to just give him $399, just give him that. It says the website says it has no connection to Trump's campaign, though Trump's campaign official promoted the appearance in online posts. The announced launch came a day after the judge in New York ordered Trump and his company to pay a whopping $355 million in penalties, finding that the former president lied about his wealth for years, scheming to dupe banks, insurers, and others by inflating his wealth on financial statements. That penalty came after Trump was ordered to pay an additional $83.3 million to the writer E. Jean Carroll for damaging her reputation after she accused him of sexual assault with interest payments. Trump's debt might now exceed $500 million. An amount is unclear he can afford to pay. Yeah, I doubt if he can really pay all of this. Like I say, people that they don't have this kind of liquid cash, I'm sure he doesn't have this amount in liquid cash because, you know, we're talking about the $355 million. That's just one situation. And he's been in the courts. He's got lawyer fees probably out the wazoo because he's got all of these cases going on. And then ordered to pay restitution to this lady, Jean Carroll, and other stuff, you know. Wow. He's gonna have to come up. He's gonna have to come up with a lot of cash. Because I'm sure those lawyers are gonna be like, hey, you know, I know it's something that you're going through or you're going through, but you know, hey, I'm gonna need you to sign this invoice right here. This invoice need to be cleared by the end of the week. You know, hey, you want me to show up next week for court, then I need you to sign this invoice right here. It says Trump's appearance was met with clashing boos from his detractors and chants of USA from supporters who arrived at the sneaker event decked out in Trump gear. The dueling chants made it difficult at times to hear Trump speak. Yeah, the clips that I saw, he was like talking over the crowd while they were booing and stuff. It had to be an uncomfortable situation or feeling for him. It says some had been given signs that read, "Sneakerheads love Trump." It says there's a lot of emotion in this room, Trump said of the reaction after holding up and showing off a pair of gold shoes, then placing one on each side of his podium. This is something that I've been talking about for 12, 13 years, and I think it's going to be a big success, he said. As he spoke, the smell of weed occasionally wafted through the room. Really? Some of those who attended said they were unaware Trump will be there and continued to shop as a crowd gathered around the stage. Many in the audience said they were not from the city and instead hailed from nearby states and Washington, D.C. So yeah, so these are regular sneakerheads. They're not interested in politics. It says the attendees skewed younger and more diverse than Trump's usual rally crowds. Trump's campaign is hoping he will be able to win over more young and minority voters, particularly young black men, in a likely rematch against President Joe Biden in November. Yeah, well, the hood is, I've been seeing a lot of posts where they're like the hood for Trump, like, and a lot of them mistakenly thinking that those checks that they got came from Trump. And that's what they are basing their whole thing on, you know. And you know what's crazy about that whole situation is that everyone is saying the economy is on the upswing and all of this. It's like Biden's policies is causing the economy to rebound or whatever. And I really just don't know how true that is, even though the numbers say that it is true. And I'm always the guy that's like, you know, we need to look at the numbers and go by the numbers or whatever. But I don't, it's like how well Wall Street is doing doesn't really relate to how well Main Street is doing, if you will, you know. And, you know, yes, these major companies are doing great. You know, these big corporations are doing wonderful, you know, record profits ever since COVID, you know. But the people that I know, like, it's kind of like that trickle down economics idea, you know. The people that I know are living check to check, you know, and have been struggling, you know, and it's like paying a lot of money at the grocery stores, even though the prices have kind of dropped a bit at the grocery stores. I've noticed them just slightly though. But it's like, you know, they're saying the economy is so good, but everybody is struggling and working 2 and 3 jobs and stuff. And it's like, I don't know, man. I think there's a disconnect related to, you know, like if our GDP is up, that doesn't mean that the economy is good for Joe and Sally and Sue. You know what I mean? We don't have big corporations that are exporting products to markets overseas. Okay. So it's not, you know, and it's not like these companies are passing down their profits to their employees. You know, they're making record profits, but they're not sharing that wealth with the people who are helping, who's working for them. A little bit more. It says, this isn't the first money-making venture Trump has announced since launching his third campaign for the White House 2022. Trump last year reported making between $100 and $1 million from a series of digital trading cards that portray him through photo editing in a series of cartoon-like images, including as an astronaut, a cowboy, and a superhero. He has also released books featuring photos of his time in office and letters written to him through the years. Before he ran for office, Trump hawked everything from steaks to vodka to a venture he called Trump University, which didn't work out. The new sneakers website says it's run by CIC Ventures LLC, a company that Trump reported owning in 2023 financial disclosure. The website states the new venture is not political and has nothing to do with any political campaign. Still, it describes the sneakers as a limited edition, numbered true collector's item that is bold, gold, and tough, just like President Trump. I wonder, will these people actually wear the sneakers, or will they just be like a conversation piece where you like keep them in the box or whatever? When people come over, you're like, hey, look what I got. It's really cool. They'll probably be worth money in the future too if they just keep them in good condition or whatever, because regardless of what happens, like, you know, it's going to be all of this is historical. We're going through historical times left and right. And, you know, as 10 or 20 years pass or whatever, you know, who knows? It'll become like a collector's item just so people can remember these times. What do y'all think? Am I missing comments? No. I don't know. How did this become the Trump show? That was not my intention. Couple more headlines. It says, what does it mean to claim the U.S. is a Christian nation? And what does the Constitution say? You know, we've made this argument on the show. Just real quick, let's look at this. It says, what does it mean to claim the U.S. as a Christian nation? And what does the Constitution say? That's kind of interesting to me. Peter Smith, February 17th, 2024. Many Americans believe the United States was founded on as a Christian nation, and the idea is energizing some conservatives and Republican activists, but the concept means different things to different people. And historians say that while the issue is complex, the founding documents prioritize religious freedom and do not create a Christian nation. So boom, 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 boom. I mean, that's pretty damn simple and straightforward, and I don't know how people can even argue with that. And, you know, but the idea that United States is a Christian nation is etched into people's minds, and they don't really, I guess they don't really care, you know, what the actual truth is. I mean, we do have a lot of Christians here, but this nation was not founded as a Christian nation. Like, religious freedom was the whole thing when they started this thing. So, you know, you're getting away from that. And then we're pushing really hard. They're pushing really hard to get like the 10 Commandments in the classrooms and stuff like that. And it's like, that's kind of pushing away from the idea of the founding of the nation, where they really wanted a separation of church and state. That was a big deal. So, but if you put the 10 Commandments in the public school, then you are put in church and state together, you know. And then it's like the specific religion of Christianity as the official religion of the country. So then it also causes it to get to a point where we don't have as much tolerance for other religions. It says, does the U.S. Constitution establish Christianity as an official religion? No. Simple answer. No. It says, what does the Constitution say about religion? It says, no religious test shall ever be required as qualification to any office or public trust under the United States, Article 6. It says, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise of thereof, First Amendment. Yeah, people love to throw the First Amendment. First Amendment rights, my First Amendment rights, my free speech or whatever. Okay, that falls in line with the person being able to have whatever religion they choose to have or whatever, and not being forced, you know, to have whatever religion or whatever, you know, to become a part of the country or whatever, to be a citizen or whatever, or to go to school or whatever. You have your free speech to say what you believe in and to have the religion that you want to have. That doesn't make it so words other people have to go with what you're saying. You can't have it both ways. It says, if it says Congress, does the First Amendment apply to the states? It says it does now. Early in the Republic, some states officially sponsored particular churches, such as the Congregational Church in Connecticut and Massachusetts. Within a few decades, all have removed such support. The post-Civil War 14th Amendment guaranteed all citizens equal protection of the laws and said states couldn't impede on their privileges or immunities without due process. In the 20th century, the Supreme Court applied that to a number of First Amendment cases involving religion, saying states couldn't forbid public proselytizing. I can't talk. Reimburse funding for religious education or sponsor prayer in public schools. It says, what does it mean to say America is a Christian nation? It depends on whom you ask. Some believe God worked to bring European Christians to America in the 1600s and secure their independence in the 1700s. Some take the Puritan settlers at their word that they were forming a covenant with God, similar to the Bible's description of ancient Israel, and see America as still subject to divine blessings or punishments depending on how faithful it is. Still others contend that some or all the American founders were Christian, or that founding documents were based on Christianity, which is not true. It says that's a lot to unpack. Let's start at the top. What about the colonies? Several had Christian language in their founding documents, such as Massachusetts, which established churches lasting decades after the independence. Others, such as Rhode Island, offered broader religious freedom. It is also arguable whether the colonies' actions lived up to their words, given their histories of religious intolerance and their beginnings of centuries-long African slavery and wars on Native Americans. I think what we are getting to here is the contradictions and the hypocrisy related to the founding of the United States. Because on one hand, they're saying, you know, freedom of religion and separation of church and state. And then on the other hand, they're saying, you know, something else. And then it's like all men should be created equal on one hand. On the other hand, they have slaves or less than human or 3/5 of a man or whatever. So it's like it's not clear. It says, what about the founders? The leaders of the American Revolution and the New Republic held a mix of beliefs, from Christian, some Unitarian, some deistic or otherwise theistic. Some key founders, like Benjamin Franklin, admired Jesus as a moral teacher, but would fail a test of Christian orthodoxy. Many believed strongly in religious freedom, even as they also believed that religion was essential to maintaining virtuous citizenry. I think that's okay. I think you can do both of these at one time. You know, strongly believe in religious freedom, even as they believe that religion was essential to maintain virtuous citizenry. So yeah, but they're not saying that it has to be Christian. It says, were the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution based on Christianity and the Ten Commandments? References to the creator of nature's God in the Declaration reflect a general theism that could be acceptable to Christians, Unitarians, deists, and others. Both documents reflect Enlightenment ideas of natural rights and accountable government. Some also see these documents as influenced or at least compatible with Protestant emphasis on such ideas as human sin requiring checks and balances. In fact, believers in Christian America were some of the strongest opponents of ratifying the Constitution because of its omission of God references. That's interesting right there. So like it wasn't Christian enough for these people, and they didn't want to ratify it as a result. I think these same people are fighting to this day. These are the same people who are trying to get the Ten Commandments in the classroom. It says, were most early Americans Christian? Many were and many weren't. Wow, that's a freaking weird ass. That's like not, many were and many weren't. I mean, anybody could say something like that. What kind of freaking, you might as well say nothing. It says early church membership was actually quite low, but revivals known as the First and Second Great Awakenings before and after the Revolution won a lot of converts. Many scholars see religious freedom as enabling multiple churches to grow and thrive. It says, were Catholics considered Christian? Not by many early Americans. Some state constitutions barred them from office. Wow, that's interesting. They didn't feel like Catholics were Christian. It's like, there's something with that, because you think about the founding of the United States and you think about the conquistadors who came in to the South, you know, of North America, and they kind of conquered those areas, and Catholicism was a big part of that. These people were from Spain or whatever, and it's like the northern parts of North America was conquered by a different group, and they were not Catholic. So then those people were looking at the other ones as like, they're not Christian. They don't worship the way that we do. That's really strange to me, because Catholicism and Christianity, I mean, anyways, it says, how did that change? Gradually, but by the time of the Cold War, many saw Catholics, Protestants, and Jews as God-believing American patriots, allied in the face-off with atheistic communist Soviet Union. They conveniently left off Muslims. I wonder why. So then they're saying the atheist communist Soviet Union. So these people didn't believe in God, and they're communists. They're communists and they don't believe in God. So they're the opposite of us or whatever. So like, yeah, they're the enemy, they're the devil. Like they might as well worship the devil or whatever. I don't know about that. And then, you know, what is in the news right now? We just played a clip in the other show about Putin, and he was talking about the Catholic Church and talking about, you know, it's like the Roman Catholic Church, the Orthodox Church, I want to say, and how important it was to the cohesion of the Russian people. So how can it be true that they are atheistic communists, but then Putin is talking about how important it is to have, you know, the Orthodox Church to bring the people together? Some more says, was it only conservatives citing the idea of a Christian nation? No, many proponents of the early 20th century social gospel saw their efforts to help the needy as part of building a Christian society. During World War II, President Franklin D. Roosevelt prayed on national radio for God's blessing in our united crusade over the unholy forces of our enemy. The Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. wrote that civil rights protesters stood for the most sacred values in our Judeo-Christian heritage. That's interesting too, how you got these people on opposite sides of the spectrum who are basically using God and Christianity in like the same way. But then they said social gospel saw their efforts to help the needy as part of building a Christian society. So they're helping the needy on one hand, but then they have slaves on the other hand. Would you not consider slaves as needy? I guess they're not human. So what do progressive Christians say today? Christian nationalism has traditionally employed images that advocate an idealized view of the nation's identity and mission, while deliberately ignoring those persons who have been excluded, exploited, and persecuted, said in a 2021 statement from the National Council of Churches of Christ in the USA, an umbrella group that includes multiple progressive denominations. Christian nationalism has traditionally employed images that advocate an idealized view of the nation's identity and mission, while deliberately ignoring those persons who have been excluded, exploited, and persecuted. Yeah. So it's perverted, I think, when they say Christian nationalism. That term is perverted. It says, what do Americans believe about this? 6 in 10 U.S. adults said the founders originally intended America to be a Christian nation, according to 2022 Pew Research Center survey. 45% said the U.S. should be a Christian nation, but only a third thought it was one currently. So a third of the people felt like it was a Christian nation. It says 6 in 10 adults said the founders originally intended America to be a Christian nation. It's like, where are you getting that from? Like, there goes the failure of our education system. It says among white evangelical Protestants, 81% said the founders intended a Christian nation, and the same number said that the U.S. should be one. But only 23% thought it currently was one, according to Pew. You know, and what constitutes a Christian nation? Does that mean like no gay marriage? Does that mean no abortion? You know, does that mean giving money to the needy and the homeless? You know, feeding the homeless and housing the homeless? Is that what a Christian nation mean? What do they mean by a Christian nation? What would a Christian nation look like? If the United States was a Christian nation, what would that look like? Would that mean, you know, no Muslims or any other religion? Buddhists? It says in a 2021 Pew report, 15% of U.S. adults surveyed said the federal government should declare the U.S. a Christian nation, while 18% said the U.S. Constitution was inspired by God. It could be inspired by God and still not be Christian. Can you agree with that? It says 1/3 of the U.S. adults surveyed in 2023 said God intended America to be promised land for European Christians to set an example to the world, according to a Public Religion Research Institute booking survey. Those who embraced this view were also more likely to dismiss the impact of anti-Black discrimination and more likely to say true patriots may need to act violently to save the country. It says those who embraced this view were also more likely to dismiss the impact of anti-Black discrimination. God intended America to be a promised land for European Christians. So it's not just Christians, it's a specific sect of Christians, not the Catholics, not the Ethiopian Christians, the European Christians specifically. What did they say? Manifest destiny. Yeah, I think that just shows the what is the word I'm looking for? It's the hypocrisy, it's the double-minded, it's the double speak, it's the left brain and right brain not communicating with each other. It's the schizophrenia of the United States. What do y'all think? Do y'all think the United States is a little crazy, a little schizophrenic? Couple more headlines. Stephen Curry top Sabrina 3-point shootout. Who cares? George Santos sues late night host Jimmy Kimmel for tricking him into making videos to ridicule him. Well, that's what they do on those late night shows. You're not very smart. You're not a congressman no more either, too. So go home and just, I don't know, do something else. Dandelions and shrubs to replace rubber, new grains, and more. Are alternative crops realistic? Dandelions are native. I think that the native plants is what we need to focus on related to that kind of stuff. Stop planting these invasive species. It's not good for the environment. It says former Thai Prime Minister Thaksin is released on parole after serving 6 months in hospital. Shooting death of 2 people in Colorado college dorm being investigated as homicide, police say. We had the Kansas City shooting that happened. I'm surprised that that's not on this list here. Navalny. A lot of people have been talking about that one. I'm gonna read that one, but let me do these right quick. It says the UN court to hold hearings on legality of the Israel occupation of Palestine claimed lands. It says Russia says it has taken Ukraine city of Avdiivka after Ukrainian troops withdrawal. Yeah, so the money is tied up in Congress right now, and the latest package that was supposed to go to Ukraine hasn't went, and it's looking like as a result of that little stumble or the hesitation, Russia is advancing. But let's look at this story right here, because this one has been big. I don't know how they're going to talk about it with this, but the guy who was Putin's opposition, the opposition leader, he died in prison. A lot of people are saying that he was killed. They did attempt to poison him more than once, so it wouldn't be surprising that he died, but it could just be the brutal conditions of the prison. That prison is set up to be brutal. It's really cold, and the guy could have died as a result of that, or could have been poisoned. Either way, it works in the benefit of Putin, because this guy was his main, rival, even though he probably had no real chance of defeating Putin politically, but he still represented an opposition to Putin. You know, those guys over there don't have any patience for stuff like that. It says death of Kremlin foe. I don't like the way they do these headlines. Anyways, death of Kremlin foe Alexei Navalny provokes Western outrage, but few concrete actions to stop Putin. I don't know what the hell we could do over here on the other side of the world related to this. Like, we're going to take Putin to trial or something. Like, and then where's the evidence? Let's see what this video shows. We can add. What reacts to Navalny's death? Says people and politicians around the world have been reacting to the death of Russian opposition politician Alexei Navalny.
Я обещаю, что я не сдамся.
I promise I won't give up, and I will take the revenge for Alexei by any possible means. I call on everyone not to give up. These scumbags don't deserve our desperation.
Нашего отчаяния. Не сдавайтесь, друзья.
In Munich, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken expressed his condolences to Navalny's family.
For more than a decade.
Wait, let me pause for a second. This is a thing that shows, like, you know, people want to say that Russia is like united behind Putin, but they're clearly not. And the government of Russia isn't the same as the people of Russia. And we have to make that separation, because here in the United States, Biden is the president. And then you're like, the other people in other countries around the world are like, hey, he's your president. Don't you support him or whatever? Like, whatever views or political views or things that he say while he's on TV, they're like, you know, that those are your views because you are a citizen of the United States and that's your president. So then the same thing, you would be like, that's crazy talk. But we tend to forget it when on the other side, when we look at Russia and we're like, oh, it's Putin and he's the Kremlin and he's evil and whatever, and the people of Russia are the same. And it's like there's a disconnect there in our thinking to think that we don't agree with our president here in the United States with the things that they do, and we feel like it's unfair for other countries, people from around the world, to align us with the political views of our president. But we turn around and do the same thing to the people of Russia and act like they're all just evil or whatever because Putin is their president.
Russian government, Putin, have persecuted, poisoned, and imprisoned Alexei Navalny. And now, reports of his death. First and foremost, if these reports are accurate, our hearts go out to his wife and to his family.
Zu Beginn dieser Münchner Sicherheitskonferenz haben uns furchtbare Nachrichten erreicht. Alexei Nawalny stand wie kaum ein anderer für ein freies und demokratisches Russland. Genau deswegen musste er sterben.
It says in Russia, ad hoc expressions of respect were shown as people laid flowers. Although one woman unfurling a banner was, I can't read it, immediately something. Yeah, so this is kind of a big story, and well, the media is making it into one, but I think it is something, you know, because it's an election happening, right? Election happening over there. Putin's going to win again, of course, but it's like, I think political opposition is a healthy thing. um, in politics. You know, if you don't have any opposition, then how can you keep them honest or whatever? They're just going to do whatever they want to do. They don't have any opposition. You know, the people aren't going to completely agree with them all the time. So there needs to be pressure to push them into directions that the people, you know, that reflects the wishes of the people. Like I have a post, I'm going to get into it in a minute, but it's like about how, you know, they're supposed to be our representatives, but the way things work is more like the politicians tell us what to do instead of vice versa. So, you know, in Russia, you know, if there's more pressure against Putin, then it would put him in a position where he needs to make decisions that benefit all of the Russian people, not just his cronies or whatever, you know. And it's important because we think about how it is here with Trump and his fans or whatever, and the stuff that he does to please his fans. But if he becomes the president, you know, at the end of this year, at the beginning of next year, he'll be the president of the whole United States, not just his fans, you know. So therefore, his policies should reflect, you know, the wishes of, you know, the American people as a whole and not just his fans, you know. And we can see how a small group can have so much power. Looking at the House of Representatives and the Senate, and you look at the House, and the House is a mess, and you have a small group that is just wreaking havoc in the House and basically getting their way, you know, and it's not representing the will of the majority of the people. It's only representing the will of you know, an extreme minority, which is not good. So it says, as outrage over the death of chief Kremlin foe Alexei Navalny reverberates across the world, Russian President Vladimir Putin is turning a deaf ear to Western anger as he prepares to extend his 24-year rule in an election next month, and police across Russia continue to squelch any protest attempt. So it's like, you know, that's the thing here in the United States. They always be like, when people are protesting, they're like, get a job, go home. It's like, you don't have anything else to do or whatever, when they're protesting against something that they don't, you know, agree with or whatever, you know. But if it's something they do agree with, then they're like, oh, they're doing some righteous thing or whatever. But people should have the ability to protest and have their voices heard when they don't agree with things. And so, but here, you know, in Russia, they're not being very friendly to people who are, you know, not happy with the way things are going. So here in the States, we are having that more and more here also. So the way we point fingers at Russia and saying they're so horrible or Putin is so horrible, but then we turn around and do the exact same things, it's kind of weird to me how we don't make that connection. It says the U.S. and its allies are pondering new sanctions against Russia over Navalny's death and the Kremlin's recent actions in Ukraine. But as U.S. aid for Ukraine remains stuck in Congress and NATO allies in Europe struggle to fill the gap, many wonder what the West can actually do to stop the ruthless Kremlin leader, given that multiple previous rounds of penalties have failed to. So the ruthless Kremlin leader, you know, and yeah, what the hell can we really do, you know, besides a full-scale war with Russia, you know? And then at the end of the day, what is it our business too, you know? Like, we have problems here. We got to, you know, America first. We got issues we need to deal with. We need to sweep around our own front door, our own back door, you know? Trying to be the world's police is what's leading us to this position that we're in now, where we're completely overextended. And the sanctions didn't do anything but hurt Europe, you know, and the regular people of Russia. And like I said before, those people don't necessarily agree with the things that Putin does. But then we do these sanctions, and the elite people in Russia, you know, are fine. They're good to go. The regular Russians are the ones that's going to suffer as a result of those sanctions. And it has backfired, and Europe is the ones, that, especially Germany, suffering as a result of those sanctions. And then, you know, communism, where they want to say that, and it's like all the people in Russia are not the same, and their economic situations are not the same. That's the reason why you have the bourgeoisie in Russia who get to do whatever the hell they want to do, and they're good, even regardless of these sanctions. It just hurt regular folks. It says, there isn't really the room for any great value in additional sanctions against Russia. Already one of the most sanctioned countries in the world, Mark Gigliotti, head of the London-based Mayek intelligence consultancy firm, noted in a YouTube commentary. Yeah, we're going to do more sanctions. Probably just hurt the regular people, and Putin just goes on continue to do what he wants to do. It says, instead, Gigliotti said, the West should focus more on working with Navalny's allies and helping ordinary Russians get access to information channels that counter Kremlin propaganda. You know, yeah, but you can also say that that is interference in Russia's politics or Russians' elections. And that's the same thing that we're saying that Russia does to the United States. And I'm not saying that they don't do that, you know, and major countries around the world, they all have interest in influencing elections in other countries. So they're all doing it, you know. There's no good guys when it comes to this type of deal. But yeah, so a lot of information is censored from the regular folks in Russia. But what we have to understand here in the United States, a lot of information is censored to us about the United States. So when another country just wants the American people to have better information, then that is considered, you know, election interference and all of this or whatever. So, but we feel like it's important for the Russian people to get better information. It says such efforts are key, especially now, according to Gigliotti, who described Navalny's death as yet another step in Putin's transition from hybrid authoritarianism to brutal thuggish despotism. The U.S. and NATO allies have been weighing more actions to bolster support for Ukraine, where the Russian military has just forced Ukraine troops to retreat from the key eastern stronghold of Avdiivka. After a 4-month ferocious battle, the allies discussed ways to increase the cost of war to Russia to force Putin to back down. Not going to happen. It says, but the 71-year-old leader has vowed to press on, refusing to relinquish any of his gains and declaring in an interview with former Fox News host Tucker Carlson last week that the West will sooner or later be forced to negotiate a deal on his terms. And that's what he's saying. He said, you know, hey, we're going to decide the future of Ukraine. It says Navalny's death shows Putin's complete ruthlessness and disdain for both Western and international opinion, said Nigel Cole-Davis, a former British ambassador to Belarus and senior fellow for Russian and Eurasia at the International Institute for Strategic Studies in London. Russia announces Navalny's death on Friday, just as Western leaders gather at a security conference in Munich. You know, and the way they're talking is like, for sure, Putin basically killed this guy, but they don't really have any evidence to say that. And not to say that that's what happened or what didn't happen. It's just to say that the media automatically jumps on board with this with no real evidence to support it other than their, you know, preconceived notions of how Putin moves. I mean, we do have evidence of previous situations similar to this where nefarious acts was done by Putin and his cronies or whatever. But still, we don't have any evidence that that's actually what happened here. So jumping the gun and deciding that that's what happened, I think is doesn't show journalistic integrity. It says Putin is throwing down a gauntlet to the West, Gold Davies said. As we come up to the second anniversary of the Ukraine war, he is again testing Western resolve. He's testing Western resolve. Like, this is some stuff that's going on within his country. Like, how is that testing Western resolve? So the United States is supposed to have power over everything across the world, including whatever's happening within Russia's political sphere. And he's testing our resolve by doing whatever he does there related to his elections. It says Navalny's death should serve as a wake-up call to U.S. Republicans opposing aid for Ukraine in Congress, and also encourages European NATO allies to bolster their assistance to Ukraine. So that's the point of this, right? So then they make this a big news story to be like, look, that's the reason why we need to make sure that we're sending money to Ukraine, because Putin is killing his opposition leaders. It says, ultimately, it depends on the lessons that the West draws, he said. And what's crazy is that Navalny was in jail for, what was it? It's like he said something against Putin or whatever. He said some things, like he was basically in jail for stuff he said, you know. Being an opposition leader is the reason why they put him in jail. And it's like, over here in the States, I could totally see Putin, Trump was saying that stuff, you know. And it's like, I think that if the same thing happened here in the States, a lot of people would go with that. It's like, lock her up, lock her up. Are you saying lock her up based on her doing criminal activities? Or are you saying lock her up based on her political views and things that she's said? It says, ultimately, it depends on the lesson that the West draws, he said. But Navalny's death didn't appear to move the U.S. House Speaker Friday to commit to a proposed $61 billion aid package for Ukraine, seen as crucial to a Ukrainian victory. I don't know, man. All the money that they've been sending to Ukraine, and it hasn't got them a victory yet. What do we think another $61 billion is going to actually do? And like I say, I think the whole reason why the media is bigging up this story is to put pressure on sending more money to Ukraine. It says, meanwhile, Putin, the longest-serving Russian leader since Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin, is steamrolling toward another 6 years in power in a campaign involving 3 token rivals nominated by Kremlin-friendly parties. Boris Nemtsov, a liberal politician who made ending the war in Ukraine his chief campaign slogan, was barred from running by election officials. Yet, while there was little doubt that Putin would prevail in the election, Navalny's death still demonstrates how much he saw Navalny as a threat. I think that's true. The way the Kremlin has conducted the election campaign so far suggests that they are not confident, he said, adding that even from prison, Navalny managed to get his voice out. You know, he doesn't want any voices of opposition. Like, he doesn't want his people to be hearing opposition voices. Navalny's death just weeks before the March 15, 17 presidential election possibly marked the final act of dismantling and crushing of any semblance of Russian organized opposition ahead of the vote, Gold Davis said. Despite his assured victory next month, Putin still fears Western interference in the election and viewed Navalny as an adversary manipulated by the West to undermine national and state interests, said Tatiana Stanovoya, senior fellow of the Carnegie Russian Eurasian Center. Of course he would say that, but I mean, so he feels that there aren't people that are in Russia that don't agree with the stuff that he's doing. Oh, it's the Western interference. That's the reason why these people are, you know, having an opposition to the stuff I do. And it's the same thing that happens here in the States with the politics. It's like, oh no, it's not the people that have a problem with, you know, this, that, or the other. It's the Russians influencing them to, you know, and financing them or whatever. Or they'll say, what's the guy's name? I can't think of his name right now. You know, it's some rich guy who's paying for these people to go out there and protest. And that's the reason why they're out there protesting. It's not that they really have a problem with the way things are going here in the States. Anyways, I think I need a voice break. U.S. Space Force faces challenge of Russian anti-satellite weapon. They were talking about that in the news too, that Russia trying to or already have put up these. So it's like the space war. Star Wars is starting. It says the White House publicly confirmed this week that Russia has obtained a troubling emerging anti-satellite weapon, but said it cannot directly cause physical destruction on Earth. Yeah, well, they were making it big, like, basically Russia is going to be able to send nukes from space and blow up the United States. That's what the headlines, kind of made it seem. Oh, I need a break. Let's see. Do I have something? Where y'all at? Where my dogs at? Woo, 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 woo. Where my dogs at? Where y'all at? Where you at, Doc? Come on in here so I can freaking rest my voice.
Congressional salary is $174,000 a year. All these lawmakers are worth millions of dollars. That's because they often make much more than that in the stock market. I'll give you a perfect example. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen from Oklahoma. His net worth almost quadrupled between 2018 and 2022. January 4th, earlier this year, he bought shares of a company called Badger Meter Incorporated, ticker BMI. Now, Badger Meter, as their name suggests, makes water meters, the things that calculate how much water you use. So stick with me. Remember earlier when I said Senator Mullen is from Oklahoma? The reason that's important is because just 2 weeks after Mullen bought shares of the water meter company, I came across an announcement by the city of Tulsa, Oklahoma, saying that it has begun the installation of 145,000 automated water meters across the city at a cost of $94 million. The exact same product, which was made by Badger Meter, the company he bought stock in just 2 weeks earlier. And it's not just Tulsa doing this is going on across the country. That's because of a new federal mandate by the EPA for every U.S. city to upgrade their inventory of lead service lines by October 24th, 2024, later this year. It's reasonable to assume that when Tulsa and all these other U.S. cities upgrade millions of water meters to meet these new guidelines, a company like Badger Meter would stand to benefit, and in turn, those shares that he bought. I wish I could say that this was an isolated incident, but I see stuff like this happen all the time. And it's the reason when you compare the performance of lawmaker trades with the S&P 500, the graph looks like this. If you want to check it out, just go to quiverquant.com where I track it all. How is it possible that even though the congressional salary is $174,000 a year, all these lawmakers are worth millions of dollars? That's because they often make much more than that in the stock market. I'll give you a perfect example. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen from Oklahoma. His net worth almost quadrupled between 2018 and 2022. January 4th, earlier this year, he bought shares of a company called Badger Meter Incorporated, ticker BMI. Now, Badger...
Look at this shit, and this is happening on both sides of the political spectrum. The Democrats and the Republicans, they're all doing this. This is shady. This is corruption right here. They only make a couple $100,000 a year, but they're worth millions of dollars. They shouldn't be able to trade, buy and sell stocks. Their siblings, their wives, all of them should be excluded from being able to buy and sell stocks when they have information and they have the power to make decisions related to certain companies, and then they go and buy shares in those companies and get rich because they know, like, if the rest of us could predict what the hell was going to happen based on inside information. That's why these companies, if you're like a CEO of a company or whatever, you have this exclusive information. It's illegal for you to do these things. So why is it legal for these damn politicians to do this shit? It's illegal for everybody else to do it, but it's legal for them to do it. And then it's like, it's complicated, and you really would have to look at it to be able to see these examples. But that's the reason why you need like a oversight committee or whatever. You need someone to look at this shit and be like, look at what this person did. They made, and then are they working for the American people, or are they making decisions for themselves? I mean, if I can make millions of dollars by making this decision. And, you know, I would do it, you know, over making a decision that's going to be good for the people. Like, being good for the people doesn't help my pocketbook at all. Like, oh man. And this is the kind of stuff people should be angry about. But we're talking about all of these cultural stuff that's going on. And that's why they distract us with these stories to get us all emotional and talking about that stuff and not looking at this stuff here. Corrupt, corrupt, corrupt. Comment, it says, insider trading is illegal except for politicians. For them, it's legal. Telling you. Another comment says, why is this not illegal? Another comment says, so where can I find out what they're buying and when? See, and a lot of us just care about that. They're like, okay, just get your money in the whole thing. And that's what keeps the whole train going, because a lot of other people are thinking the same way. They're just going to try to get close to these people and, you know, get the little stock tips from them. You know, this company right here is going to blow up. Trust me. You know, you might want to go ahead and buy some stocks in this company right here. You know, everybody just wants to get close to them, get next to them, be a friend to them, so then they can make money. Nobody cares about the damn corruption. Hate these damn comments. Where can I find out? And I get it. I mean, I don't blame you for thinking that way or whatever, but look how effed up this is. This is not right. The game is rigged. It says this is all insider trading. These politicians need to go to prison. Yeah, not just not get reelected. They need to go to jail. They locked up, what's her name? What is her name? Why can't I think of her name? God, they locked her up for the same thing. And they used her as a scapegoat. Take attention off of them. What is her name? She came out with that. It's Snoop Dogg and what's her name? Why can't I think of her name? She came out with that wine, the bullshit brand. Can't think of her name. It says, comment, it says, so when are they going to jail? Another one says, isn't that insider trading? Another one says, don't forget to pay your taxes this year. Israel needs more of your money. Another comment says, senators, congressmen, POTUS, etc., none should be able to trade the stock market while in office. So much insider trading going on. It says, obviously they make coffee at home. See, because that's what they tell us, you know, don't buy that coffee every day or whatever, you know, skip the avocado toast or whatever, you know, that's the reason why you're not rich, you know. And these guys have as plenty of avocado toast as they want. They don't make coffee at home. They go to Starbucks. Another comment says, everybody complains about Pelosi, but MTG, Cruz, Mullen all made a few dozen million in a couple of years. Yeah, so Pelosi is the poster child for this shit because her husband is so successful with the trading or whatever. And, you know, so everybody talks about Pelosi, but it's like, that's the whole Republican Democrat deal where they're like, you know, the other guys are the bad guys. The other guys are the ones that are corrupt. The other guys are the ones that are shady or whatever. But then if you look at the guys that are on your team and they're doing the same exact thing, then you are willing to overlook that because of your partisan politics and the way the media is telling you that you're supposed to hate the other side and you're supposed to, you know, support your team or whatever. So much bullshit. I don't care whose side it is or whatever. Corrupt is corrupt. Illegal is illegal. Shady is shady. Whether they have a R or a D next to their name, it doesn't matter. Another comment says, this should count as corruption. Yep, and it does. Another one that says, how is this legal? It says, just a coincidence. Would love to see his explanation of how this isn't insider trading if only journalism was still alive. Yeah, we don't have any journalists anymore. We get the best journalism now from independent people on TikTok and YouTube and so forth and so on. But what really sucks about that is that a lot of these people don't have integrity or knowledge. And like the vast majority of the TikToks is misleading garbage. And then we're not educated enough to be able to distinguish the difference. Another comment, it says, that's it, I'm running for Congress. I know, if you want to get rich, it's probably a pretty good way to do it. It says, this is lobbying at its finest. It says, the hypocrisy of these politicians disgusting. Supposed to be public servants, instead greasing their own wheels. Time to sharpen the pitchforks, you know? You know, it's like, the reason why you would want to do these things is you want to make a difference, right? You want to help people. You want to improve the lives of Americans. And that should be your motivation to run for public office or whatever. But that they say that, but that's not what they're doing. You know, that's not their real motivation. Clearly, you know, when they, you know, and it's set up to be shady because a lot of these jobs, like I say, you know, they don't make as much money. We're looking at the Congress people making 200 and something thousand, but a lot of the smaller office, they hardly make any money at all. Some of these offices, they have to have other regular jobs just to have enough to pay their bills. So this incentivizes them to do shady stuff, you know, to make money because they have, you know, access to certain information or whatever. And then it's like, it's hard to, you know, hold, you know, you can't expect somebody to not, you know, be shady in those situations. Like, I mean, what I'm trying to say is it incentivizes people to be shady, you know, pay them enough that they're making enough money to pay their bills. And then maybe they won't be incentivized to do shady stuff. But when you go to the upper levels of government, a lot of these people are in it just for that reason, the power and the money. How did we get here? And they got us talking about bullshit. Meanwhile, this shit is going on and nobody says a peep.
With STAN, Unite Today. CountrySTAN would have 7 countries in its composition and would become the largest country in Asia after Russia and China. In terms of population, it would be the 3rd biggest country in the world with more people than United States. But the demographics of CountrySTAN would be very unbalanced as 2/3 of its people will be located in Pakistan. Basically, CountrySTAN would be an extension of Pakistan, which means the capital would have to be at Islamabad. This unification is an extremely unlikely prospect. Main reason for this being the ethnic distribution on CountrySTAN territory, which has a lot of different ethnic groups that do not get along with each other. CountrySTAN will be the most unstable country in the world, as Afghanistan is currently facing a humanitarian crisis, Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan have an ongoing border issue, and Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan have a rich history of wars fought against each other. What if all countries ending with STAN unite today? CountrySTAN would have 7 countries in its composition and would become the largest country in Asia after Russia and China. In terms of population, it would be the 3rd biggest country in the world with more people than United States.
I love the geography stuff. I really do. And I think it's one of the areas that's extremely lacking in education. You know, I think that geography and history goes together. I think that you have a hard time teaching one without the other. And then the way our education system is set up, they teach you what the capital is and you know, the name of the state and, you know, and then they tell you to draw the map or whatever. But it's like they leave out so much stuff, how it's connected to history, how the name came about, how those borders came about, the topography related to the mountains and rivers and lakes and so forth and so on. And it's like, I really wish that we would focus a lot more on history and geography. People can understand things a lot better. Then you have to add in the ethnicities of the peoples of those regions too. Like all of that will be connected to truly understand the geography and the history. But they teach us history without context. They teach us geography without context. And therefore we don't really understand. We don't really know anything, you know. And I think it's by design. Comments aren't very friendly. It was just a little experiment that guy was doing. I mean, yeah, of course it'll never happen. That's not the point. Russian forces raid flags in Ukrainian city. Ukraine commander-in-chief ordered troops to leave the city of Russian forces posed the flags in the southern Ukrainian city of Moscow have fought over for a decade. Fall back comes after he was criticized for previous posts. It says Russian forces posed with flags around the southeastern Ukrainian city of Avdiivka on Friday, February 16th. At the Kyiv's new commander-in-chief ordered the troops to fall back after months of heavy fighting. Cat is over there tearing something up. It says Russians absolutely winning this war. The Ukraine need to get them around the table and negotiate a deal instead of wasting billions of other countries' money. It says only costed the Russian army 50,000 casualties. It says, go back to Russia. That land belongs to Ukraine. Away with you invaders. It says, Russia has the right to defend itself and provide security for its citizens. Another one says, Zelensky is to blame for everything, chasing everyone to the slaughter to prove something to himself. Now he has found Syrskyi, on whom he will pin everything later. Another one, it says, Ukraine will never win this war against Russia. The West will spend all of its taxpayers' money to fund a lost war. Yep, how many times have that happened in the past? It says, that's my country and I'm proud of it. It says, raise your cheap flag. It will forever be Ukraine. Viva Russia. It says, remember when the United States said that Russia will not take Ukraine? Now look, America. It says it's because Ukraine didn't receive U.S. support. The support was being purposely withheld by Russian agents in the U.S. Congress. They're called MAGA. It's widely known that Putin installed Trump in the presidency. Oh my God. Like, I don't know where to begin with the craziness of this comment right here. Like, it says Russian agents in the Congress, they're called MAGA. The way she spelled Putin. And it said, Putin installed Trump in the presidency. Oh my God. Let me move on because that comment just killed my brain.
Of relentless attacks have forced more than half of Gaza's population to the southernmost end of the Strip. More than 1.5 million people are now sheltering in Rafah. Palestinians are living in makeshift camps and overcrowded shelters. Resources are scarce. Rafah was, until recently, considered a safe zone. The government of Israel has announced an imminent full-scale assault on Rafah. more than 1.5 million people will be in the line of fire. Rafah is the end of the line. An attack on the last refuge in Gaza will be catastrophic. 4 months of relentless attacks have forced more than half of Gaza's.
Yeah, so that graphic shows how they kept telling the people of the Gaza Strip to move south. And so they all ended up in Rafah, which is the southernmost point of the Gaza Strip. And I played a clip in the other show where Netanyahu said, you know, we're going to provide an escape for the civilians. We're going to move them somewhere or whatever, to safe zones or whatever. And then he commenced to bombing Rafah. And I haven't seen anything that showed that they were that they have safe zones to actually literally go to. You know, they're saying that they do, but I don't know that that is true. They've already destroyed all of the areas north of Rafah. So where are these people supposed to go? And that's what I was saying when we were covering this in the show last week. And the bombs have commenced and the ground offensive has started. And, you know, all of those people are still there with nowhere to go. It seemed like that was the plan all along, you know, to push all of these people south. And then anyways, comment, it says, Israel did not start this war, Hamas did. Another comment says, is there a way Egypt can open its border and let them in? This is inhumane. Another comment, it says, it's completely clear they want to cleanse all of the Palestinians. May God protect them. Thank you for spreading the truth. Another comment, it says, if they want to complain to Hamas, Israel didn't start this fight. Another comment says Hamas should definitely cease fire. They attacked first. Another comment says so many bots spreading misinfo. Israel doing a great propaganda run on social media defending their genocide. I saw a video where they were showing all of these. Like Israel has a huge amount of people who just work online and they pose as regular folks and they're just making random ass comments underneath social media posts all over the place. Like, and it looks like these are regular real people, but they're all like military folks. They even have on the full military uniform and they're sitting there in front of the computer and making comments. Another comment says, release the hostages. Nothing matters until Hamas release the hostages. Another comment, it says, if only they handed Hamas over on a platter, all of this could have been avoided. Another comment says, where's the lie? It says, who attacked Israel? Should Israel not defend its citizens? Is Hamas not to blame for the senseless violence? It says, why won't Egypt let them in? Get ready to find out when they're shipped to America. Another one, it says, Palestine is everywhere, not just in Gaza. That's the truth. They cannot kill. As long as Palestinian exists, resistance will always be present. Long live the resistance. Yeah, defending its citizens and destroying a whole country is not the same thing. Another comment says, we got everyday problems over here that they don't give a damn about. Stop posting this. It says, why is it so hard to free the hostages and move on? Another one says, they're pushing them out of their own land, the evils. I don't know why this topic is so hard to talk about. It says, I guess launching a terror attack 50 times the size of 9/11, stealing 243 hostages, abusing and torturing and starving them, and shooting 1,200 rockets from one border while continuing terror acts for 4 months, and attacking with missiles from another border while stealing billions in aid to use it to build terror tunnels underground, and while Hamas Palestinians both hold hostages, but they are under attack. Lawyers who are anti-fact or something else. It says, wouldn't it be wise to release the hostages? Are the hostages worth all these deaths? It says, this post does nothing more than draw hate towards both Jews and Palestinians. The world should be pushing toward peaceful acceptance of all terms of both sides. If you look at the reality, one side is accepted globally as a country that adheres to international laws and has accumulated international investment, trade, and diplomacy. The other side has not have the same level of international trust and buy-in. This is a shame and the reality of bad leadership and no intention of diplomacy. At the same time, if you're not part of the international system, I guess you can get away with the planned terrorist events and argue that it's okay because you have no reputation to trust to keep. And on Instagram, people will actually defend you, call you a country, validate your rogue and reckless attacks by random historical timeline and false equivalence, and essentially treat you like you are the model of leadership in the world, while a true leader cares about current lives of their people enough to do anything it takes to protect current lives of his own people. And by this, I mean returning the hostages, building farms and factories instead of tunnels, and agreeing on a land treaty as opposed to forcing Israel to babysit the refugee camps and rogue militias. First Ukrainian city falls since U.S. became deadlocked in sending more military aid. So, yeah, that's what they're saying. The reason why that city fell is because of the deadlock in Congress. It says Ukrainian troops have withdrawn from Avdiivka, the first Ukrainian city to fall since the U.S. became deadlocked in sending them more military aid. Avdiivka is the first notable Ukrainian city to fall to Russia since Bakhmut nearly a year ago. It was a small city with 32,000 inhabitants that has been on the front line since 2014. Russia has now reduced it to a few skeletal ruins. Ukrainian forces had held off huge Russian offensive there since October, but a severe ammunition shortage have been amid the reduction in Western aid. Russia was able to restore a huge advantage in artillery and airstrikes, allowing it to grind through the defenses and effectively level the city. Most analysts do not believe Avdiivka's fall will have an immediate major impact on Ukraine's overall position because it will be difficult for Russia to advance further from it, just as it has been from Bakhmut. Ukraine is focusing on regrouping their remaining troops, replenishing supplies, and arranging units in new strategic positions, according to Commander Churia. Yeah, so like these kind of stories right here is just to get Congress to try to give them more money, I think. The comments related to the Palestinian stuff just kind of took all my energy away. Let's read this. It says, just a reminder that the overwhelming majority of fentanyl brought across the border is brought by American citizens through legal ports of entry. The chief medical officer for Customs and Border Protection pressuring his staff to order fentanyl lollipops for him to take to the UN General Assembly, whistleblowers say. So, yeah, this one fights against that whole border argument where they're like, oh, the illegal immigrants is so horrible, you know, it's an invasion and they're coming over with fentanyl, so forth and so on. And fentanyl is an epidemic across the nation and people are dying. Yeah. But it says the overwhelming majority of fentanyl brought across the border is brought by American citizens through legal ports of entry. So you can't say that all the fentanyl that's over here is brought by the cartel and the illegal immigrants because it's simply not true. But they still going to use that argument as a reason to politicize the border. Comments. It says American law enforcement agencies are the largest fentanyl traffickers in the world. It says this begs a fundamental question: why the F does a fentanyl lollipop exist as a product? People want to get a buzz. Another comment, it says recently here in Spokane, Washington, there was a batch that was Narcan-proof fentanyl that killed 20 people in just a couple of weeks. My daughter and I were just talking the other day about how suspicious that seemed. Another one, facts. Furthermore, 0.02% comes across the border transported by illegal immigrants. Conversely, 90% comes through legal ports of entry by American citizens. Source, Cato Institute. It says, people forget the CIA set up the initial drug trade from Colombia through Central America to the U.S. Another one, it says, I blinked so hard reading this. Another one, it says, well, it's not exciting news for the big outlets to report for clicks, ad revenue, and ratings unless the headline says it's Black and brown people breaking the law. Why do you suppose when the Christian nationalists shoot up a school or, well, anything else, they don't call it domestic terrorism, which it's 100% is? It's more exciting as a headline if outlets can blame anyone else. Another comment, it says, and the largest import busted was brought in the San Jose port by the San Jose Police Union Chief. Another one, following the rights movement, you clamped with your iron fist. Drugs became conveniently available for all the kids, minor drug offenders. Fill your prisons, you don't even flinch. All your taxpaying for your wars against a new non-rich utilizing drugs to pay for secret wars around the world. Drugs are now your global policy. Now you police the globe. It says, cops always show their true colors. Another one that says, yeah, right, is the cops. It says, wasn't an American city council leader smuggling large amounts? It says, like the police, it says, from China, the irony. You know, these people want to make a lot of money. People want to use drugs, and you got people that want to make money, and, you know, capitalism, right? You know, it's all about making money, you know, profit over people. And then they use the politics of blaming others instead of blaming their greed to want to make money, you know. It's the illegal immigrants bringing over all the drugs. That's why we need to close the border. And go ahead and close the border, and all the drugs are still going to flood in because it's the American citizens that were bringing it in. But the border, but the illegal immigrants. That's the real problem.
And I told D.A. Willis I'd lived with bodyguards for 4 years, and I didn't like it. And I wasn't going to live with bodyguards for the rest of my life.
Ultimately, you turned down.
Yes.
So the Fannie Willis thing is probably the biggest news story, one of the biggest news stories this week. And we're going to get into it. It says former Governor Roy Barnes explains why he turned down the offer to be special prosecutor. I lived with bodyguards for 4 years and I didn't like it, and I wasn't willing to live with bodyguards for the rest of my life. And so the whole thing with the Fannie Willis thing is saying that, you know, she was going to benefit monetarily, and that's the reason why she supposedly chose the guy that she used to be dating to be the prosecutor in the case. But her first choice was this guy, and he turned it down. And he turned it down because he didn't want the scrutiny, you know, from the MAGA crowd you know, the Trump fans, he just didn't want to deal with it. So it kind of goes against the narrative that of her motivations for what she did. So that's the reason why they're covering this, because this guy was her first choice. It says, can we just step back for a moment and recognize what this man is saying? A former governor turned down prosecuting Trump because he knew his life would be at risk. And there's an entire political party that's just okay with this. It says, why Fani Willis brought Nathan Wade onto the Trump RICO case. No one else was willing to face the death threats from Trump supporters. I'm over here eating French fries. It says, some of you are missing a major point here. Former Governor Roy Burns was DA Willis' first pick to lead the case. Folks are saying she gave the case to her former love interest because they both had $ signs in their eyes, but he was not her first choice. And as we now know, but Trump and team have tried to make it seem like she picked him from the very start to scheme. Comment, it says, a former president of the United States is the reason multiple people now have security details. That's crazy. Another one, it says, it's not a good look, America. So the 2 black prosecutors, who were the only ones brave enough to take on this all-encompassing burden, are now being publicly crucified and discredited by a team of all-white lawyers. Not a good look. I don't know if there's a racial component necessarily to this. Another comment, it says, I'm glad this office chose to tell us some facts and truths. No one is safe around Trump. His thug or rogue antics are on display. Another comment says, Fani risking her life and her family's life to do what's right, holding number 45 accountable for his actions. Another comment, it says, this is why it's hard to persecute Trump, because these white men are afraid for their lives. Trump uses mob tactics. Another one, it says, ridiculous that a person can't do their job without death threats. Another one, this is a former governor saying this, that he did not choose to fight for justice because he feared for his life. And that's a former governor, not just a regular person. Wow. Another one that says, absolutely wild and not discussed the way it should be. Trump has forever altered America for the worse, where elected officials, election volunteers, judges, and more can no longer do their jobs without death threats. It says, only in America the DA get interrogated for prosecuting the criminal. I think that is the point right there. And the way a lot of people was talking, I was reading comments, and then people were saying, take her to jail. She should go to jail, like lock her up or whatever. And it's like, she is not on trial, bro. Like, she's not the one on trial. I don't know how the hell did they flip that. I mean, you know, they were questioning her related to her connection to the prosecutor, but these aren't criminal charges. Like, they're just saying, you know, there's a conflict of interest and maybe she shouldn't be the one presiding over the case, but this is not a criminal case. And the way the news has been covering it and the way people are, like, I don't know, internalizing this, because they're questioning her and she's sitting on the other side, like she normally would be on the other side questioning people, but she's the one being questioned. So then they automatically jump to the conclusion that she's going to go to jail, like she's being criminally prosecuted for something, and that's not the case. I'm going to jump around a bit and then come back to that because I don't want to miss some of this stuff here.
Been yelling from the rooftops about Burisma and alleged bribes paid not only to Hunter Biden, but to Joe Biden, to the man himself, the president of the United States, who was then vice president. That idea of illicit, secret, 7-figure bribes to the man who's currently president has been the central point of their whole attack. And today, in the most spectacular embarrassment imaginable, it blew up in their faces. You see, the special counsel, Republican appointee, leading the case against Hunter Biden, who was appointed by Donald Trump, now says that that guy, this informant they hung their entire claim on about the bribe, he lied. Their infamous FBI informant is being federally criminally charged for making it all up.
Documented allegations of bribery from a trusted FBI confidential human source has now finally been released. Now, its contents are devastating.
Okay, I am sparing you the amount of Sean Hannity I could play you. For my sins, I watched about 30 minutes of monologues. But in his show, Fox host Sean Hannity alone promoted the claim of this single FBI informant no less than 85 times last year.
Damn.
28 of those segments were monologues, very long monologues, in addition to all the breathless so-called reporting. And this is across the right-wing media. Hannity had House Oversight Committee chairman and chief Biden crime family investigator James Comer on as a guest 43 times in 2023. Today, James Comer and Sean Hannity's favorite informant, the smoking gun for their investigation, was arrested at Harry Reid International Airport in Las Vegas. He was indicted on 2 counts of feeding the FBI false information about President Joe Biden and his son Hunter. According to that indictment, 43-year-old Alexander Smirnov's story about Burisma officials paying the Bidens millions, quote, was a fabrication, an amalgam of otherwise unremarkable business meetings and context. Republicans have been yelling from the rooftops about Burisma and alleged bribes paid not only to Hunter Biden, but to Joe Biden, to the man himself, the president.
So it says this should have been a much bigger news story today. Instead, wall-to-wall coverage of Fani Willis getting grilled about her personal business. Special Counselor David Weiss, who was appointed by Trump and is leading the case against President Biden and Hunter Biden, now says the informant they based their entire bribery claim on was arrested today. Alexander Smirnov is facing criminal charges in connection with lying to the FBI and creating false records. So the guy lied, created false records, and now he's being charged. And their whole case, their whole, media outrage was based on this guy. And it's like, oh, he's so honorable or whatever, but obviously not. I mean, when it comes to the point where you're getting criminally charged, people lie all the time, but if your lie is pretty damn serious when it leads to criminal charges. It says an FBI informant has been indicted on 2 counts of allegedly feeding the Bureau's false information about President Joe Biden and his son Hunter Biden during the 2020 presidential campaign. The 37-page indictment alleges that Smirnov had been a confidential human source for the FBI since 2010 and provided false derogatory information to the FBI about both Bidens after Joe Biden became a candidate for president in 2020. A comment, it says, the media is an embarrassment. The fact that a former president and current frontrunner for the GOP nomination was found guilty of and has to pay $83 million didn't last in the news cycle 3 days. Yeah, people were just kind of laughing at that. Yeah, the journalism is dead, man. And nobody cares what the truth is anymore. It's what gets clicks. That's what matters. It says, and the NYT put a picture of Hunter Biden in the story. Why not Smirnov, the perpetrator of this long-held false report? Why? I know, I haven't seen no pictures of that guy either. It says Reds have to lie because the truth is devastating to their narrative. It says Trump supporters will lie their way to the polls till they get that man back in office, doing whatever it takes. Biden not the best, but he isn't a liar like Trump and all his posse. Y'all best vote this 2024. See, I don't know about all of that. Another comment says, well, he is a Russian and probably was paid to lie by Putin or his good buddy Trump, so who's surprised? Oh my God, what an ignorant comment. It says, yo, Hunter laptop stuff is literally on the internet. No matter how they try to twist this or who changes their minds about what they want to say, all the evidence is literally on the internet. I mean, and that part is true, you know, but what we're saying here is that this guy, you know, he lied, you know, and he made things up. He falsified records, you know, it was all for political reasons, you know. Trump is talking about the witch hunt, you know, so, but you can believe it's a witch hunt when it's on Trump, you know, and for the FBI to file charges, I mean, why would they do that? Like, you know, they have to, if you are giving testimony or whatever, you're giving evidence to the FBI, then they use these in cases, then they have to rely, you know, they have to trust that this information is true and accurate, you know, or otherwise it will break apart any other cases that they have. So they can't let that slide, regardless of which side it is, or otherwise their credibility is shot. It says, is James Comer on the flight to Moscow? It says, Hannity, whoopsie poopsie, that's a little lie, teehee. Another one, it says, the Democrats are so good at this. It really is amazing. I'm so proud of them. They let this S and the innuendos go until it's an election year. Then they just dropped bombs after day. It works. Yeah, they're not going to cover this. This will go away so fast. This graphic shows U.S. foreign aid since 1946. I can't make this bigger. We can't really see it. The UK is the biggest back in 1946. And this thing goes for a long time. So 1957 is moving on into the 60s. It's still UK, US foreign aid. It's the highest. And you got France, Italy, Germany, South Korea, Taiwan, Japan, Greece, Pakistan, Netherlands, Brazil, Philippines, Belgium, Iran, Spain. So then once you get into the 70s, things change. You got Vietnam, overwhelmingly the highest one. UK is second. South Korea, France, India, Turkey. Going into the 80s, you still have Vietnam as the highest one. Here comes Israel, is second now as we're going into the late 80s. And once we get into the 90s, then Israel becomes the highest that's getting U.S. foreign aid. And it's blowing everybody out the water as we go into the late 90s. You still got Vietnam second, and then Egypt, South Korea. UK has dropped to number 4 into 2000s, and the numbers are just growing with the amount that Israel is getting in aid. It's blowing everybody out the water, like way out the water, and continuing to grow. The gulf continues to grow between Israel and the rest of the countries that get foreign aid. So it's talking about the top 20 destinations for U.S. aid since 1946. And the gulf continues to grow into the 2020s. Wow. You know, I mean, what was the reason for it? What changed? I wonder. It says, money talks. What does the destination of U.S. aid tell you? It says, why are we sending money to industrialized nations like UK, France, Italy, etc., when we don't have health care, child care, or anything really to support our citizens. And what's crazy about that is all those other countries do have those things. Another comment, it says, not a single African country and almost none from Latin America. Actually, they were taking wealth from these areas. So crazy, man. So crazy that the American people don't get nothing. We send all these money to them. For why? For what? It says Israel went from non-existent to first in a matter of seconds. Really blow it up. And that's a huge amount of money over that amount of time, too. It's like in the 90s it was 136 billion. Then it just starts growing. 150, 160 billion in 95, 170 billion in 97, 180 billion in 99, 190 billion in 2000, 200 billion early 2000s. 210, 212, 216, 218, 220. It's a lot of freaking money. $230 billion in 2013. 240. 250 billion in 2018. It's steadily going up. 261 billion in 21, 263 billion in 2022. What the hell? Why? All that money for what? I don't understand that shit at all. It says, look, I get it, but adjusted for inflation, a shit ton of money went to Vietnam. Yeah, we basically destroyed that country. So another comment, it says that our tax dollars are being given to Israel, then laundered back to the U.S. via AIPAC and all the Ukraine money too. Yeah, I think that money laundering is a big part of this. It says the modern state of Israel is just a U.S. made and funded military outpost. Ooh. It says makes sense now why Egypt is behaving the way it is now. Yep, Egypt is the second one, even though it's a huge gap between Israel and Egypt. 263 billion to Israel and 151 billion to Egypt. Another comment that says the foreign aid to Israel is to give their citizens free healthcare, free education, and subsidized housing. Israel has much lower debt to GDP per capita, meaning Israel has a much lower debt and the United States to funnel money to them, while the United States has a balloon debt. The United States debt is facilitating the luxuries for Israel. When are Americans going to say enough is enough and not be triggered by the next cultural war, which solely aims to divide the masses? It says, holy F, we really are modern slaves. It says, it tells me that's how we launder our money. We send it to them and then they use part of it to bribe our politicians to make favorable decisions for them at the expense and on the backs of the U.S. taxpayers. Anyone who contributes to support Israel is a clown. Keep slaving for them at the expense of yourself. They provide their citizens with free education and universal health care with your tax dollars, while we're over here pinching pennies trying to figure out how to make ends while stepping over homeless people on the streets. Another comment, it says, and the only African country, Egypt. Why? Because it borders Israel, and the aid is to ensure Egypt remains loving, peaceful normalizer of Israel's occupation through its debt to America. Another comment, it says, well, Israel and Egypt, that's horrific and completely explains why Palestinians are being left sitting ducks to be mass murked U.S., Israel, Egypt, evil genocide plan. Wow. Yeah, because the part about Israel not wanting to freaking, I saw a clip where they're building a wall, like they're working on their wall between Palestine, the border between Palestine and Egypt, you know. I wonder where they got the money for that from, you know, and how much does the United States influence them on their decisions related to that? And people are like, well, why Egypt won't just accept them or whatever? Why Egypt won't help or whatever? Well, it may have something to do with this $151 billion that they're getting from the United States. Because the United States could be like, oh, you want to be friendly to the Palestinians? Well, that check that we sent you or was going to send you is no longer, it's void. We're going to bounce that check. It says, all the while, tens of millions of Americans are going homeless, hungry, without health care, and in debt for basic education. This is beyond upsetting. The hypocrisy is so clear. You know, that's the biggest part that I really, really, really do not understand. Here in the United States, we can't seem to get paid family leave. We can't seem to get any kind of health care system that's functional and not predatory. You know, we can't seem to get proper education. You know, these countries, they can go to school for free in those countries. You know, we pay out the ass to go to school, you know, all of this stuff. And the reason why we say we can't do it is because where's the money going to come from? That is what they say. Where's the money going to come from? We don't have the money for this stuff. Okay, but we giving money to these countries that have that for their people. Help me understand that. Help me understand that. What is that? Argentina's inflation. I might come back to that. That post is just going to trigger me. I might come back to that. I kind of want to get to the Fannie Willis thing. Let's do a little more Israel. Let's do this.
My door. Well, okay.
I'll help you understand. For one, Representative Phillips, strikes me as a little ironic that you're going to say to me in my face as a Black American who doesn't have the option of someone that the United Nations and the international community having intervened on my behalf to create an entire country for my people who have zero options of some place to flee, who have been living in an apartheid state of our own in the United States of America, which has the 25% of the world's prison population that was disproportionately filled with my people, who was reported this week, substantively make all of the paint and slave labor products in the United States of America so we can compete with China and the rest of the world. The idea that you're looking at me and saying that I don't have empathy and can't open my heart to the psychic
I said
idea.
progressive, Brianna. I do have empathy. That's what I'm asking for.
I am a progressive, so I'm speaking to you as a progressive, but also as a Black progressive. I have enormous empathy. Wait a minute. I have enormous empathy for the reasons why Jewish people want a Jewish state. I talk about this on the podcast a lot. There is a big part of me that says, oh, I get it, because I do not feel safe in the United States of America, not just me as an individual, but statistically as an aggregate. There's not a metric in the world that you can look at that says that this is a good place for Black Americans to be, that Black Americans are faring well in the United States of America. And I take your point, but it's also true that I know you and I are sitting here as two people who are not Christian in a predominantly Christian state. And there are Christians in America who make this very similar argument about America that it seems to me many people make about Israel, which is, oh, this is a Christian nation. And if immigration trends change and suddenly it does not become as much of a Christian nation, that we should rig the immigrant population to maintain the national character of the United States of America. We call that Christian nationalism, and we think that that's a bigoted principle and that we should not be picking and choosing who comes to this country to maintain some kind of ethnic or religious character that benefits the existing majority. We say, as Americans, we value pluralism and that every kind of person brings their own benefit and that we should protect the least of these and have laws that protect minorities because we value being a nation where minorities can be saved. Not that we have to rig the system so that we are majorities so that we can then dominate over the rest, right? So it strikes me as much as I empathize. When you tell the story of Jewish ships full of Jewish people after the Holocaust being turned away, I've spoken at length on this podcast about how disgusted I was to discover that Otto Frank and Frank's father application was turned away, and how close they came to be able to immigrate to America. I'm disgusted by it. But the question is, why should the actions of an anti-Semitic America and an anti-Semitic Europe be paid for by the people of Palestine who had absolutely nothing to do with the horrors of the Holocaust?
Crickets.
I mean, Brianna, first, let me strike at the heart of what you just said earlier, which is my empathy for Black America and the long tail of slavery that is so abhorrent and so visible and so obvious that I cannot believe we have not repaired that injustice. I want to honor that and acknowledge that. If anything, I'm telling you, I empathize with that. I was asking for mutual empathy, and I don't know if you just shared it with me, but I think you did. But you just asked a question of something that is just, it's just so historically inaccurate. Israel has been attacked because it's a Jewish state for decades. Now, Netanyahu is a different story. I'm not going to support him. What's happening right now is abhorrent, and his policies are abhorrent. It's true. And you can imagine it's not an easy thing to say for someone like me, but it is true. And I'm bold and I'm being honest, and I understand. I cannot tolerate seeing this any longer. But Israel has been attacked since the day it was established by the free world after the Holocaust. It was attacked by its neighbors, and they survived.
That's like saying that American settlers were attacked by Native Americans because they were white or because they were Christian.
Oh, boy, Brianna, holy moly, boy! I'm telling you, I got to tell you, I'm expressing empathy for Palestinians, for Muslims, for Black Americans. I'm not feeling what I'm surprised, to be honest with you, and I'm offended.
What is surprising about this, Representative?
I'm just surprised. I'm surprised by the lack. I just explained it. I'm surprised by the lack of empathy of progressives relative to the Jewish people and the state of Israel, not Benjamin Netanyahu.
What do you say, Dean Phillips, to the thousands and thousands of Jewish advocates for Palestinian rights who comprise organizations like If Not Now and Jewish Voice for Peace? And people like, frankly, Bernie Sanders, I think, could go a little farther. He still won't say the word ceasefire, but who was arguing in front of Congress to actually have us follow our own laws and limit aid based on the humanitarian actions of Israel. This is not a issue on which Jewish people are all on one side or the other. I had a Holocaust historian from Dartmouth on a couple of weeks ago, talking about all of the different prongs of Zionism and how we have this revisionist history of what it means to be a Zionist, and how many Jewish thought leaders from Albert Einstein all the way down were highly critical of the Zionist project precisely because they saw it as replicating the harms that were done to Jews in Europe on a new population. And that never again was supposed to mean never again for anyone. We're not talking about a historical record where Jewish people just decided to immigrate to the land of Palestine and live alongside. There were Jews, Arab Jews, that lived in Palestine since time immemorial. That's not the question. In peace and prosperity. The question is whether or not a land grant from a colonial power like the UK can be given because of guilt, much well-earned guilt, frankly, over the anti-Semitism and a refusal to accept the victims and the survivors of the Holocaust, and to offload the issue onto another part of the world. And as I'm sure you're aware, there was a conversation about whether or not Israel should be located in Africa. But for various reasons, and I highly recommend people go back to listen to our episode with the Zionist historian of Zionism, it ended up being in Palestine. And so that is a kind of original sin that I see as very akin to
where the Jewish people originated. I mean, that's the whole point.
That's fine.
That's fine. That's the whole point. That's where the Jewish people originated.
You cannot have there are Ukrainian Jews and Russian Jews and Polish Jews and French Jews and British Jews and Jewish people who have been living in Europe for centuries and decades, centuries and centuries. And on the other hand, you have Palestinians who are 80 years old, who are clutching the keys to the houses that they grew up in. They're on the other side of the wall, who have been told that they cannot go home because my Jewish friend who's born in Philadelphia gets to have a right of return, but they do not. Like that is the injustice that we're talking about here. If we're talking about moral weight and what was deserved after the Holocaust, You have my utmost sympathy. You have my utmost empathy. But the question isn't what is owed, it is what is owed from whom. And why is it that Europe gets to offload its own responsibilities? The Jewish state wasn't in Poland. I bet you a whole lot of people who have been chased out of their lands and put into concentration camps would have loved to feel safe in a land where they spoke the language and they had their own community and they had their own belongings and the like. But this is
the only reason they were living there, Brianna, is because they were forced there by the Tsar. It's hard to listen to, but go ahead. I'm just, you know,
I don't need to belabor the
I'm listening.
I mean, that's fine. And we can all sit here and be offended. But the question now isn't really, and it's a moot point because in large part, Israel won this battle. They have established
Brianna,
the country and
nobody's.
nobody's.
Say, you know, you're attacking me in a funny way because I'm telling you, I don't, what's so interesting is I'm not sure you heard what I said. I'm a Jewish man running for president of the United States of America who wants to recognize the state of Palestine. I believe that we should invest in the state of Palestine. If I could just say what I'm trying to say, I'm trying to be a voice of decency, of compassion, of reason in the absence of it. And if you look at the other people running for president, Brianna, my goodness, I'm telling you, I'm appalled. I want this to end. It should have never started. And yes, Hamas is a horrific, despicable terrorist organization that needs to be eliminated. Benjamin Netanyahu should not be, I don't think, the prime minister of Israel moving forward. And I pray that Israelis make a change. Israel is the only multicultural, multi-faith, free country in the entire Middle East. As Richie Torres says, it's the only place where he, as a gay man, could be alive, let alone thrive. And look I'm trying to be decent. Okay, Brianna, I'm trying to be compassionate and decent.
Gay marriage isn't legal in Israel.
I'm sorry?
Gay marriage is not legal in Israel. And interfaith marriage is not legal in Israel. People have to fly to Cyprus to get married if you want to marry a Christian or a Muslim or anybody else. I mean, like, let's just be honest about what we're doing here.
Entire Middle East. Okay. I'm.
I mean, let's just the question. The reason we're circling around. I appreciate that. Frankly, yes, you are. I think closer to my politics than Joe Biden for sure. And that's what we're talking about in the Democratic primary.
Brianna, Brianna, I would love to continue the conversation. I was just notified actually that something serious just happened. I've got.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll let you go, but I just do want to get this out. My question was about why you don't support a one-state solution. That's why we're here, because the reality is that the elected officials.
First of all, I'd love to. I seriously have to go. Let me tell you this. I would love that progressive love stop at my door. Well, okay.
I'll help you understand. For one, Representative Phillips, it strikes me as a little ironic that you're going to say to me in my face as a Black American who doesn't have the option.
He's like, I have to go. All he was doing was repeating talking points. Like, it's like, hold on, let me be careful. Like, I'm gonna offend somebody. You know, one of these powerful Israeli people or whatever, and I need to make sure that they don't have sound bites in here that they can use against me or whatever, saying that I'm not sympathetic to the Israel plight or whatever. And the comparison that she made to the Native Americans was so spot on. I think like it's exactly what it is, you know. And I think that a lot of people aren't willing to go that far and say that or whatever, like, but it is what it is. And it's the, you know, embarrassment of the history is the reason why they like to use this revisionist history and pretend that these things didn't happen or whatever, you know. Man, she was in his butt like hardcore. This guy didn't have he didn't have proper, you know, comebacks on this. He felt like he was being personally attacked when she was focusing on the subject matter, like on the, you know, the ideas or whatever. And it's weird how so many people like intertwine their own identity with certain ideas or whatever, and then they feel personally attacked when you're attacking the ideas. It's like separate yourself from the ideas and let's have a conversation on the ideas instead of feeling like you have to defend yourself personally. You're so intertwined with the idea that you can't separate yourself from it. It's so many good points in here that Brianna made. She's so like well spoken. Like it's great, you know. We don't get to hear conversations like this. We don't get to hear the it's always talking points, the ones that he was saying, instead of actually looking at the like digging through the weeds of the details of the situations, you know. I don't know, I'm probably losing y'all. Comments, it says early delicious. Another one says Bad Faith Podcast, Brianna Joy Gray pressing Dean Phillips on that made up country, Medicare for all, progressive messaging. Yeah, I didn't even know this guy. Who the hell is this guy? You know, he says he's running for president. Does he really have a chance? I don't even know who he is. Like, I didn't know anything about this guy. Comment, it says, not you're attacking me, child. Like, you're attacking me. I feel attacked. It says, and Jamil Hill would say, you want to see a dead body? Another comment says, boy, holy smoly. Hey, Brianna, something serious just came up and I got to go. That's what he was saying. It was like somebody outside of the interview was like, you know what, bro, you need to get up out of here because this is not making you look good. So you need to end this now. Like, what really pressing thing was really going on for this guy? You know, some nobody who's running for president. Like, you don't have nothing pressing going on, bro. You could have finished the damn interview. You was getting your ass ate. So you had to get out of there. Comments, it says, you're attacking me with facts, just completely ridiculous. Another one that says, the patriarchy is real. He doesn't like to hear that he's wrong. The Native American analogy was spot on, and then he was done. Yeah, he was like, oh my God, I can't believe you said that. Like, he says, I don't know if you even consider this cognitive dissonance at this point. It's like he's choosing not to even think about what she just said. Another one that says, I'm not done watching yet, but if he starts talking about Israeli state being under attack for decades without acknowledging their brutal, unjust, and undemocratic, torturous occupation, I'm going to scream. Yeah, so basically he did say that, and he didn't acknowledge that, so he was right. Another comment says, this guy's totally out of his depth in the face of Brianna's intellect and knowledge, and he knows it. Just oozing gaslighting and political soundbite posturing. Yeah, all I heard was those same regurgitated as freaking, and that's what they all revert back to. Like, their brain, they turn their brain completely off and just regurgitate fucking talking points. Another comment that says, she ate him up, a whole feast upon his foolishness. She's brilliant. Another one that says, she's masterful. He's insulted. Another one that says, dude bro was tuned out, so focused on what cliche to regurgitate next that his ears broke. It says, it's wild to watch this educated Black woman bring history, facts, and historically informed perspective only to have this bumbling white dude paint everything as an attack. In other news, I have a new podcast to subscribe to. Yeah, man. And, you know, whenever I'm having these conversations on the show, I can't go in like Brianna does because she has a name already. I'm trying to build a show. And then like the few people that come on here and talk to me, I can't just be going in and mashing them or whatever. Like, then nobody's going to ever come on here and talk to me again. Brianna has the opportunity to, you know, she's going to always have more guests for her show. Like, this guy probably will never return, but that's okay. She's got her clicks and views based on this or whatever. And, you know, it's going to attract other people to come to her show or whatever. People that have certain particular views maybe won't come on the show, but she's straight. But me, on the other hand, I have to be careful. I can't just go in like she does because then I won't have anybody on here. Like tonight, I ain't had nobody on here. It's me talking to myself. It says, first he was dismissive. Then he said, you're attacking me. Then he said, I don't think you heard me. Lastly, gotta go. It says, that's fine. We can all sit here and be offended. Brilliant. I'm offended. Oh my God, I'm offended. It says Bad Faith Podcast. Oh, that's the same thing as earlier. Why is it repeating like that? Hold on, let me go back up. It says, attack since it was established by the free world after the Holocaust. This is a problematic statement. This is what he needs to be questioned. What does it mean to be established? What exactly was the free world? Who weren't the living inhabitants considered? No, why weren't the living inhabitants considered as part of this free world? He's on the side of peace, but the establishment of the free world was done through a method of belligerence. What is inaccurate is to view that time period through a glorified lens of potential, a palatable rethinking. It's what we as Black people see every day through the whitewashing of history. It says, there are Jewish people who have been living in Europe for centuries and centuries. On the other hand, you have Palestinians who are 80 years old who are clutching the keys to their house they grew up in. They are on the other side of the wall who have been told they cannot go home because my Jewish friend who was born in Philadelphia gets to have the right to return, but they do not. That is the injustice we're talking about here. That was the quote from what she said, and that was so great. Like, what is you guys' answer to that? It's like, well, this is Israel's homeland. This is, where they're from historically or whatever. This is the birthplace of the Israel people. Okay, well, what about the lady who's been living there her whole life, whatever? You're just going to take her house? What justifies that? It says, it is wild to watch this educated Black woman bring history facts. What the hell? Does it repeat again? Why is it doing that? It says, we know he ain't have to go. Somebody behind the camera told him he was getting his ass handed to him by this Black woman who was much more qualified and informed leader, and it was bad for press. So now he gotta go. But yeah, she got it all the way right and with nuance. Yeah, I'm sure that's what happened. Somebody outside the camera was like, bro, it's not a good look. You got to get up out of here. Another one says, she's great. He is trying not to understand. He victimized himself when he was never under attack. Her intelligence and knowledge bodied him. Another one says, I think he pretended that he had to go. Another one says, they seriously can't put together that this long chain of events where Jews were supposedly scattered across the world in droves. In some cases, that is true. Does not mean they can just repeat the same process and make the Palestinians pay for it with their blood and land. Apparently 2 wrongs or 75 years of them make a right. Some BS from the people appalled at land back all over the world. Cognitive dissonance and intentional misconstruence. Another comment, it says, I never heard of him. So he emphasizes with the Palestinians, but doesn't want them to live and doesn't believe that there is an apartheid. Yeah, you're not sympathizing with them very much. It's kind of like what they were talking about earlier when they were talking about the liberals and just pretending that veneer of revolutionary or that veneer of being better than the other ones. He kept saying, it's appalled what Netanyahu is doing and it shouldn't never even started and, it should end now or whatever. And then he comes around and says, the Israeli people deserve this or whatever, this is their homeland, da, da, da. So it's like, which side are you on, bro? You got to pick a side. You can't have it both ways. Another comment that says, he sees slavery as a tale. That says it all for me. Yeah, because basically it sounded like he was making an argument for reparations there. when he was like, yeah, I sympathize with the ongoing thing, the legacy of slavery, da 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 da. And that's the same thing those liberals do all the time, you know. But do they actually want to do reparations? When it gets to the point where actually doing they could say, oh yeah, these people deserve reparations. But then when it comes time to vote for reparations, they're like, oh, we can't do that. Another comment says, I watched the entire interview and initially thought he was really understanding some of the issues. Then the topic of Palestinian came up and it went south really fast. Breed tied him up like a hog, and I kept thinking, who's on the screen sending up flares to bail? Either his wife screaming about being late for dinner or this ISR government telling him to stop talking now. He's no replacement for Biden, clearly. Good, we now know. Third party needs to emerge 2024. It says, I was there for her response. When I listened to this the other day, she thinks fast and is very knowledgeable. This guy was not ready with his mealy indignation. It says, I don't know who she is, but she was fired. He, on the other hand, is giving all lives matter. Yeah, Brianna Joy Gray, she really became popular when she was the press secretary for Bernie Sanders when he ran for president or whatever. And, you know, that fell through and didn't work out. She probably would have ended up being like the press secretary for the White House had he won. Yeah, so that didn't work out. So then she started doing her own thing, and she's got these. She works also at the Hills Rising. She's a pundit on there where she gives her, you know, political views on topics or whatever. And she comes from the left. On the View, they try to do this left-right deal where they'll have one person up there who's representing the left and then another one representing the right. And then they kind of argue over topics or whatever. And that's how their setup is. And she does some of the best segments that come from the Hills Rising come from her. And that's where Crystal Ball and what's the other guy's name? Why can't I think his name right now? Sager and Crystal, they were on the Hills Rising, and then they wanted to do certain segments, and they wouldn't let them do it, so they both left and did their own show. So on the Hills Rising, they had that left-right dynamic, which was the setup for the show, and so then Crystal and Sager they opened Breaking Points, which is their own deal, and they still do the same thing where Crystal comes from the left and Sager comes from the right, and then they argue over segments. Crystal does her monologues, you know, from the left, and Sager does his monologues from the right, and they choose topics that they want to cover, and then they get to cover whatever they want. And they've been really successful. They are competing with the big channels at MSNBC, CNN, Fox. They get better numbers than a lot of them because people are tired of the partisan politics where the news just, you know, they just come from one side, you know, and they repeat talking points and, you know, act like we're all really dumb and we don't really understand the nuances of things. And Crystal and Sager's show, you know, they aren't treating you like you're dumb. Like they don't, you know, they are. The complexities of this thing is what they talk about, you know, and I think that's what people want to hear both sides of the story. They don't want to just hear people giving them reassurance on their prejudged views that they already have and just, you know, supporting their already political views, you know. So yeah, the legacy media is dying. And that's why, because the partisan politics is killing it. People just tune out.
New York State just ruled that he's crooked as you could get. And a lot of people expected something like this, but not for the amount. But this is a very dishonest man. This is a man that's been overturned already on this case 4 times. But a crooked New York State judge just ruled that I have to pay a fine of $355 million for having built a perfect company. Great cash, great buildings, great everything. It affects New York. It's mostly talking about New York, where we have a totally corrupt attorney general. She campaigned on the fact that I will get Trump, I will get Trump. Everybody's seen it. Letitia James, they've all seen it. Well, we'll be appealing, but more important than that, this is Russia, this is China, this is the same game. All comes out of the DOJ, it all comes out of Biden. It's a witch hunt against his political opponent, the likes of which our country has never seen before. You see it in third world countries, banana republics, but you don't see it here.
I think it's worth delving a bit further into this repeated claim that all of this comes out of Biden and the DOJ and it's Biden-directed election interference. New York Attorney General James filed the lawsuit that led to this judgment in 2019. So that is before Joe Biden even became president. She began the investigation in 2019 before Biden became president, and she filed a lawsuit that led to this judgment in 2022. That was before Donald Trump even launched his campaign for the 2024 election. So not only is there no evidence, Brianna, the timeline makes no sense whatsoever. Now, he repeatedly accused Judge Engoron of being corrupt and crooked, a serious charge against a judge, zero basis for that whatsoever. Rather, he is a judge who came to a conclusion that Trump didn't like. Trump also claimed that Engoron ruled against him, he said, before even getting the case, didn't even know what he was ruling on. Now, it is true that Engoron found Trump liable for fraud before the trial began, which was a surprise to some people, but it wasn't before he got the case. Rather, he had received numerous written filings from both sides and came out with a detailed judgment about why he didn't have to wait for a trial to find Trump liable for fraud. So claim after claim, Brianna, just completely baseless.
New York State.
Yeah, they give Trump, they give Biden way too much credit. On one hand, they want to say, he can't finish his sentences and he's senile and all of this. And then on the other hand, they want to say he's the mastermind behind all these attacks against Trump and all of that. It's like, you can't have it both ways. Either Biden is a bumbling idiot or he's a mastermind. Like, you can't have it both ways, and it's like all of this is coming from Biden. Biden is doing this and Biden is doing that. And it's like Biden has complete control over the FBI, the CIA, all of the district attorneys, all of the judges. Biden tells all of them what to do, but he can't finish a sentence. Like, which one is it? Like, your brain is turning off when it comes to this stuff. You listen to these talking points from these freaking political pundits, talking heads, and then you repeat what they say, and then you sound like an idiot. CNN in Politics, it says, in remarks from Mar-a-Lago, former President Donald Trump slammed Judge Arthur Engoron and New York Attorney General Letitia James and vowed to appeal the ruling in New York's civil fraud case that orders him and his companies to pay nearly $355 million. CNN's Daniel Dill fact-checked some of Trump's claims. Yeah, it's all Biden. What did he say at the beginning? It's all Biden. Biden's doing. He's got control over Letitia James and Arthur Engoron. He tells them what to do. They take direct orders from Biden for political reasons, so that Biden can win the re-election and Trump can lose. Like, some of these conspiracy theories are so, like, complex.
Just ruled that he's crooked as you can get, and a lot of people expected something like this, but not for the amount. But this is a very dishonest man. This is a man that's been overturned already on this case 4 times. But a crooked New York State judge just ruled that I have to pay a fine of $355 million for having built a perfect company.
Perfect company.
Great cash, great buildings, great everything. It affects New York. It's mostly talking about New York, where we have a totally corrupt attorney general. She campaigned on the fact that I will get Trump, I will get Trump. Everybody's seen it. Letitia James, They've all seen it. Well, we'll be appealing, but more important than that, this is Russia, this is China, this is the same game. All comes out of the DOJ, it all comes out of Biden. It's a witch hunt against.
It comes out of Russia, it comes out of China, it comes out of DOJ, and it comes out of Biden. So the DOJ, Biden, China, and Russia are all colluding against Trump. Comments, it says, poor Trump, he's the biggest victim in U.S. history, according to him. Another comment, it says, shut up, the audacity of him talking about corruption. Another comment, it says, the fact that someone who works at McDonald's would lose their job if they had the number of indictments he does, yet this one is still running for president. Another one, it says, it's almost hysterical at this stage, anyone who buys his BS anymore. This man has never been tethered to the truth or ever anything remotely resembling the truth. At some point, you have to just give up. Mr. Trump, we see you. Another comment, it says, his cult believes whatever he says and donate their money to help him pay his fees. Imagine being so stupid that you pay a billionaire politician legal fees. I'm an idiot, but damn, that's dumb. Another one says Biden 4 more years. Another one, the saddest part is that many people believe and support that lunatic. Another one, it's everyone else's fault but his. The guy that screams law and order means it for the poor and disenfranchised, but not for him and his cronies. It says, I remember those Polish laborers who built Trump Tower had to sue for payment. Took 20 years before getting their money. Another one, just wondering how much Judge Ingram would be awarded if he sued Trump for defamation. Yeah, what benefits does he get from it? Come on. Another comment that says, he still had to fork over $350 million to hold, plus daily interest until his appeal is over. Another one that says, poor Woodle Don Don, the entire world is rigged against him. Yep, his fans believe it. It says, why don't you fact check the White House when it says our economy is flourishing? Now that's fair right there, because I mean the numbers that have come out are reflecting what the White House is saying. It's just that we're not feeling it. Like those numbers don't reflect my situation. Like personally, I don't see it. Another comment says, Trump is a baby man who cheated his whole life, is bad with money, and now has to pay the price. America is just getting started, making him accountable for his many grifts and crimes. Okay, let's move on because the Trump bashing kind of gets old. Gets old really fast. It says last year handguns killed 10 people in Japan, 50 in Great Britain, 47 in Switzerland, 611 in Canada, 105 in Israel, 41 in Sweden, 38,658 in the United States. God bless America. It says, okay, comments. It says, okay, but what if you show it as a percentage of the population? I know we have a problem, but these numbers are misleading. Japan has a lot of people. Japan has a lot of people, y'all, and only 10 people died in Japan. So, okay, the percentages would probably help put this in perspective, but at the same time, I mean, the reality is the reality. Another comment, it's not a fair comparison. Those other places are developed nations. The U.S. is not a developed nation. Another one that says, at least the U.S. is still number one at something. Yep, that's one. Got to look at the bright side. It says, I'm going to keep saying it. Guns can't shoot by themselves. Okay, that's true. But if there wasn't so many guns, then there would be less people getting shot. Okay, I mean, that's a dumb ass argument. You know, guns don't kill people. People kill people. Okay, yeah, that's fine. But you're way more efficient when you have a gun at killing people. Another comment says, let's not forget the majority of those 38,658 gun deaths from that list are from suicides. Well, that still doesn't really matter. It's still a person dying, you know? And if they didn't have that easy capability with the weapon, then maybe they weren't going to be able. A lot of people try to commit suicide and fail, you know? It's kind of hard to fail at shooting yourself. Like, you know what I mean? I mean, you can fail at doing that too, but I mean, it's like I say, it's a more efficient way of killing. So, you know, yeah, a lot of those, he says the majority. I doubt if it's the majority, but I'm sure a large number of them were from suicides. But at the same time, that doesn't negate the fact that we have all of these guns, and that's what leads to more people dying. You know, if you are committing suicide and you're trying to do it in a way that you don't have a gun, then, you know, it's going to be more difficult for you to do it, you know, and then maybe you will think twice, you know, maybe you'll change your mind right at the last second because it's more complex for you to do it some other way. And then with the gun, you don't have that last second to rethink it because it only takes the millisecond to pull that trigger back. Another comment says the crisis isn't at the border, it's here. Let's copy that comment. We do have a crisis, but it's inside the border. Great comment there. Another comment says the most deaths by all guns in Canada has never been more than 343. Handguns are extremely rare here and licenses very restricted, so most are organized crime related. And I bet you a lot of those guns came from the United States or smuggled there, you know, illegally. Another comment says the true problem in America is not necessarily guns, it's the lack of mental health help and indoctrination of violent culture and fear that is widespread through media outlets. There are plenty of countries who have the same access to guns and they do not face the same issues with mass shootings and police violence that the US does. And this is a fair comment right here. But what I always say is that when they say mental health is the issue, then put your money where your mouth is. There was a thing that came through Congress where they were talking about spending money on mental health help in schools, you know, related to having counselors there and stuff like that. Basically just putting money into the schools that focused on mental health. And guess what? It got voted down by the Republicans. They were like, no, we're not with it. So, but then whenever the gun issue comes up, they're like, guns don't kill people, people kill people, and the real problem is mental health. Well, then, okay, we can go with that, but then where's your money to support that idea? It's like, do you really feel like that is true? If you do, then you would vote for better mental health issues. And the part where he says indoctrination of violent culture and fear that is widespread through media outlets, that is freaking all the way true, I think, you know. And, you know, what do we do about that? You know, we have to change the culture, you know, and education is key related to that. But then we have this individualism thing that we have going on here in the United States where we talk about pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And that leads to the mental health issue. And that also leads to this culture of fear and violence where, you know, you have a problem, then, you know, you kill it. Comments that says, sign up to take your guns, trust none of this, lock your guns up, practice gun safety with your kids, never trust the government, you know. Yeah, so lock your damn guns up, you know. People have their guns in their car and they feel like the gun is locked up because it's the car is locked, but that's not the case when somebody breaks your window and then they get into your car and then they take your gun. Or whatever, the gun was not secure, okay? And so we need to have policies and laws in place to punish people who don't secure their weapons And we also need to force people to have better gun safety, and be able to handle their weapons better. But anytime we go down the road of talking about any of that stuff, then that's when people are like, I have the right to have my guns, and you don't have a right to tell me what to do with my guns or whatever. And you're just trying to take my guns away. It's like, no, we're not really trying to take your guns away. We're just trying to make a better, safer environment for everyone. No, you're trying to take my guns away. No, we're just, background checks and stuff like that, waiting period, that kind of thing. No, you're just trying to take my guns away. Okay. Another comment says, but Hunter's laptop. Another one that says, no handgun killed anybody. People killed other people with handguns, and they would still kill without handgun. History proves that. Stop blaming guns and keep criminals accountable. Yeah, hold the criminals accountable. That I'm all the way on board with that. And people do find other ways to kill people, but guns are way more efficient. Okay, you can kill lots more people with the handguns or the rifles or whatever. You had the shooting, the Las Vegas shooting, where the guy was picking people off, and he killed a whole bunch of people. Like, if that guy just had a pistol or whatever, how many people do you think would have been killed? What if he didn't even have a pistol and he just had a knife? How many people would he have killed? This is what we're talking about here. When you make this argument, then you just leave it open for things to not improve, for more people to be killed, for people to be afraid to go to any kind of public events or anything where there's crowds of people. You're like, guns don't, the only thing stops a bad guy with the gun is a good guy with the gun. Well, we had the Kansas City shooting. I don't know if I have a clip in here on it, but the Kansas City shooting that happened, and you had so much law enforcement there, but you still had people died as a result of that shooting. And, those good guys with the guns couldn't get there fast enough to protect the, innocent people or whatever, So, good guy with the gun didn't help the Uvalde kids that was in their school, Like, we need to be realistic and be truthful to ourselves with this stuff. And the whole dogma related to this topic is really kind of crazy. Like, another one that says, FY, this is an ad from about 30 years ago. 2021 was nearly 50,000. Damn. So the numbers just keep on increasing while you're making these excuses about them taking our guns away. This is the world that you want to live in, where you go to the grocery store and could get gunned down by somebody randomly, and you think you're so powerful and so strong that you're going to be able to protect yourself from somebody who's got a scope on their rifle and popping you from the back from 50 yards away. Like, you can't protect yourself from that. Stop lying to yourself. Another comment says, so there aren't masses of people flooding over the borders and cramming into our already overpopulated cities that no one knows what to do with because there are already limited housing resources. You do know we don't have infinite housing, right? How does that relate to this gun topic that we're talking about right here? How does that relate? So it's like you need to have more guns so you can deal with all the people that's cramming into your cities and taking your unlimited housing, your limited housing resources. And the whole thing with the overpopulation is not true either. Like, just here in Texas, I drive and I see spans of open space where there's literally nothing. Like, we can build a house there, right? Because somebody now build a house in all these huge open spaces, and then you have more housing where people can live, right? Another comment, it says, I just cannot wrap my head around these comments about suicides, populations, blah, blah. Look at those numbers. people. It's about Walmart excess, no background check. It's about not amending the Second Amendment. Another comment, it says Republicans want to pay for better mental health care, and they don't want to limit guns either. It says Republicans don't want to pay for better mental health care, and they don't want to limit guns either. So we're back to thoughts and prayers and more mass shootings. Yeah, thoughts and prayers to the family. But you can take my guns from my cold, dead hands, or you can restrict my access to guns through my cold, dead hands. Thoughts and prayers. It's really sad that those people died. But you're not touching my guns, and you're not restricting me in any way. If I decide to have a tank, I should be able to have a tank. Matter of fact, I'm going to buy one next year. I've been saving up. It says 95 billion more for war, but no to 1 billion to feed 2 million families. In the view of the administration and the majority of members of Congress, some emergencies count more than others, wrote one policy analyst. Following the passage of the 95 billion foreign aid package that includes funding for Israel, relentless assault on Gaza, economists and policy experts this week are expressing alarm over the failure of the U.S. Congress to ensure a federal program for low-income parents and their babies is fully funded, a gap that could leave 2 million children and parents without sufficient food. So yeah, and this is what we say all the time on the show. It's like they have money for all kinds of stuff, but whenever it comes to like, you know, stuff that's going to actually help people, then all of a sudden we don't have the money. Like, where's the money going to come from? You know, we can't be just feeding everybody, you know. The SNAP benefits for these low-income people, you know, we don't have the money to keep funding that program. I'm sorry. You know, we don't have it. By the way, $95 billion for Israel. Oh, yeah. Here, take it. You want some more? It says the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children, WIC, has never turned away eligible families in its 50-year history. But analysts say that with Congress deadlocked over whether to fully fund the program, states may soon be forced to place up to 2 million families on waiting lists, jeopardizing access to this highly effective program during an important window for child development, the Center on the Budget and Policy Priorities said in December. So on one hand, we're forcing these families to, you know, to have babies. They can't get abortions or whatever. And the WIC program, especially for pregnant moms and newborns or whatever, small kids, and like the WIC covering the freaking formula is such a big deal. Formula is expensive, and the kids like basically need that shit. Like, so if you have to choose between paying your rent and buying formula, you're gonna probably buy the damn formula. You know what I mean? Because the baby is crying, you know? And it's like, WIC is a really cool ass program. And it's like, it's really restrictive too. Like, you can only buy certain things. Like, it's really strict on what you can buy with the WIC. So people can't really, they can't really use this for like nefarious reasons, really. Like, it really does go to help the kids and the mom while she's pregnant. You know, you can only get like cheese and milk and other specific as items with this program, you know? And so, you know, they don't want to fund that. They don't want to feed the kids. It's like pro-life until they're born. And then after that, freaking starve, you know? You should have made better decisions with your life. You should have kept it in your pants or whatever, you know? It says the program, which has been linked to a decrease in infant and maternal mortality in the past 5 decades, is currently being funded by a short-term continuing resolution that Congress passed in January to keep the government running until early March. While lawmakers have not agreed on funding for WIC, which is estimated to cost $6.3 billion in 2024 and faces a $1 billion shortfall, the Senate on Tuesday did not pass the $95 billion foreign aid package, including 14.1 billion for Israel. It says, I said it wrong. It says the Senate on Tuesday did pass the 95 billion foreign aid package. So it's like the foreign aid package, it doesn't help anybody in the United States in any way, what shape or form. And we're okay with that. And we can quickly come to, the decision to pass that. But this 6.3 billion that's going to help actual Americans here in the United States, we got to argue over this and figure it out. But 95 billion for foreign aid, no problem. 6.3 billion for people here in the United States. Let's talk about this. It says Israel's bombardment of Gaza has killed more than 28,000 people since October, including more than 12,000 children. The Senate's 70-29 bipartisan vote in favor of the package, wrote defense analyst William Harting of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, lays bare the skewed priorities of the federal government. Like, this just makes me sad. It makes me want to cry. And the way people talk about this stuff, it really makes me sad. Like, I don't know what their justification for this is. It makes me want to cry, man. I used WIC. I had a good job. I made really good money. And when my daughter was a newborn, and after her mom no longer wanted to breastfeed or no longer was able to breastfeed, and then we had to get formula for her, and the formula was so expensive. She went through the cans of formula like, I don't know, in like a week's time, and it's not cheap, and I forget how it works with the I think everybody is qualified for the WIC. I don't think you have to be under a certain amount of income. I think that as long as you have like a newborn or whatever, you have a baby. I don't remember what the guidelines were for it, because I made decent money at this time and we were able to get WIC. I don't really know how that worked, but it helped a lot. It really did help out a lot for me to not have to pay for that formula every week. It helped out a lot. It really did take off a burden. And we was able to do other things. We were able to put her in a decent daycare, which was very expensive. But I don't know that I would have been able to do that if I had to pay for those formulas too, because that's just how much that shit cost over a month time. It was like the cost of the damn daycare for the formula. It says the American taxpayer should be rightly angry that while the poor across America have little to no access to medical or dental health care cover, the Congress signs off on these eye-watering aid packages to Israel and Ukraine. How much longer will Americans fund or prop up these regimes far from American shores? It's not like the MAGA folk have any valid solutions, but Trump's scaremongering about things like American funding of NATO do at least prompt some debate about the absurdity of America's continued disproportionate funding of weapons to foreign governments for skewed geopolitical purposes. Yeah, I really liked what Trump was saying related to NATO. It was like, what are we getting back for this? Like, why are we supporting this? And it's like, we spend more money on NATO than any of the other countries that's involved in it. Like, why? What about America? America first, And I agreed with him talking about that. So where are the conservatives on this topic where we're okay with giving $98 billion to Israel or Ukraine or whatever, and we're not willing to spend $6 billion on American citizens for babies to eat, And I don't know, I don't get it. Like, and then a lot of the conservatives will be like, well, those people, they're just going to spend their money on cigarettes and drugs, instead of paying for food for their baby or whatever. Like, I think that's like completely beside the point. I mean, we care more about Israel's people than we do about the people here in the United States. Like, what are they going to spend the money on? Are they going to spend the money on cigarettes and drugs? Or we don't care? just care what they're going to do with the money when it comes to United States citizens.
Has a lot in common with the systems before, particularly slavery and feudalism. And here's what they have in common. A very small group of people, masters, lords, employers, are dominant, have the control and amass the wealth relative to the vast mass of people, the slaves or the serfs or the employees. This latter group, the majority, the vast majority, do the bulk of the work. The wealth produced is gathered into the hands of and controlled by the small group. A small group vis-a-vis a large group. That capitalism has in common with slavery and feudalism. And that means capitalism is subject to the same tensions and criticisms and revolutions that plagued slavery and feudalism. Why? Because sooner or later, when things go bad, the mass of people figure out that they're locked into a system where they get the short end of the stick. They are the majority, but the wealth they produce goes to somebody else. They are the majority, but the power is in the hands of somebody else. And they figure out that rather than begging as slaves that the master treat them better, or begging as serfs that the lord treat them better, or begging as employees that the employer treat them better, what they ought to do, maybe, is change the very system. Sooner or later, everywhere, a recognition that this strategy didn't work, that capitalism wasn't freedom, that capitalism didn't fundamentally change the situation of a few people with the wealth and power and everybody else without. It just changed the rules for that system. It replaced master-slave, lord-serf with employer-employee, so that what remained, if you were going to achieve the freedom that people in all those systems sooner or later felt, was a system that didn't organize production that way, that didn't divide the people who participate in producing and distributing goods and services into a minority with the wealth and power and a majority who do the work. And the only way to do that is to democratize the enterprise. Capitalism has a lot in common with the systems before.
Democratize the enterprise. It's like how much, like, democracy doesn't matter when it comes to your job. Like your job is not democratic. You don't have any say in how they spend the money or what they do or anything at all, really, you know? And that's what I say all the time is like what Congress does, what the government does, doesn't have nearly as much impact on your life as your job does. And you don't have any say in that, you know? And what's wrong with worker co-ops? What's wrong with the people owning the means of production, you know? And you're going to say communism or whatever, but the situation that we have is a recipe for revolution, okay? And you might end up with communism landing on your lap if you don't make any sacrifices or compromises to this situation, you know? The pitchforks will come out, you know, and maybe you will end up with communism. If you don't want communism to happen, then make some kind of adjustments to the system so that people aren't suffering so bad and that they can have some kind of say in, you know, their lives, you know, have some kind of autonomy, you know, some kind of job security, you know, some kind of just a little bit fair, more fair. Nobody is saying that the employees should get all the money from the profits of the company, you know, but be fair with them. Don't treat them like slaves. I really don't think it's a stretch to compare slavery with our present form of capitalism, you know, and like he was comparing it to the serfs, you know, the feudalism. Like, I think that it's just the evolution of those systems, feudalism evolving and slavery evolving and landing on the present form of capitalism that we have today. And I don't think it's a stretch to say those things, you know, that, you know, it's pretty simple, you know, but then people argue, they're going to say, we don't want to be in a socialist country. We don't want communism or whatever. So then, okay, then we just want, we just want vulture capitalism then, you know, that is the default, right? It's like, well, it's better than communism or socialism. Is it? Are you sure? It's like, well, I won't get to own my own we won't get to own any property. We'll all be the same, and all of this. And it's like, okay, man, like you don't really even understand it, and you're just repeating talking points that people have said. It's like the McCarthy era, the Cold War era, and the propaganda that they fed us over years has set in, and people really believe that bullshit. And then they get lied to. And then the countries that do this stuff that they call socialism or communism or whatever, they constantly go and they sabotage these countries, especially if they're anywhere near the United States. They can't have any examples of a different economic system that works for the people. So then they're gonna go out of their way to sabotage that, because if people see it and they see that it works, and then they'll be like, wait, we could have that, something like that over here. Like, no, we can't have that. So we're gonna sabotage these places like Venezuela or Cuba or whatever. And they're like, oh, it's because it's communism, that's the reason why. It's socialism, that's the reason why their country is failing. Oh, it doesn't have nothing to do with the outside influences related to like the sanctions and the wars and the assassination of their political leaders and so forth and so on. The way that the private capital comes in and snatches up everything, like that doesn't have anything to do with it. It's just those countries just can't seem to get it together, or it's because they have communism and that shit just doesn't work. And they don't teach you proper history, and they don't teach you the context of global, things that happen. All you hear is the headlines, and you're like, whoa, the inflation is crazy in Venezuela. So, but then how did it get there, really? Well, it's communism. Okay, well, you spent about 3 seconds thinking about that, and you're completely sure about it because somebody that you respect or whatever said it, and you're just repeating that shit. You don't know that person was saying that because they benefit. They're getting paid to say those things, even if it's not true. It's absolutely not true, but they're getting paid to say these things to make you believe it, because the powers that be don't want you to know anything. Another comment says, same could be said about any system. Communism is even worse. People are way better off under capitalism than they are under feudalism. What are we talking about here? You went from feudalism to communism. Which one are you talking about? I think you lost it in the middle of what you were saying. And then that's what happens when you're repeating these damn talking points without any brain thought into it. It says the same could be true said about any system. I can agree with that line. And so communism can be exploited, and capitalism can be exploited. That is true. But then it says communism is even worse. Well, then, how do you come up to that decision? So you are agreeing that this vulture capitalism that we have sucks, but then you're saying that we have to have this system because communism will be worse. And then where do you come to that conclusion from? How did you get to that conclusion? Is it because you've been brainwashed and programmed to think that way? I kind of wanted to read some of the replies, but it's 115 of them. It says, philosophers talking about what they don't know, money. When things go sour, the employee just quits and does not bear the risk. That, my friend, is why they get the short end of the stick, because they do not bear the risk. I mean, that's a fair argument or whatever. That's a fair argument. But, there's no loyalty no more between employers and employees. They don't even care about the customers who they're providing services products to anymore because these companies are just too big. They got global conglomerates and monopolies where there's no real competition. So if capitalism was working the way that it's supposed to work, then there would be fair competition where the people that provide the better services and products would win out and the ones that don't would go away. But that's not how it works because we have this subsidizing where it's rugged capitalism for the individual and it's socialism for the corporations. So they get money from the government to continue to do their shitty ass work that they do. He says philosophers talking about what they don't know. This guy is not a philosopher. Actually, he's an economist. Like, that's what he does know. He knows money. Like, that's what he's like a PhD economist. Like, you don't know that because you just want to go against what he's saying, call him a philosopher and saying that he doesn't know what he's talking about. This guy knows money. Like, that's what he knows. That's what he knows. This guy has like a PhD in economics or whatever the hell. Like, he knows that will be considered an expert. But you are the genius. You understand the systems better than this guy. It says, this is idiotic and simple-minded. Capitalism is a system of voluntary transactions, while in feudalism and slavery, you are forced into labor. You don't have to work if you don't want to. The reason why only a small group of people have so much and so many have so little is the majority of people choose to waste their time and money on useless and non-profitable things, basically buying junk and screwing around instead of investing in businesses, ideas, and products. Those people who are at the top worked their ass off, and the people at the bottom did the opposite. Some people start off better than others, but everyone can reach the top if they want to, just ask the CEO of Starbucks. And capitalism is one system that has pulled more people out of abject poverty than any other system has ever come close to. And don't get me started on socialism and communism. Those are complete forms of slavery. Just look up how many people have died as a direct result of those horrible ideas. Free market capitalism is good for everyone. It's government that F it up. And these are you repeating talking points that you don't know anything about really clearly, because you're repeating this shit that these people are saying. It's saying that this guy is an idiot. Like I say, this guy is not an idiot. He knows his stuff. And then you're talking about, you said, it says, capitalism is a system of voluntary transactions, while feudalism and slavery, you are forced into labor. Okay, well, if you don't pay your rent or whatever, then what happens? If you don't pay your light bill, then what happens or whatever? Do people go to work just because they want to or whatever? Like, it's the same. It's still forced labor, because if you don't go to work, you can't pay your rent, and then you're going to be homeless. Okay, so you are forced to go to work so that you can pay these bills. Like, what is the difference? You don't have to work if you don't want to. Okay, you don't have to work if you don't want to, but you're not going to have any food to eat. You're not going to have a roof over your head. You're not going to have a light bill. You're not going to have the lights on. You're not going to have clean running water. Like, where do these people go, the ones that don't want to work? That is very naive. It says the reason why only a small group of people have so much and so many have so little is the majority of people choose to waste their time and money on useless, non-profitable things. Okay, well, that's fair, except that, a lot of, these people, besides the point of people being born into money, you have the power. Capital has power. Okay, so a person that has capital can make many mistakes and still be okay. The person that doesn't have capital can't make any mistakes, because every little mistake that they make is going to be detrimental and leave them out here homeless. Okay, so people are just lazy, and that's the reason why they're poor, is what a lot of people like to say or whatever. But I see people around me who bust their ass morning till night into the night, and they're still, in the same boat. And that's because the system is set up for that to be the case. It's not that these people are lazy and that they waste their money. They can't make investments. They're too busy trying to pay their rent. He says, everyone can reach the top if they want to. I don't think that's true, man. I really don't. Nope. If working hard, what is it? It was a post. There's a meme that's been going around. It's like if working hard is what made you rich, then you have these construction workers or whatever. I'm getting tired now, so my brain is kind of foggy. But it's like people bust their ass and they're still in the same boat. So, and you're telling me that these guys, that's the CEO of these companies, work harder than that guy who's flipping pineapples out there? You wouldn't even be able to do that job. You wouldn't make it a day. But that guy is lazy. Another comment that says, sounds like a communist dystopian country. Another comment that says, what's your alternative? Stalin, Mao, Fidel Castro, or Islamic Republic? You don't have alternative. You just criticize without any original idea. He does have an alternative. He stated it in the thing. He was talking about like worker co-ops. Okay, that is the alternative. What issue do you have with worker co-ops? Is that socialism, communism? Is that Stalin, Mao, Fidel Castro, Islamic Republic? People are too lazy to do worker co-ops. It says, it's always fun to see the American defenders of capitalism react to criticism of their beloved system. It's like a religion, Capitalism is a religion. They worship that shit. And it's freaking, it's blasphemous to question the system. It says, another baggy-eyed Bolshevik. Lord. Another one that says, capitalism is the worst system we know, except for all the others. Godly quote. I forget who said it. It just so happens that it's better than any. It sucks, but it's better than any other alternative. That's what they want you to believe. Is any other alternatives, they smash on them and make sure that they fail. Or the ones that even work that they're not able to smash, they ignore and pretend they don't exist. Another comment says, another armchair revolutionary. Another comment says, in socialism and communism, there is a capitalist entity called the state, and the lords of that system are the corrupt politicians that are in charge of the only party which happens to have a dictator as their leader. Yes, capitalism is far from being perfect, but it's not as tainted as socialism or communism. Don't believe me? Tell me who are the richest persons in a socialist country while the vast majority of the population is in extreme poverty. What is different between that and the system that we have here? With the capitalist system, what is different between that? The vast majority is poor and a couple of people are rich. What is different? That sounds like the same as what we have here. And they keep on saying, yes, capitalism is far from being perfect, but it's not as tainted as socialism and communism. So, yeah, there goes the lesser of two evils, kind of like how they do in our politics. Like, we have to choose the lesser of two evils. The lesser of two evils is still evil. There's no alternative to evil. Another comment, it says capitalism equals legal slavery. Another one, it says owned by the few, abused by the few, and suffered by the entire rest. Destroy such pyramid. Another one, it says, I wholeheartedly agree. I may add that democracy and capitalism are incompatible with each other, since capitalism is egregiously undemocratic system. Exactly, like I say, your job is not democratic. You know, these corporations are not democratic. Yeah, democracy and capitalism don't work together. They want the few to make all of the decisions. They want the few to get the profit of the majority of the profit. So if their people had any say in that, they're going to be like, no, that ain't right. Can I get a piece of the pie too? Shut up. It's a freaking serf. You don't have no say in anything. Your vote is a freaking pacifier. We'll pacify you with this vote, but it means nothing. It says USA was founded by white middle-aged slave owners, and it's still owned by white middle-aged slave owners. Ooh. Another one that says the major difference between serfs and slaves versus employees is opportunities for upward mobility. Yes, serfs and slaves were locked into their place, but the gentleman is wrong in that employees are not. Further, look at the difference in the lot of serf slaves versus modern day employees. Then the gentleman's argument falls apart when his narrow view is broadened to take in more reality. That's actually a fair argument, talking about the opportunities for upward mobility. I mean, they might be slim and few, but they are there. They are present. That is a thing that's there. You know, you'll never, those regular serfs will never make it to be the owner class, but they can move up and become a slave driver. They can become a well-paid slave driver, and that is the goal of most people in the United States. You know, because the ones that are in the owner class tend to have been in the owner class when they were born. So there is not much movement with that. And like I say, the opportunities, it's not an opportunity for you to move up into the owner class, but you can move up and become a slave driver. And, you know, they'll pay you well for that if you're good at it or whatever. So, yeah, so the slaves were born slaves, and they're going to be slaves their whole life. And they're born slaves and they'll die slaves, you know. But then you could say there was times where people were able to buy their freedom or whatever, or even escape slavery, you know. So then there goes that same little gap for a possible improvement or upward mobility. So maybe when we think about it, it still is the same, you know. There were chances where the serfs could escape serfdom also. It was rare or whatever, and they would probably have to break the law, because that's the thing. The law is in the favor of the capitalists. It's in favor of the owners, you know. After slavery, they gave the slave owners reparations. So actually, I think I'm gonna have to take it back. You know, he's still right. It's still not much difference between the two, because a slave could end up buying his slavery, or he could be escaping slavery, and then that would be upward mobility, you know. And there was cases where serfs got out of serfdom. It's just very few or whatever. So it's the same thing in our capitalist situation. Is somebody could win the lottery. You could win the lottery. It could happen, you know. It's just you have a better chance of getting struck by lightning 3 times in the same day. Another comment says, same could be said about any system. Communism is even worse. People are way better off under capitalism than they are under feudalism. Another one says, philosophers, see, why does it do that? Anyways, let's move on. Anybody trying to hear that? They're thoroughly programmed on that topic. They spent a lot of money to ensure that people think the way that they think about that topic.
Particularly in a city called Avdiivka. It's a city that we've talked about several times before. Unfortunately, we're getting reports from the Ukrainians that the situation is critical, with the Russians continuing to press Ukrainian positions every single day.
You already covered that pretty good.
We have a society in which billionaires get tax breaks from career politicians who take their corporate PAC checks, and in which everyday families continue to struggle. Look, Nikki, this issue is personal for me. My own children are questioning whether they're going to be able to live in California when they graduate from high school because of the high cost of living. That's why I've released a 10-point plan to address the housing costs, which is available at my website, katieporter.com. And I've focused on signing bills into law that actually reduce costs. For instance, my bill to bring down pharmaceutical prices. We have a society in which billionaires get tax breaks from career politicians who take their corporate PAC checks, and in which everyday families continue to struggle. Look, Nikki, this issue is personal for me. My own.
So Katie Porter, she says, I don't want my kids to leave California after high school because they can't afford to live here. I'm squarely focused on creating a California that's affordable for future generations. Well, good luck with that. Good luck with that. It doesn't look like that, it's just going up and up and up. The real estate in California is just crazy. They're just eating her up in the comments about the Israel stuff and AIPAC and so forth. It says Katie can't do anything she speaks about unless we vote her in. She has my vote. She's already a senator. I guess re-election is coming up.
Do you believe America is a dangerous nation where world peace is concerned? And do you feel any better about America since Obama has been elected president?
طبعا يعني اوباما حاجه استثنائيه بدون شك، لكن امريكا هي امريكا. يعني اوباما يعني
Hold on, let's start it over so I can read it.
Do you believe America is a dangerous nation where world peace is concerned? And do you feel any better about America since Obama has been elected president?
طبعا يعني اوباما
is an exceptional case.
لكن امريكا
But America is America.
يعني
Obama's term is for a maximum
حد
of
الاقصى 8 سنوات.
But do you think he should stay forever?
يا ريت.
I wish, yes.
Why do you think he is an exception?
يعني المراحل اللي طلع فيه وبين نتيجة ثقافته ويبدو لجنس انه هو يعني افريقي وانه اسود.
Being a black
You think his Kenyan descent is important?
طبعا كيف؟
Of course,
هو
yes.
ظهور حتى عربية وإسلامية، وبالتالي هو يعني عقلية مختلفة عن
Thus, his
عقلية
mentality is
اليانكيين.
different to that of the Yankees.
A lot of Yankees and a lot of Americans generally would be very upset to be reminded that he has Islamic roots.
ليش؟
Why are they concerned?
هم عنصريين.
See,
Could you work with the man?
طبعا.
Do you think? Could you imagine him coming to your country?
مش ضروري إذا جاء شيء جيد،
but it
لكن
would
ليس
be good.
ضروري يعني.
I'm not asking
لا
him to
أطلب
come.
منه هذا، لكن لو حصل شيء
It
جيد.
happens to be good. Yeah, and then, that didn't go very well for him. I think he underestimated the power of the politics of the United States. And, Obama appeared a certain way, but his alliances were another. It says, what Gaddafi didn't know about Obama, even Pan-African leaders can fall victim to empty identity politics. In February 2010, former Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi told journalist George Negus that Barack Obama, Arab and Muslim groups differentiated him from the rest of the U.S. imperial political establishment. Tragically, the Obama administration's aerial bombardment the following year helped depose Gaddafi, was brutally sodomized and killed by NATO-backed forces. Soon after, Black Africans began being sold in open slave markets in Libya. For many, that proved Obama only differed from other U.S. presidents by the amount of melanin in his skin. I'm telling you, bro. Like, yeah, yeah, man. Barack Obama, Barack Obama, 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 Obama. What did it say? He said Obama's Arab and Muslim roots differentiated him from the rest of the U.S. imperial political establishment. So, and it says even Pan-African leaders can fall victim to empty identity politics. So, you know, the damn identity politics is where a lot of us get lost. You know, we need to look at the policies of the people, you know, stop getting caught up in their gender or their skin tone or whatever, and look at their policies and look at how they vote. And then that can tell you about how they are, you know. You know, we get caught up in the damn gender and the skin tone, and then we completely get lost. We look past what they do, you know. And to this day, you can't say bad things about Obama to Black people. A lot of Black people, they're not trying to hear it, you know. It's like he was the first Black president, so that's all that matters. It's like, well, what about the stuff that he did, you know? And it's like, what did he do for Black people? I mean, well, that's all. He became president. He let us know that we could be president if we wanted to be, you know. So that's what he did. I mean, like, come on, man. Comments, it says, was he not a war criminal? Yes, and is. It says, help me understand why is Muammar Gaddafi being made a martyr? That's a weird little question. I mean, he did a lot for his people. I don't really think that people understand how great he was to his people, you know. And like any world leader, he's not perfect, and he did some shitty things, but he did some really cool things for his people, you know. And the reason why the United States felt like he was such a huge enemy was not because of the like human rights things that they were saying, it's because of the good things that he was doing for his people. Another comment says, this account is nothing but Russian propaganda discussed as an African page. Oh, Lord. How is talking about Muammar Gaddafi and his, you know, getting lost in identity politics related to Obama, Russian propaganda? How does that benefit Russia? Another comment says, Africans note, not every skin folk is kinfolk. Another comment, it says, sad to watch knowing it's the same man he spoke highly of that ended up deleting him. Saying, man. Really horrible what they did to that guy. And it was like an extrajudicial killing. It was like, we didn't have any, like, we wasn't at war with Libya or whatever. They just kind of sent their people in there to freaking get him. It's really terrible. Another comment says, I love how some comments state about him being a war criminal. So was Bush, so was Blair, so was Biden, so is Sunak, so is Stammer, so is Netanyahu, and many others in their parties. So when Muslim countries defend themselves, they are war criminals, but those who provoked it aren't. They get rid of Gaddafi, King Abdullah, Saddam, Arafat. Like, seriously, the double standard world we live in is crazy. Another comment says, I almost cried watching this. This is a case of the tree reaching out to the wooden axe for love because it has a wooden handle. The same axe is used to cut down the tree. Another comment, and it was the same Obama who ordered the hit on Gaddafi. Libya might recover in 100 years, might. Ooh, Lord, Lord, Lord. And they were so prosperous at that time. So crazy. Now their country is a mess. And they always talk about the African countries just can't get their shit together. Maybe it has something to do with y'all assassinating anybody that does anything for the countries. We're going to get into that, but I need a little quick break, but I'm going to talk about Africa for a little bit because that is something that's been burning my hide. I saw some posts this week that really got me all emotional. I want to play some of this so that I can take a quick break. Yeah, I saw some posts that got me mad emotional about the way they're talking about this stuff. It's really pissing me off.
We begin today's show in the Central African country of Gabon, where military leaders seized power on Wednesday from President Ali Bongo, whose family had ruled the oil-rich former French colony for more than 50 years. The coup occurred shortly after Bongo had been named the winner of Saturday's contested election. The military junta has announced General Brice Oligui Nguema would serve as transitional leader.
Faisant suite à la réunion de ce jour, all of the commanders-in-chief and chiefs of staff, as well as the generals in the second section of the Gabonese Republic, were present for the meeting. General Brice Oligui Nguema was unanimously appointed chairman of the Committee for the Transition and Restoration of Institutions, president of the transition.
Bongo remains under house arrest. He pleaded for help in a video that aired Wednesday.
I'm Ali Bongo Ondimba, president of Gabon, and I'm to send a message to all the friends that we have all over the world to tell them to make noise, For the people here have arrested me and my family. My son is somewhere, my wife is in another place, and I'm at the residence. Right now, I'm in the residence and nothing is happening. I don't know what's going on. So I'm calling you to make noise, really.
Ali Bongo and his family have long been accused of enriching themselves at the expense of the country. The ousted president's father, Omar Bongo, ruled Gabon from 1967 to his death in 2009, when Ali Bongo was elected to his first term. In 2007, a probe by French police revealed the Bongo family had 39 properties in France and 70 bank accounts. Both Omar and Ali Bongo were close allies to France and the United States. Ali Bongo met with President Biden at the White House last year. The coup in Gabon comes just weeks after a military coup in Niger, another former French colony. In recent years, there have also been coups in Mali, Guinea, Burkina Faso, and Chad. On Wednesday, the United Nations and the African Union condemned the coup.
We're joined now by two guests. Joining us from France is Thomas Deltombe. He's a French journalist and essayist. He edited a book titled A History of Franc-Afrique, the empire that does not want to die. That's the title translated from French. At New York, Daniel Mangara joins us, professor of French and Francophone Studies in the Department of World Languages and Cultures at Montclair State University. He's the author of Gabon in Danger, the title translated from the French. In 1998, Mangara created the exiled opposition movement Bongo Must Leave, which he continues to lead. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Danielle Mangara, we thank you so much for being with us. We're going to begin with you. Can you explain what has just taken place in your country?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. Now, I think that I heard in your segment that the international community was condemning what was going on in Gabon, especially the UN and the African Union. I'm actually surprised because I believe these are the types of coups that actually must be supported because they're undoing what I might call the rape of a nation. Gabon has been ruled for 56 years by the same family and the same regime. I don't know if people can imagine the scope of what we're talking about here. Omar Bongo came to power in 1967. He ruled for 42 years. And when he died in 2009, his son took over and has now ruled for 14 years. What that means is that Gabon is today one of only 2 republics, and I mean non-monarchical republics, to have been ruled for 56 years by the same family and the same regime. And for Americans who are listening here today, 56 years is equal to 9 American presidents under Omar Bongo from 1963, Lyndon Johnson, to Barack Obama. And so the Bongo family has ruled without regard for democracy. All the elections in Gabon have been stolen. And I think that the coup is actually a restitutive coup, in a sense that it's actually restituting to the Gabonese nation a voice that will allow them now, perhaps through dialogue, to rebuild after 56 years of what I might call a disaster. And so I tend to believe that we should support the coup leaders in Gabon. This is a type of coup that we should support because it is the result of, it is in fact a reaction to the fact that once more, Ali Bongo, the Bongo family, tried to steal an election. And for once in Gabonese history, well, the military stepped in and have now allowed for the possibility of democratic change in Gabon if we're able to negotiate a peaceful resolution to the crisis.
Yeah, so when the African people, fight back and try to take care of their own people, and then that's when the West comes in and stops them. And when they're saying that all these African countries have corrupt leaders or whatever, those same corrupt leaders are the ones that get installed and propped up and maintained by the West, and it really just angers me, that the comments that people make related to these topics. So when these people fight back and try to do their own thing and take care of their people, then that's when the West steps in and let me read this. It says military leader in Gabon seized power on Wednesday. This is August 31st, 2023. Military leaders in Gabon seized power on Wednesday, shortly after reigning President Ali Bongo had been named the winner of last week's contested election. Bongo and his family have led the country for close to 60 years, during which they have been accused of enriching themselves at the expense of the country. The military junta announced General Brice Oligui Nguema would serve as transitional leader in what is the latest military coup in former French colony, joining recent power shifts in Niger, Mali, Guinea, Burkina Faso, and Chad. The independence of Gabon has never been real, says the Thomas de Tombe, French journalist and an expert on the French African Empire. I think we might be witnessing a second independence, a new decolonization process. We also speak with Daniel Mangara, a professor of French and Francophone studies and founder of the exiled opposition movement Bongo Must Leave, which he continues to head. This is a rare opportunity for the Gabonese people to engage in national dialogue, says Mangara, who warns that the intentions of the coup leaders are still unclear. Some comments. It says, Bongo must go. No country owns another country. Another one that says, this is revolution, not a coup. Revolution must continue. Thank you, Gabon. And these kinds of things are sparking across Africa. It's happening more and more. A lot of these countries, it seems like they had independence, but they still are beholden to their former colonialist empire nations. Those nations still get to get all the benefits from these countries. They get to extract the resources, and the people continue to get nothing. So they're still colonies, even though they're, quote unquote, independent. It says, why do people ask African leaders questions like as if France is leaving children? These are grown men who are tired of seeing their people poor and disenfranchised. It's not a coup, it's a cleanup. Another one says, congrats to people of Gabon, power to the people of Gabon. Thank you, Daniel, for explaining everything. We have been suffering since, and nobody came for help, and now let us, goodness. So it's like they want it's like the West is like, he said no one came to help. It's like these people want to take care of themselves. Like they don't want your help. Like we can do it on our own if you just leave us alone and stop meddling in our business. And you know, like I say, these corrupt ones are the ones that get propped up by the West. Let me go to this. Let me go to this one that kind of got me triggered on this topic, and we're gonna jump around a bit related to this. Hold on, let me see if I can find it, because these are the sentiments that they have. And they have the nuts to say it out loud nowadays.
If you've been on TikTok for a while, you must have heard about a ton of Africans telling you that Europeans stole Africa's resources. And there's a lot to say about that. First and foremost, most of these resources are still in Africa, and they're not being stolen by Europeans. They're actually being sold to Europeans by the African state leadership. Your own elites.
So yeah, the ones that were propped up and supported by the West so that these private corporations can steal their resources. He says that the resources are still there. Yeah, because Africa has fucking vast amounts of these resources, but they're continually being taken out. You know what I mean? There's still some there, but they've been pillaging it for forever. Africa has so much that they can continue to take it.
Are robbing you. It's not us doing it. Not anymore. The real issue, of course, is why aren't Africans using their own resources to do things? Why does Mr. Beast have to go to Kenya to build water wells? Why didn't the Kenyan government do it themselves? I suppose the Kenyan government could have done it themselves. They just chose not to do it. Nigeria is now a country of almost 220 million people, the largest country in Africa, but they only produce about 10% of the electricity that a small country like Hungary. Hungary only has 10 million people, but they produce 10 times as much electricity as Nigeria does. I mean, I know you want to have your Wakanda, right? But do you expect white people to give it to you? No, you're supposed to build it yourself. Having said all this, it is, of course, obvious that we Europeans in the North need to prepare for a possible, potential African rise in terms of technology and therefore also in terms of military capacity. And that means we in Europe need to already start looking ahead and thinking ahead about how we are going to win the war against Africa.
Win the war against Africa because they are coming up and having more capacity to take care of themselves. Why does that end up being a war against them automatically? Like, so the Africans are just going to go to war with the Europeans because they have capacity or whatever? Like, this is him revealing what the real truth is, you know, that keeping the Africans down is what benefits them. And, you know, what did he say? They freaking, they want what? Do they expect the white people to come build their stuff for them or whatever? Well, they would build for themselves if y'all wasn't over there freaking extracting all of their resources and putting freaking, upholding corrupt ass folks, you know, like, and assassinating the ones that are taking care of the people.
Because there will be, if you've been on TikTok for a while, you must have heard about a ton of Africans telling you that Europeans stole Africa's resources. Now, there's a lot to say about that. First and foremost, most of these resources are still in Africa, and they're not being stolen by Europeans. They're actually being sold to Europeans by the African state leadership. Your own elites are robbing you. It's not us doing it. Not anymore. The real issue, of course, is why aren't Africans using their own resources to do things? Why does Mr. Beast have to go to Kenya to build water wells? Why didn't the Kenyan government do it themselves? I suppose the Kenyan government could have done it themselves. They just chose not to do it. Nigeria is now a country of almost 220 million people, the largest country in Africa, but they only produce about 10% of the electricity that a small country like Hungary. Hungary only has 10 million people, but they produce 10 times as much electricity as Nigeria does. I mean, I know you want to have your Wakanda, right? But do you expect white people to give it to you? No, you're supposed to build it yourself. Having said all this, it is of course obvious that we Europeans in the North need to prepare for a possible, potential African rise in terms of technology and therefore also in terms of military capacity. And that means we in Europe need to already start looking ahead and thinking ahead about how we are going to win the war against Africa, because there will be,
how we must win the war against Africa. Oh man, where do I begin? Like, this thing triggered the hell out of me to the point where I left a comment on this, and I usually don't leave comments on social media because it's just pointless and people just like to argue back and forth and it gets nowhere. It's pointless. But my comment on this, that says, wait, so Gabon and Burkina Faso starts to do for their people, and here comes these European countries to stop them from doing it. I'm sick of these comments about these African countries just can't get it together. Patrice Lumumba, Thomas Sankara, and others were assassinated for looking out for the people. So stop with the racist narrative. Because that's what it is. It's racism. You know, these people are animals. They're less than human. They can't get their stuff together. They need white people to take care of them. You know, the fact that, you know, they're getting manipulated and taken advantage of and used, and, you know, that's all beside the point. They just can't seem to get it together. A couple comments. It says, all this BS hurts my ears, gaslighting 101. Another comment says, the Western powers know they're outnumbered in terms of people and resources, so they destabilize Africa by funding and arming militia groups. They're doing this to prevent Africans from empowering themselves and becoming a real threat. And when they say threat, it's really just competition. You know, it's not like a military threat per se. You know, it's just economic competition. They want to be able to have their private companies to come in and benefit from the resources of these people. They don't want those people to be able to benefit from their resources. So the threat is an economic one. They don't want real competition. You know, and we were just talking about capitalism earlier, and it's like free capitalism. Well, yeah, I mean, if it was left to be free capitalism, then it would be a good system. But when it's not free, you know, when you don't have real competition, then it's not what they're saying it is. It says, fine, then stop killing and destroying rich, powerful, influential blacks who try to build their own Wakanda by trying to build up their community, which is always what happens. Every time there's a rich, famous, successful, influential black person, they're always mysteriously killed. Another one that says, they'll pay one of you to kill one of you just so they can say it was one of you. Telling you. And that's what happened with the Patrice Lumumba situation. Exactly what happened with that. It says, who is King Leopold? Google it. I think we're going to cover that. I have a clip on that. If people don't know who he is, they really should know. It says, did I hear there will be a war against Africa? Yep, that's what he said. Another one, it says, not a single African country has nuclear weapons. Have you ever wondered why? Another comment, it says, sounds nice, but as soon as they get true leadership, y'all find a way to assassinate them. Another one, it says, people always want to get revenge before we even do shit. Another one, it says, no, but most African countries are being controlled politically by foreign power. We can't do better until we stop the blame game. Neo-colonialism. It says, not anymore is nasty work. Another one, majority of African countries are only a couple of years of development and independence, so we might take a longer time to fix our socioeconomic issues, but the fact that we have Europeans ready for war shows that we are of force, and we will raise. I cannot wait for BRICS to dethrone the dollar. Another one, it says Africa owns Europe and America. Another one says they stay scared of us. It says colonialists, we're going to rob you and suck you dry and remove all of your capabilities of operating on your own. And then we're going to blame you and laugh at you for not being able to take care of yourself. I'm telling you, man, it's like, what was a quote from something where it's like, they kill your father and then make fun of you for not having a father. Oh my God, that should bring tears to my eyes. It says the African Union needs its equivalent to NATO. Any attack against one country is an attack against all of Africa. Colonial Gaddafi warned every member that they would be next if they sit and watch the destabilization of his country through Western proxy militias. Any corrupt members allowing genocide in their country shall be removed, and all forces shall be deployed to that region to eradicate all proxy forces funded from outside the region. The UCA, United Countries of Africa, would have one currency which will be set to the gold standard dinar. All trading of natural resources shall be in the new gold dinar. Infrastructure contracts will be overseen by the Inshallah. So, yeah, that's what Gaddafi was trying to do, and that is why they killed him. Another comment, it says, the hubris of the savage pretending to be civilized, the confidence of mediocre white men, the bloodless logic of the genocider, the mass murderer, the enslaver, the dehumanizer, the atomic bomb builder, the capitalist. Another comment says, war against Africa, why? Oh, that's right. Even Africa does start doing what you suggest. The West will need to go to war to get what they get now by sanctions and bullying. And by the way, the reason most of these African governments do not build infrastructure is because the people that are in charge have been put in position by powers by the West. Every time one of our own gets in power, there's mysteriously a coup. Another one, it says, thanks for the intelligence. Keep your friends close and enemies closer. That's what they're thinking in secret, how to defeat us, and they plan ahead. It says, do you know Africa still pays their colonial masters for colonialism? That chain must be broken. Yeah, a lot of these countries, you know, they have to pay every year to France or the UK or whatever because the countries, their original colonial masters, quote unquote, feels like those countries owe them for their independence. So they have to pay every year. They don't pay, and they're coming in with tanks. Another comment says, you make fair deals with Africa, y'all always skip that part. It says, BS, definitely elites in on it, but as soon as we elect a leader that isn't, what happens? Another one that says, facts, Europeans has been gone from Africa for a long time now. That's why the Chinese are there building infrastructure, because Africans don't have a clue how to build anything. If Europeans were still in Africa, the Chinese wouldn't be there. African leaders want to oppress and enslave their own people and children because they don't care about their own African people. Shaking my head. You know, they make these things true after the fact. I don't know if I want to stay on this because it's emotional.
Américain, français, comité international mobimba,
What's happening in the Democratic Republic of Congo? Protesters there are attacking Western embassies and businesses. They say the international community is ignoring the violence in the east of their country. Government forces and a rebel group called the M23 have been fighting for control of East Eastern DRC for over a decade. The region has a lot of minerals, including coltan, which is used in all of our mobile phones and laptops. So whoever controls the region stands to make a lot of money. The violence has intensified in recent weeks, with M23 targeting villages and towns in a region called North Kivu. It's forced thousands of people to flee to its capital, Goma.
We have fled empty-handed, just as you're seeing us. No food, no clothes. We need help with shelter and food.
But M23 is slowly surrounding Goma, which is already home to 500,000 internally displaced people. They've even bombed some of the city's suburbs. The Congolese government has accused its neighbor Rwanda of backing M23 to get access to Congolese minerals. The UN says it has evidence that Rwanda is backing the rebels. Rwanda denies this. Still, protesters in the DRC want Rwanda's Western allies, like the UK, to pressure it to stop supporting M23. The BBC has reached out to the Rwandan government and to the British Foreign Office.
Pourquoi Américain, Français, Comité international mobimba bazotala, bazokoboma biso.
It says protesters in Democratic Republic of Congo are attacking Western embassies and businesses. Government forces and a rebel group called M23 have been fighting for control of Eastern DRC for over a decade, but why has it intensified recently? Comments. It says, typically blaming Western countries for their own failures. European powers gave back Africa to self-determination after the Second World War. Some before that, and what have they done? 80 years of cronyism and corruption, coup after coup. Promises made, then broken, with failed leadership, either killed or run off with millions, while their people starve and die. Clean up your own mess and stop blaming the West for your problems. Oh my God. It's the same damn argument over and over and over, and it's fucking not true. Like, okay, if it's the case, then stop meddling with their shit then, you know? If they, they won't be able to blame you for anything if you're not meddling in their shit. It says, without government of the United States and Israel, most Western governments, the world would be a better place. It says, tell the Western world to leave Africa to Africans. Another comment, it says, Congo produces over 70% of cobalt in the world, which is used to make phones, laptops, computers, electric cars, and so on. The Western are destabilizing Congo so they can steal and smuggle our minerals, killing millions of Congolese, and they don't even care. Shame on you all. Free Congo. Get out of here. It says, leave my country out of this. It's not a coincidence that it's a mess in the DRC, They want it to be a mess, and that way they can freaking take the stuff. They slide out the back door with the bag while it's just a mess, They fund rebel groups to fight against each other, and then they can blame the Africans and say that they don't have their shit together. Get out of here, man. Fund both sides of the rebel groups that are fighting against each other. It says, sorry, why would you end with a clip of the guy slapping his bum in the end? Poor choice, especially given how important the message is. Who approves these videos? I didn't catch that. Another one that says, the Western world is the biggest enemy to Africa. They sponsor all this chaos so that they can continue stealing in the name of the UN and AID. That is what's really happening. Another one says, free Congo. You can't see the Western or the Arabs praying for Congo, but if it's Ukraine issues or Palestinian, you will see the whole internet talking about it and sending support and prayers. But as long as Africa is no problem, they are not important. Millions upon millions of people have been killed in Congo, more anywhere, but you won't see the media talk about it because the West controls the media. Africans should wake up and stop being decisive by all these people. Yeah, so it's weird how it is, and I am sensitive to the whole Palestinian situation, and I've been covering it forever, before I even was doing this show. And I don't know, it's just something that is close to my heart. But the atrocities that are happening in Palestine is not the only thing that's happening in the world, you know, and it's people don't care, you know, they care about certain things. Their outrage is selective, you know. When it comes to Africa, they just like, oh, these people just can't get their stuff together, so that's the reason why it's a mess, you know. But meanwhile, they get on their cell phone and don't even realize that the stuff that made their cell phone came from Africa, and the people there don't get to benefit from that at all. And you got children working in mines, and it's just a huge mess. I mean, from left to right, from top to bottom, when you talk about chocolate, really almost anything that you can think of as far as consumer goods, there's some part of it that's coming from Africa, and it's also being exploited where the people don't get benefits from that, you know, those resources, you know. But the media doesn't cover this stuff, you know. It's because, you know, it's Africa, so it's like, whatever, screw Africa. And another comment says, but what causes all this in Africa? Another one, it says, finally the world is hearing out Congo. Another one says, blame UK, US, France, and Belgium. Yeah, Burkina Faso, that guy, you know, and France has a real problem with it, you know. He's doing his own thing, you know, building for them now. Yeah, man. Protect that guy, man. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if something happens to that guy, you know. You know, hopefully it doesn't. But if history tells us anything, that's what it's going to be. And then it's going to end up being somebody that's sympathetic to France that's going to take his place. It says they're only concerned about Palestine because they hate Israel while people are dying in Congo. God have mercy. Another one says, where are the BLM protesters at? Oh my God. Oh my God. You thought you was being clever, huh? BLM protesters, they should have been in Africa, huh? Another one that says, it's nice that UK, France, and US are still behind pretty much every issue on the planet. We have not evolved at all. You know, how much things change and how much things stay the same. Let me see. Do I have the King Leopold clip in here, or is it? It's on Twitter, I think. I thought I had one in here too. I know I have it on Twitter, so let's just go there. Don't want to waste time. Well, let's do this one really quick before we get to that. It says, Africans can only realize its potential by standing on its own 2 feet. Achievement does not mean flying to the moon, according to Pan-African scholar PLO Lumumba. Progress starts with the basics like providing water to villages and using African chickens to lay African eggs instead of importing poultry products. It's a simple strategy the continent still fails to grasp, but it doesn't have to be that way, and listening to Lumumba's arguments is hard to disagree. A lot of African farmland grows profitable export crops like coffee and cocoa, while staples like wheat and rice are imported. However, most of these can and should be produced locally. If they are not, the continent remains hostage to global food supplies and rising prices. Food, though, is just one example. As Lumumba explains, the concept of sovereignty can be applied across all sectors. You know, and it's like, I don't know the African stuff as nearly as well as I know like the Caribbean stuff and Central American stuff. And then you have the same thing that's happening there in the Caribbean, where these people are growing export crops. But they were forced to do that. It's like these private companies come in and they literally use the military to overthrow these people. And they use all kinds of tactics where the prices of the imported produce is cheaper than the stuff that they grow locally or whatever. And it just kind of pushes out the local farmers because they can't compete, because it costs them more to produce that stuff than, so they have to sell it at a price, because it costs them more to produce it. But then so the tomatoes that come from somewhere on the other side of the world is cheaper in one of these Caribbean countries than the tomatoes that's grown right there locally. I'm just saying tomatoes because I can't think of a specific product, but that's just as an example. And so the people that live there, when they go to the store, when they go to the market or whatever, they're going to buy that cheaper product that came from overseas. Like they have multiple tactics like that, where they come in and they create these. It's basically those plantations are still there, and it's export crops, owned by some private corporation.
And we must therefore remind ourselves that we have the wherewithal to catapult Africa into a different orbit. And Nyerere of Tanzania once said, we must also define what development means. And he said, development does not mean necessarily the building of skyscrapers. There is nothing wrong with that. But let the Americans go to the moon. We are going to provide water to our villages. We must define what development means. And once we define what development means and we define ourselves, then Africa shall realize our potential. The Chinese define themselves. The Indonesians define themselves. The Koreans define themselves. We must define ourselves and begin to believe in our institutions. And I see it in this part of the world. When we want to look at our economy, we say, what does Moody's say? And Moody's is very moody when they come to Africa. They are the ones who come here and tell us how our economy is behaving. When the American dollar as much as sneezes, the Naira goes into a coma. Why? 63 years after independence in Nigeria, 66 in Ghana, 61 in Kenya, and many other countries, we still believe that somebody else's currency is what must define us. 63 years after independence, we are still importing chicken as if our chicken forgot how to lay eggs. The time is now for Africa to ask fundamental questions.
Yeah, I don't know if his speech is going to be helpful, really, and then like bashing the Africans basically. But on, in his defense, on one hand, you do have to look at, years and years of programming that happens. And when you're in poverty and when you're struggling, and it affects your psyche, it affects your decision making, I saw a post recently where it was a guy, he was going to, it was somewhere in Africa, and he was offering money to these people, and he was like, okay, I can give you $5,000 for yourself, or you can get $50,000 in for somebody else. You can choose somebody else to get this $50,000, or I'll give you $5,000. And in the clip, every person that he asked said, I'll take the $5,000 over, giving $50,000 to somebody else, to like one of their friends or whatever. And I was looking at the post and I was thinking about it, and it was really kind of saying something about the people, it's like, and I think a lot of people here in the States would make the same decision to related to this individualism type of way of thinking. But the best choice would have been to take the $50,000 to give to your friend or whatever, because then you can go to the friend and y'all can split the money. You know what I mean? And then instead of getting the 5,000, you would get 25,000. But your brain isn't thinking that way. You're just like, I want the 5,000. I'll just take that, for myself, And it's like one hand washes the other, For us to grow and prosper, we need other people. And then we have to think like a community, and it benefits ourselves even more when we think like a community. And it's really fucking simple, but we can't. It's that initial knee-jerk reaction of just, I'm starving, I'm hungry, I need something for me right now, And it's like, there's another post that's going around social media where a teacher blew up balloons and put the name of all the students on the balloons and put them in the hallway, and then told the students, go find your balloon. And so then after a time period passed, no one had found their balloon. So then she said, find your classmate's balloon and give it to them. And within a short amount of time, everybody had their balloon with their name on it. And that just shows how it works, because as an individual, you're going and you're looking for your balloon amongst, however many it was, 50, 100 balloons. And that is difficult, But when you work together, when you're not looking out for yourself individually in that way of thinking, then it worked out way quicker for you to be helping your friend instead of doing it on your own. If that makes any sense. I'm not explaining this very well, but it's like, this is the concept that we need to try to understand. And this is an issue that we have with people, and that part of it, I can say is true, when you're trying to criticize these people. Oh yeah, this is the guy I mentioned earlier. Can y'all hear me? Yeah, this is the guy, Burkina Faso guy. He says, no more sentiments for traitors, President Traoré. President Ibrahim Traoré declared on Saturday that anyone who betrays his homeland for the benefit of imperialism will be treated as such. We no longer have feelings for traitors, the head of state said in front of thousands of members of the Citizen Visual Committee, commonly called Waigiganians, gathered at the Ouga 2000 Sport Palace. It says, Captain L 266, now we're talking. What happened to Thomas Sankara should never happen again. Any sell or traitor among you, take him out. Goti Asimi and General Tiani, the same goes for you. Aluda continue. Yeah, so this is the guy who kind of made himself a leader after the coup in Burkina Faso. It says, I'm not going to let y'all Thomas Sankara me. I'm not going to let y'all Patrice Lumumba me. More power to that guy. Come back to that. It says, regarding the richness of the DRC and what the West actually needs from the DRC, which is what is driving the genocide there, with an estimated 23 trillion in undeveloped mineral deposits, the Democratic Republic of Congo is the richest country in the world in terms of material resources. With appropriate use, Democratic Republic of Congo has the potential to become the world's largest net exporter of natural resources and producers of finished commodities. These people should be rich. That country should be rich. The Congo, nearly 60% of the cobalt produced worldwide comes from DR, making it the greatest producer in the world. Regretfully, it is exported to produce ceramics, batteries for electrical goods, and engines for automobiles and aircraft. The Democratic Republic of Congo produces 80% of the world's coltan, which is used to make high-end brand phones, computers, and accessories at the expense of child labor. A sizable uranium deposit exists in the Democratic Republic of Congo. In truth, Congo's DR's mineral resources were used to make the atomic bombs for World War II, which accounted for 80% of the U.S. nuclear weapons. I'm not going to read all these because it's a lot. So, third largest producer of diamonds, one of the world's top producers of gold, 80th largest oil producer, 10,000 animal species, 600 tree species. It has a rainforest. Top exporters of wood. It says Congo is a net exporter of entertainment. Music was primarily exported in the 1990s. The DR has the world's highest power production capacity of 40 gigawatts. Country should be overwhelmingly rich. You know, if you want to talk about Wakanda, then there it is right there. Okay, here's Leopold. That's what I was looking for. It says, you won't learn this in school. This is Leopold II of Belgium. He was the private owner of Congo. He made Congolese labor on rubber plantations, chopping off the limbs of those who failed to meet the daily quota. He ruled Congo for 23 years and 10 million people died. Hitler is hardly a better criminal than Leopold. Yet they don't teach us about that guy. We know all about Hitler. People don't even know who Leopold is. They say they still celebrate today with Belgian chocolate hands. I had another one. It says, why is this Holocaust rarely talked about? Because it's Black people. It says, you forgot to add, he did all this without ever setting his foot in Congo. It says, Leopold II of Belgium compared to Idi Amin Dada of Uganda and Mobutu Sese Seko of Zaire. Who was worse? Or does one get a free pass if one is an African leader? Africa needs to move forward by example. It says, was there any criticism against Belgium during their colonial rule of Congo before World War II? Belgium just didn't have the same success in colonizing the world like other European countries did. Most of their colonies failed, but the Congo was a different story. With the beginning of automobiles, the rubber industry took off, greatly enhanced Belgium's economy. King Leopold seized the opportunity to get wealthy. Congolese workers were sent out into the jungle to slash down vines and layer their bodies with rubber latex. As was the case in most of the enterprises of colonial Africa and Asia, at work was dangerous and intense. The irony of the name of the Congo Free State is that it quickly evolved from a vanity possession into a slave plantation. ... Torture just about everywhere they looked, and talk about perspective. Prior to Germany's killing of 6 million and prior to Russia's killing of 12 million, the worst bloodbath talked about was King Leopold and Belgium's terrible rule. Estimated for the number of people killed ranged between 2 and 15 million, easily putting Leopold on the top 10 history of mass killings, I guess. Why I can't see it. Yeah, I don't want to read all of this because it's really a terrible story. It says, there's no question it's pretty horrific that then Belgian king did to the Congolese. I've read quite a lot about it and others should too. It says, literally everyone learns this lie in school. What lie? It says, this is very anti-Semitic. How? It says, but wait, 6 million died in the Holocaust. It says, summary, Leopold Tulip Belgium's private ownership of the Congo led to brutal exploitation and the deaths of around 10 million people, comparable to Hitler's atrocities. It blows out Hitler's, he blows him out the water. It says, stop lying on Leopold. He never set foot in the Congo. The murderers to which you refer were all black men from different African clans that became the force publique. These black men murdered between 5 to 10 million black people from 1885. Biafran genocide, almost 2 million. Come on. It says fake, never happened. It's all lies. He wasn't a bad person. It says, I did learn it in school, but Hitler was worse. He didn't stop at war to achieve his end goal. Both men were ruthless and lacking sympathy. Hitler was worse? Oh my God. Talk about revisionist history. The number of people that was killed in the Congo far outweighs the number of people who died in the Jewish Holocaust. You know, but history cares more because of the skin tone of those people. It says, this was Israel's plan all along. Israel granted exploration rights to 3 companies, Italian energy giant Eni, UK-based Dana Energy, and Israel Radio Petroleum. So yeah, Italy, UK. Over half of the area the companies are awarded licenses for lies within Palestinian maritime boundaries. It says energy firms face legal threat over Israeli license to drill for gas off Gaza. Rights groups say exploration licenses handed to companies in first weeks of war encroach on Palestinian waters and may amount to the war crime of pillaging. So I wonder, are they drilling right now? It's not like the Palestinian people can do anything about it while they're getting bombed. There's always more going on than it seems. You know, everybody's talking about the genocide of the Palestinian people. You know, maybe all of that is a distraction for them to just, you know, get the oil. Check this out. It says huge protests in Israel calling for Netanyahu's removal. There's no sound. Yeah, we don't know because we can't see any of the flags and we can't hear any sound. So, I mean, who's to say what this is? They're probably telling the truth about it being a protest and the people want Netanyahu removed. It could be true, but we don't know because there's nothing in this clip that corroborates that. What we see is a large group of people. It looks like they're burning something in the middle. Maybe some flags. We can't see what it is. You know, And as far as we know from this clip, how do we even know this isn't in Israel? Can we see those trucks? Those cars? We can't even see what's written on them. This could be anywhere in the world, like. Iran unveiled Armain air defense system. Armain can detect 24 targets at a distance of 180 kilometers and simultaneously engage 12 targets in less than 20 seconds and engage strategic bombers and short-range ballistic missiles. Damn. The air defense system has short-range self-defense systems that makes the weapon invulnerable to low-altitude threats. Its radars and missile launchers are integrated into a single vehicle, which makes the air defense system maneuverable and can be set up as an ambush in the mountains of Iran. So Iran is like, y'all bring it on. We got something for that ass. I'm getting tired. Let's see if we got a couple of stories we can do before we get out of here, because we're at 5 hours. It's almost 5 o'clock in the morning. What did I skip? Safe zone. Safe zone my ass. What did I skip? We want to do this one. It says Olive Garden is using AI aliens to test applicants' personalities. This in a cyberpunk dystopia, service jobs are now employing a bizarre AI quiz to vet the personalities of new hires. What's happening? Service jobs like FedEx, McDonald's, and Olive Garden now use a Paradox AI personality quiz in their hiring process. The AI-generated quiz features questions with 3 components: a caption, a related image of blue humanoid aliens, and the answer options me or not me. Some of the quiz's 60-plus questions make sense, but others border on existential and indecipherable. It's better if you see for yourself. Me or not me? I don't know. I will have to go with not me. I don't know. Not me. I'm gonna say not me for all of them because it's blue people. Oh, she hurt her knee. Not me. Man, I just want a dishwasher job was the title of one thread on Reddit in the community of food service workers. The post shared a screenshot for assessment instructions. For part of the hiring process at Olive Garden, the instructions tell the applicant to go with your gut and answer honestly, and that there is not one right answer. They then include an image of a blue humanoid alien they introduce as Ash, who will represent you in each image. For each image, simply click me if the image describes how you generally are, and not me if it does not. Really weird. So this person fell and hurt their knee, so I would go with not me. Like, I'm not gonna fall off my bike and play with my knee. This one looks like what? He's got an avocado in his hand or something, and she's looking at him holding the avocado. I mean, yeah, man, that would hurt my brain trying to figure out what the hell the answer that they want. This guy here looks like he's drunk or high or something. I don't know. It says AI technology tends to yield questionable results. This new personality quiz from Paradox AI is no different, but it's still implemented in service industry hiring process. It says, are you an emotionless, passionless drone that we can easily control? Click me or not me. Capitalists have a more stringent process for hiring dishwashers than CEOs. It says, I highly suggest that everyone watch Persona, A Dark Truth Behind Personality Tests. It talks about this, and it's not a recent trend. It's designed to weed out the non-conforming people, and a lot of these tests are founded on eugenics. It says, say you don't want to hire neurodivergent people without saying it. And a lot of these jobs, if you don't make it past these personality tests, you can't. They literally. I used to be in the hiring process, and I used to have to look at the results of these quizzes. And if you don't pass, they literally can't hire you. Like if I was to override it and go ahead and hire you, then I would get written up for that. They would be like, the thing said this person is not desirable. I can't remember what exactly it would say, you know, not desirable, something like that. And if it said that, then you can't hire them. You have to make it through these personality tests to be able to get the job, regardless of anything else. Like all your credentials, everything could be good, but if you fail that stupid test, it says, have things ever happened to you? Another one says, the fact companies waste actual money on this garbage rather than paying current and potential employees is beyond pathetic and out of touch. Another one says, now make the CEO take it. Another comment, it says, before we let you start washing dishes, please demonstrate the difference between sympathy and empathy to these overgrown Smurfs. Another one says, Olive Garden, when you're here, you're non-denominational, gender-neutral cutout of a human being painted blue and forced to endure psychological conditioning by your employer and your family. Another one says, traditional seems like a blatant way to discriminate. Crazy, crazy world we're in.
Market in the suburbs of the capital, Buenos Aires, to see how prices have gone up. A can of Coke here costs 50% more than it did in December.
It now costs 964 pesos. That's about 92 pence.
I'm Ione, juices Jessica, Maka, and cameraman Koba.
This coffee cost me 2,000 pesos, 200 more than it would have done just 2 days ago. Inflation in Argentina is more than 200% since the new President Milei came to power. He slashed government subsidies, public spending, and the value of the currency, hoping this will tackle inflation after years of high public spending. But in the meantime, it's made things more expensive.
So what is
Shoppers were really worried.
I have 3 jobs and I can't make ends meet.
Quick stop to get some water. There's also a big heat wave here.
Hola, Sylvia.
Sylvia makes hair scrunchies to sell at a market. She thinks Milei is crazy and is worried about feeding her family. But her sister, Adriana, says she likes his honesty.
Today we have someone who tells it how it is.
Not unusual for sisters to disagree on things. At night, we went out with some young supporters of the new president. They go around putting up posters in favor of his policies.
I think it's good, crazy. Socialist or interventionist ideas were the norm. Milei was crazy enough to defy all that.
On our final morning, there was a press conference at the presidential palace. I managed to ask when specifically we could judge if President Milei's measures were working. He said he can't predict the future, but that he believed they would soon. The question is how long people here can afford to wait. We went to a cheap supermarket in the suburbs of the capital, Buenos Aires, to see how prices have gone up. A can of Coke.
It says Argentina's new president, Javier Milei, has slashed the value of the currency as well as public spending. He says it will tackle the country's skyrocketing inflation rate, now the highest in the world. His supporters say the new measures will shock the economy and improve in long term. His critics were less convinced. Yeah, I don't know. You know, maybe that would work. You know, slash the value of the currency, try to push against inflation. That actually sounds like it makes sense. And then he says cut public spending. That all kind of makes sense to me. I don't know. It says, I am from Argentina and I live in Argentina. Milei's administration is the most terrible thing we Argentinians have seen. absolutely no sensitivity or social concern, endorsed by the IMF, international shame. Okay, so that don't sound good. Endorsed by the IMF, that's not a good, that don't sound good. Not for the people. If the IMF likes what you're doing, then that's not a good thing for the people. It says the information in the video is extremely misleading. The annual inflation in 2023 was 200%, not since Milei became president. Monthly inflation has actually gone down by 5% since Milei came to power, being the first time it had gone down in many, many months. Another one says, we love Milei, period. It says, sin Milei, seríamos Cuba. So without Milei, we are Cuba. And the other guy was making comments about socialism and communism. So that's what, is that what they're saying? Another comment says, absolutely disgusting and misleading video. This inflation is a result of years of bad left-wing government. BBC should be ashamed of themselves. Another one says, worst government ever. So sad for my country. A fascist is ruling and people just don't care. 70 years of left wing. It says, why on earth you haven't published anything that Kirchners have done for decades in Argentina? Another one, BBC is disappointing. Inflation was same or worse during Albertico's government, but it doesn't fit with BBC's narrative. Unfollow. Another one, this has been happening for 20 years. Now Milei is making the first decent effort to stop it. Mira, no sabía que la BBC era peroncha. Este es camino correcto. La Argentina se merece que termine todo lo que los que represento. Viva Milei. This is the result of 60 years of corruption of the Peronist Kirchner government. Milei is trying to correct the wrongdoings of CFK, Fernandez, Mesa, and the rest of the gang. I don't know enough about this to really make comments. It says this is misleading information. The annual inflation rate. Oh wait, it did that thing where it was doing earlier where it repeats the comments. Man, this dude's comments really pissed me off. Let's see, do we have any more before we get out of here? CEO of Nintendo cut his own salary by 50% instead of laying off employees. It says, with the amount of layoffs in the gaming industry right now, many are remembering when former Nintendo CEO cut his own salary by 50% instead of laying off employees. Satoru Iwata is quoted as saying, if we reduce the number of employees for better short-term financial results, employee morale will decrease. I sincerely doubt employees who fear they might be laid off will be able to develop software titles that could impress people around the world. What are your thoughts? You know, if people had, if they wasn't worried about their job secure, if their job is secure, then they are gonna be more productive. I think. You know, we have this like slave mentality with our system that, you know, punishing people, whipping them is what gets them productive, and there's no data to support that. You know, people are more productive when they are in, you know, environments that are conducive to their like work-life balance, you know, to their mental stability, you know, to taking away their anxiety and fear, you know? You whip them, they're only going to work hard enough to not get fired, you know? There's no incentive for them to go above and beyond. And I know that all too well. Oh yeah, I meant to do more on what's her name. That's what I skipped on.
Which included up to May the 30th of 2023. Isn't that correct, sir?
My answer to this interrogatory is none. Is none.
So you're saying that you did not have sexual relationships with anyone outside of your marriage, and the period of separation is during the period that you're answering the question to this interrogatory, correct, sir?
I'm saying during the course of my marriage, I did not have sexual relations to anyone, and this answer is no.
Well, again, Your Honor,
I understand. You can proceed, Mr. Mayor.
We need a yes or no. Let's just get down to it. Did you or did you not, by May the 30th, 2023, have had sexual relations with Miss Willis, yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what you did is you answered no to that question, didn't you, or none, correct?
I didn't answer no to the question you just asked. I answered no to the interrogatory question.
And the interrogatory stands that you answered as a pleading in a civil proceeding, your divorce case, right?
Yes.
Now, excuse me. The next interrogatory, let's move there. That interrogatory states as follows. Identify any and all occasions in which you entertain a member of the opposite sex other than your spouse who is not related to you by blood or marriage. You see that? Now, there are two parts to this. The second part is, I read on, or in which a member of the opposite sex other than your spouse, not related to you by blood or marriage, entertained you. And then it goes on to say, including but not limited to dining, drinking, in restaurants, bars, pubs, hotels. You see that, correct?
I do.
Now, as of May the 30th, 2023, when you filed this interrogatory, you had in fact entertained Ms. Willis on many occasions, had you not?
Again, during the course of the marriage was irretrievably broken in 2015. Well, the answer is still no.
Let's read what the interrogatory says about the time period required to answer the interrogatory. Because what it says is, it goes on to say, including but not limited to dining and or drinking at any restaurants, bars, pubs, hotels, or persons' homes from the date of marriage to the present. You understand what the word present means?
I do.
And present means the filing on May the 30th, 2023. Isn't that right?
It is.
So as of May the 30th, 2023, you had done a lot of entertaining of Miss Willis, had you not?
I had done some, yes.
And in fact, under your testimony, you would have said that she had also entertained you. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And so your answer to this interrogatory is false, is it not, sir?
No, it's not false.
Well, I hate to dance around the. The answer is yes, you did entertain Miss Willis, correct? Right?
Yes.
She's not your spouse at that time or at any time, correct?
That's correct.
She's not related to you by blood or marriage, correct?
That's correct.
But you entertained her, right?
Yes.
And during the course from your marriage, the period of time up to the present, so the answer would have been, yes, I did entertain somebody, correct?
During the course of the marriage, no.
Mr. Wade.
Mr. Gill, I think we've made your point. I think it speaks for itself, and we can save that for our own.
I'll just follow up with one quick question. Do you understand what the word present means?
Your Honor, I've got to ask you.
I think we did cover that already as well.
Okay. Now, what has happened is separation.
Yeah, man, the media loves this kind of stuff, right? All the stuff going on in the world. It says Nathan Wade admits under oath he had sex with DA Fannie Willis. Okay. All of that line of questioning to come to that conclusion. Blue Pill posted this. He says, the only one who can save Fannie is Mona Scott. Make the Real Housewives of Atlanta, launch it on Zeus, and say F it. That's the only option. Everything else is futile at this point. So save her from what? I mean, if she ends up getting removed from the case, then she's removed from the case. I mean, like, she's not going to jail. Like, that's what people are acting like this is. Comment says that this like a movie. Another one that says, that's what you got out of today's testimony. Another one that says, I'm so happy to see all this support for Black women. Another one, should have left Trump alone. Another one that says, who cares? There are children being sold as sex slaves in Atlanta. It says, Black women getting caught up letting the Dems use them to go after Trump. Shaking my head. If the DA of Atlanta is willing to go 50-50 with her boyfriend, all these dusty chicks need to be quiet. Another one that says, Black women in politics get used and abused. Another one that says, what's this about? They adults, so what? I'm saying. Another one says, damn, how'd they even get busted? Another one that says, I mean, does it really dismiss all of Trump's-ish, though? Another one that says, why this Black woman let herself fall from grace like this for some peen? Another one that says, he's the homebreaker. Also, don't you think he made a vow in a church to his wife? Fannie didn't make a vow to her. One more says, she should have let Trump go and stick to her rapper cases. His money too long and got too many resources. All that dirt he found on Biden and his son, and she thought he wouldn't dig up dirt on her. Yeah, like the internet is all on it. Well, I want to do this one too. I'll probably end on that one. But let's finish up the Fannie Mae stuff.
Office objected to us getting Delta records for flights that you may have taken with Mr. Wade.
Well, no, look. I object to you getting records. You've been intrusive into people's personal lives. You're confused. You think I'm on trial. These people are on trial for trying to steal an election in 2020. I'm not on trial, no matter how hard you try to put me on trial.
So my question was, do you have any problem?
I object to getting any personal records of mine.
We're not dealing with privilege through a witness.
And I'm not dealing with privilege. What we had offered to put them in camera for the court to review, and I just want to know if she has any
That's not
problem.
something you deal with a witness.
Your office objected to us getting Delta records for flights that you may have taken with Mr. Wade.
Well, no, look. I object to you getting records. You've been intrusive into people's personal lives. You're confused. You think I'm on trial. These people are on trial for trying to steal an election in 2020. I'm not on trial, no matter how hard you try to put me on trial.
So my question was, do you have any problem?
I object to getting any personal records of mine.
We're not dealing with privilege through a witness.
And
It's like, what does her dental records have to do with anything? Like, it says, you're confused. You think I'm on trial. These people are on trial for trying to steal an election in 2020. Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis pushed back on a defense lawyer's attempt to get what Willis called interpersonal records in a hearing about whether Willis' romantic relationship with the special prosecutor should disqualify her from prosecuting Donald Trump's 2020 election case in Georgia. Comments, it says, Biden stole the election, you're confused. Oh, God. It says, she is definitely guilty and her conduct should be exposed. She thinks her actions are above the law, but she knew exactly what she was doing was not kosher, and she made sure she paid him in cash. Above the law? What is she doing that's against the law? It says she's definitely guilty and her conduct should be exposed. Guilty of what? Messing around with this dude? That's not against the law. Another comment says, I love seeing her career effing tank. Another one that says, she is supposed to answer the questions, not argue with the prosecutor. Well, they were asking her why, your office didn't let us see dental records or whatever. And she was like, no, I'm objecting to y'all seeing dental records. Like, what does these personal stuff have to do with this case? Like, and I'm not on trial. It says, why does the judge allow Willis to bully the courtroom from the witness stand? I don't think that she's bullying the courtroom. She knows her rights. Like, she knows this stuff. Like, this is what she does for a living. You're not going to be able to take her, you know, out of that character. This is her job. Like, she knows the court proceedings. Like, she knows what they can do and what they can't. Like, they're not going to be able to just, they're not bullying her. She's not allowing them to bully her. Another comment says, fire her, press charges on her. Press charges on her for what? Another one says, she is guilty and scared. Guilty of what? Another one that says, send her to jail button. Send her to jail for what? Another comment that says, how on earth did that woman get into law school? Oh, yeah, affirmative action. Oh, my God. So they're trying to say that she's not smart. Your bias is showing, your racism is showing. It says she needs to be put in jail for stealing tax money. For stealing tax money? What are you talking about? Another one that says it is illegal to take cash or funds of any kind from your campaign fund. Done. You can lock her up. You can look up the law yourself. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It says you are on trial using taxpayers' money to pay your lover. She is not on trial. She's not on trial. The whole thing is to see, you know, if she's disqualified from overseeing the Trump case, because they're saying it's conflict of interest because of the DA, the prosecutor, them dating in the past. And then, you know, it came out that they were dating long before this case. So whatever. So it's not like present time, but I could see the argument that there's you know, there could be a conflict of interest. I could see that. But as far as her being on trial, that is not the case. And them messing around with each other isn't against the law. Another comment is, y'all sound so stupid by trying to just like, you know, you want to defend Trump no matter what. And you really just making yourself look stupid. And then your racism is showing. Like, can we come back to reality here? Another one that says, sums up the entire Democratic Party. Another one that says, belligerent, answer the question. Another one, she's guilty as sin. Another one says, guilty of lying in court. What did she lie about? Another one that says, she mad she got caught clapping cheeks with the married man that she was paying over $200 an hour to go after Trump. Well, none of that's illegal. Another one that says, she is confused, she is guilty. It says, the judge is weak and should not be the judge. Willis is acting like she's the judge. Guilty as fuck. It says, haha, the shoe is on the other foot. Now the regret sets in. Guilty lady. Guilty of what? This has guilt written all over her face. I mean, shady. Perhaps, you know, messing around with the dude while he was married. Illegal? No. It says, I like how CBS posted this small clip and not the rest of the worst testimony in courtroom history. It says she's 100% right. She didn't try to steal an American election. She just dated a guy. Big effing deal. Saying. Another one that says, you're not above the law. Hope you lose your law license, disbarred, and get some jail time. What would she go to jail for? Another one that says, so Trump is above the law, though. That's how y'all feel, right? Trump is above the law. He's the one that's on trial for breaking the law. It says, she didn't break any Georgia laws, but Trump did. Watch this backfire in Trump's face, and he's still going to trial. Lock him up. It says Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas and John Roberts can receive illegal gifts and take illegal trips with no consequences or any hearing. But Fani Willis has to prove her innocence before she's able to persecute the crime mob who tried to steal the election, only in the U.S. Another one that says, this trial is absolutely unacceptable. You should be able to date your coworker without having a trial. It says, speak up, judge, get control of the court. Another one, so proud of her for standing her ground.
It's a lie. It is a lie.
In an intense hearing,
Don't be cute with me and then think that you're not going to get an answer.
the tables were turned on Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis, who took the stand for the first time in the same courtroom where she typically prosecutes defendants.
So I would ask you to not yell at me.
With several of the co-defendants in the 2020 election interference case looking on and former President Trump weighing in on social media, Willis defended her personal relationship with Nathan Wade, a special prosecutor on her team.
You think I'm on trial. These people are on trial for trying to steal an election in 2020. I'm not on trial, no matter how hard you try to put me on trial.
The hearing was prompted by a complaint from co-defendant Michael Roman. A former Trump official, his attorneys, plus another representing Trump, want Willis removed from the case because they say the relationship shows a financial conflict of interest. Willis denied being in a relationship with Wade before he was hired to join the team investigating Trump in November 2021.
And it's highly offensive when they try to implicate that you slept with somebody the first day you met with them, and I take exception to it.
But a former friend and colleague of Willis contradicted that account under questioning.
You have no doubt that their romantic relationship was in effect from 2019 until the last time you spoke with her.
How would she know?
No doubt.
The attorneys allege Willis personally benefited from her involvement with Wade and was paid more than $650,000 by Willis's office as the pair took lavish trips to California, Florida, and the Caribbean. Willis insisted she reimbursed Wade for the trips.
I don't need anything from a man. A man is not a plan. A man is a companion, which is why I was give him his money back. I don't need anybody to foot my bills. The only man who's ever foot my bills completely is my daddy.
Willis is expected to testify again Friday. If a judge determines that there was a conflict or any wrongdoing, Willis and Wade could be disqualified from the 2020 election case, or it could be moved to another jurisdiction, which could further delay the proceedings. Nora?
Nicole Killian with all the details. Thank you.
It is a lie.
Well, yeah, so all of this is a distraction, from Trump. And ultimately, what they're trying to do is push this back, so hopefully it don't get resolved until after the election. And then at that point, it'd probably be a moot point, They want to get this done before the election goes or whatever, but Trump's attorneys are really smart at what they're doing, this kind of thing. Media loves this kind of stuff or whatever, and ultimately it may lead to like the trial having to like basically start over, and that means that it'll be more time for all of this to work out, and hopefully the election will be didn't happen by then or whatever. So that's what they're trying to do. Fani Willis is not on trial. She didn't do anything illegal or whatever. This is the digging of Trump's attorneys to, take the focus off of Trump, and also to delay this whole thing, make it drag it out longer. It says Fulton County DA Fani Willis, who is overseeing Georgia's 2020 election interference case against Donald Trump, denied that a personal romance with Nathan Wade, a special prosecutor in her office, created a potential conflict of interest, saying, "I'm not on trial." You know, it could be a potential conflict of interest. I could see that particular argument, you know, but they're saying that the relationship was before this whole thing, before the trial and everything. So I don't know. Either way, she's not the one that's on trial. She's not going to jail for anything, and she didn't break the law. You know, maybe somebody else should take over the case just because, you know. But this is what happens. You know, you're under the spotlight. You was trying to go in on Trump, and you have to know that these people are going to come after you in any kind of way that they can. You know, you're going up against a juggernaut. Another comment says, she doesn't have the ethics to be a woman in the court of law. We included God. All know she's lying on the stand. We, including God, I guess. We all know she's lying on the stand. About what? She doesn't have the ethics to be a woman in the court of law. To be a woman? She doesn't have the ethics to be a woman in the court of law. So if she was a man, would she have the ethics to be a man in the court of law? Why throw that in there? We, including God, all know she's lying on the stand. Another comment says, she is smart and knows the law. It's a smear campaign and a delay tactic by Trump. She will prevail. Another comment says, she ate them up. Don't back down, ma'am. Stand your ground. They hate a smart young woman. A smart, strong woman. Another comment says, she's right. She's not on trial. Another one says, very defensive. At least her boyfriend could keep his cool. Another one that says, Republicans are making a mockery of the court system. They definitely are with this, because this is a bullshit waste of time. And that's why she's all defensive. She's like, y'all putting my whole like sex life all on fucking TV and shit. I understand why she would be pissed. And they're like, oh, you had sex with him on the first date or whatever. Like, you just met him and you had sex with him. What's up with that? Like, man, what does that got to do with anything? It says, oh, she handled business. She's not one to play with. Even the judge was telling the defense attorneys, no, that was handled. Another comment says, Trump and his cronies are always reaching and using any tactic to get him out of situations. Not this time, buddy. She's a fighter. Another comment, it says, there was a terrible look. This was a terrible look for a DA. She needs to recuse herself immediately. Another one, former friend does not equal credible source. I mean, she's a former friend. OFC, she gonna lie. Another one that says, love her boss. Another one says, love her. She ain't taking this gaslighting. Trump is on trial. That's cute, LOL. Another one says, I'm so tired of Republican, exhausting, and chaotic always. Another one says, exactly, she's not the criminal here. That will be Trump. Another one says, she thinks she's above the law, trying to get her quick fame. Another one says, Willis ran circles around those lawyers. They have picked the wrong DA to tangle with. Another one, she's a strong and intelligent woman. It says, I love Fannie Willis. It says, I love her, stood her ground. These comments are a lot more friendly than the other ones were. It says, vote blue, no more Trump. Another one, ask Clarence about trips. An FBI informant just got charged for lying against the Bidens for Trump, as if the friend and colleague wouldn't lie too. Lock her up. Lock her up. Lock her up. For what? We don't know. We don't care either.
Did the forthcoming indictment have anything to do with that? Or was it just a coincidence?
Let's go on and have the conversation.
I'm just asking you whether or not it was a
Had
coincidence.
absolutely nothing to do with this. It's interesting that we're here about this money. Mr. Wade is used to women that, as he told me one time, the only thing a woman can do for him is make him a sandwich. We would have brutal arguments about the fact that I am your equal. I don't need anything from a man. A man is not a plan. A man is a companion. And so there was tension always in our relationship, which is why I would give him his money back. I don't need anybody to foot my bills. The only man who's ever foot my bills completely is my daddy.
Is there anything else you would like to add to that?
No.
Sure.
But I'm sure we'll talk about it further.
Did the forthcoming indictment have anything to do with that? Or was it just a coincidence?
Let's go on and have the conversation.
I'm just asking you.
Says Fulton County DA Fannie Willis responds to question regarding her relationship with the prosecutor in the Trump case and their breakup. Join Reed for more on these developments tonight at 7 p.m. It says, I wouldn't care if she was sleeping with Mr. Potato Head. She never asked the Secretary of State to find 11,780 votes. It says, when a black woman tells you, let's go on and have the conversation, you're in over your head. Just move on. It says, only in America does a black woman have to answer questions like this. It says, her confidence intimidates the hell out of them folks. It says, I'm impressed with the way Fannie clowned those MAGA lawyers. They were all out of their depth.
Ms. Willis, how did you know to come into the courtroom right then?
There were people, I was pacing in my office.
Okay.
And I heard someone yell, his testimony is done. It only made sense to me that I would be your next witness. And I've been very anxious to have this conversation with you today. So I ran to the courtroom.
So as soon as you heard that Mr. Wade was done testifying, that's when you just assumed you would be the next witness?
It only makes sense.
Did you listen to any of the testimony?
I've been in my office pacing, ma'am.
Did you listen to any of the arguments?
I did hear the arguments this morning. It's ridiculous to me that you lied on Monday, and yet here we still are. And I did listen to that argument.
All right, so that was it, just the argument, no testimony.
Right, I listened to the argument this morning where Adam Abadi, I thought, did an excellent job pointing out how dishonest you were with the court on Monday. And I'm actually surprised that the hearing continued, but since it did, here I am.
Great. So let's just talk about what you did in preparation for today. Did you meet with Mr. Wade at all? Once the motion was filed, did you meet with Mr. Wade and talk to him about the motion that I filed to disqualify you?
On this first January motion?
Yes.
I don't know if you could say talked about. I probably had some choice words about some of the things that you said that were dishonest within this motion. So I don't know that it was a conversation. As you know, Mr. Wade is a Southern gentleman. Me, not so much.
Okay, but my question was, did you have a conversation with him?
I didn't have a substantive conversation.
You did not?
I read this motion, skimmed it more so, and I've probably said some choice things to him about some of the lies they were told.
Okay. Ms. Willis, how did you know to come into the courtroom right then?
There were people.
How do you know to come into the courtroom? Her line of questioning is really bizarre. It says, Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis, who brought the election subversion case against Donald Trump, testified in the hearing seeking to disqualify her from the case in regards to alleged misconduct with her lead prosecutor. She engaged in a tense back and forth with a defense attorney seeking to disqualify her from the case. It says, she's too emotional. You can hear the tears in her voice. That's anger. That's not tears. It says she's lying and it's obvious. She is acting like a person who got caught and is trying to turn it around. If you did nothing wrong, you would be sitting here and answering the questions. Hostility always shows guilt. Lock her up. Lock her up. Lock her up. Lock her up. Another one says, let's be honest, Trump's lawyers knows he's guilty. They're going after this woman as a deflection. Boom. It says, she was not playing. I love her. It says, who the heck does this woman think she is? Another one says, she got absolutely smoked and stole money, blew MAGA out her, calling her a hero. The country is literally broken in half. It says, couldn't have happened to a better person. Enjoy prison. Enjoy prison. God, these people are so uninformed. They're willfully ignorant. It says, I love this woman. She was the most awesome witness I've seen in courtroom in my entire life. She owned that female lawyer. Let's just say she took her back to law school. I loved it when she said something on the lines of, I'm not on trial here. That would be you people that tried to steal the 2020 election. That was just brilliant. I want to move to Atlanta and be her BFF. Another one says, I hate when you're smart and they hate when you're smart and educated. She knows which words to say and use. She's not going to back down. It says, I like her up front and not scared to tell the truth. It says, she is finished. She knows what she did, and now she's trying to blame others, just like a Democrat. Another one says, very classy lady. I have to respond to a person who lied on you. Has got to be hard task. God has your back, Miss Willis. You're doing great. It says, I cannot believe they're putting her in this situation. What the F is wrong with this country? It says, regardless of the outcome, after what I saw today, Fani Willis should be Attorney General because she can take the heat and give it right back in a constructive manner that most can't. I see why real Donald Trump wants her gone, because Fani is built for turbulence. Yeah, she had to have big balls just to bring this case. She knew it was going to be a rough ride. This guy with the acorn. It says, cop shoots unarmed man after mistaking acorn for gunshots. Can I share this? Am I able to share this? I don't know if I can share this. I don't want to risk it. They might get me for that. Let's move on. Anyways, if y'all didn't see that, look that up. It's hilarious. Let's end on this one. It says, Americans are experiencing a friendship recession as a massive drop in close friends has been reported. A survey highlighted America's friendship recession, revealing a significant decline in the number of close friends reported by Americans, especially among men. However, this trend isn't just an individual concern, but a societal one. Friendship correlates with community engagement and civic participation, with those having more close friends being more likely to attend local events, community meetings, and engage in various social activities. Additionally, individuals with larger friend groups are more inclined to talk to strangers and volunteer in their communities, highlighting the broader impact of friendship on social interactions and community involvement. We have a loneliness epidemic that's happening. And this is kind of serious, you know, and I think it drives some of the stuff that's going on with our partisan politics, you know, with this state of, you know, fearing your neighbor and stuff like that. Like, you know, it's like we are more connected than ever through the internet or whatever, but we're more separated or more alone than ever. It's like just because you posting pictures or liking pictures or leaving comments under other people's deals doesn't mean that you're making, you know, real connections, you know. So we're substituting real connections with these online interactions. And really, a lot of us are alone. We're lonely as hell. We're sitting in our house alone. We don't have any real communications with any other people other than like at work or whatever. And it's like, it's really sad. And it's not good for our mental health You know, it's not good for the cohesion of our society. And that's why we have these splits and all of this. And it's a lot of anger. And people don't know what is causing the anger or what is it coming from. And then they try to find like a scapegoat, or they try to find an excuse for their anger. And then the internet and the media makes it worse because they do these triggering headlines and they do these triggering TikToks and media posts or whatever. And it's all just to engage, you know, people, because that's how you get people engaged, is by getting them triggered or whatever. And they're just trying to make money for their advertisers to get clicks, views, and shares. But it's having a negative impact on people's psyche, you know, with all this anger. So it's loneliness and anger is pervasive. Comment says everyone got sick of everyone's shit. I think that people are sick of their own shit, and that's the real issue. They can't tell the truth to themselves. They don't care to try to improve themselves, you know. So then they'll just detach from everyone. It says, how about the 35,000 people dead in Palestine? Americans should care more about that. Well, we're talking about something different right now, you know, and America first, if you will. So, you know, the loneliness that's happening is a real issue. And that is something that should be talked about and something that we need to try to figure out ways to deal with. You know, the country's falling apart, and this loneliness is probably a huge factor in it. You know, the only way that they can find connection with others is within their anger, you know. So somebody else is angry about the same thing, and so let's talk about our anger together, you know. Another comment says, everyone works 2 jobs to survive. Sucks, but really don't have the time to connect with humans. We're just out here trying to exist with our kids, school, etc. Just a lot to juggle. I think that's a big part of it. Like, I'm very lonely, I ain't gonna lie. But all I do, I go to school full time and I work full time and I have kids. So like, I literally don't have any time for any kind of social anything, you know. I literally don't have time for it. And that really sucks. I don't know where I would have the time. How would I squeeze it in my schedule? Whenever people ask me to do something or go somewhere, whatever, I either got to work or I got homework. I don't have time. Comment, it says people losing social skills. And we have to pay these damn bills. Like, are we going to be homeless? Another comment says, perhaps it's because some of the friends we thought we had aren't really the friends we thought they were. Another one that says, nothing's been the same since COVID. They separated us, and you know, they made us stay home. Yeah, man, COVID was a thing. God, so we haven't recovered from that. Another comment says, trustworthy friends are hard to come by now. Another comment, technology is to blame. It's done the opposite of what they said it would. Another one says, maintaining a close relationship, a close friendship requires emotional availability. And with everyone going on, people are really exhausted from work to family, and the bandwidth to keep everything balanced is just not there anymore. And a lot of it I know is my fault. When people call, I don't answer. You know, I prefer texts, and because I'm always busy and I can reply to text on my own time. A lot of times when the phone calls come through, I'm doing something. Like, I'm in the middle of something at that moment. I would like to have a conversation with you, but you hit me at a bad time. And then people get offended when you don't answer or you don't call back right away or whatever. It's like, I'm supposed to be available to you 24/7. Like, can you imagine that I could possibly be doing something? Another comment says, that's because the digital age is harder than ever to make friends. Another one says, what was to expect from a country that celebrates individualism and selfishness instead of community and collaboration? Boom. Yes. So the society is pushing that, pull yourself up by your bootstraps and just look out for yourself and just, you know, make money above everything, you know, and screw over your coworkers and, you know, to get ahead in life or whatever. And then, you know, it's going to land you in a lonely place. Maybe you're successful and you make good money, but you don't have any friends. And this is what they condone. This is what we big up. You know, the people that's on the head of the magazines, you know, on the cover of the magazines, people like Elon Musk and Bill Gates and, you know, these people, you know, because this is what we value. This is what we, you know, they're the epitome of success because they hoarded so much wealth. So, and a lot of these people screwed over people on the way. And it's like capitalism, like profit over people. Like, so, you know, when you make your decisions, it's not to benefit others, it's to benefit yourself. So yeah, of course you end up not having very many people liking you. And the people that just your job just pretend to like you because they trying to get something from you or whatever. They don't want to get fired or whatever. They don't really like you though. Another comment says, we're too busy working. It says, we all owe Tom from MySpace an apology. Top 8 kept friendships together. Another comment says, elites got what they wanted. COVID killed what humanity had left. Everyone hates each other, is a homebody and stays home, stressed beyond belief and overpaying for every necessities, the American dream. Really sad. It says life is too expensive to hang out in the outside. That's another part of it. I mean, most of my money goes to bills. So whenever I do think about doing something socially, I have to like plan it or whatever. It has to fit in the budget. And a lot of times it just doesn't, you know. I'd rather stay home than go somewhere and spend a bunch of money. You got to pay for parking. You got to pay to get in. You got to pay for overpriced drink, you know. And then you end up not really having fun, and you feel like you just wasted your money, you know. That's how I feel anyways. I feel like I waste my money a lot of times when I try to go places and do something. Mostly what I do is I do things with the kids, you know, because I feel like if they have fun, then it was worth it. So I mostly do like family type stuff, but I don't get to meet friends that way or hang out with friends that way. I mean, like, who wants to hang out with me and my kids? It says, did we really not think COVID and social isolation would have long-term effects? Come on now. Another one says, America is getting flushed down the toilet by capitalism, fascist Trumpism, gaslighting, expanding pollution, economic inequality, racism, social media controlled by unchecked elites, Mark Zuckerberg, etc., rampant drug addiction and alcoholism across America, mental illness, and more people illegally entering the country are just some of the key factors causing our increased divided society, leading to people having lack of solid friendships. I argue, plus lack of updates to current internet laws, permit the social media platforms, Meta, etc., to increasingly find ways via algorithms and marketing to get more and more people addicted to online social media, just making more and more people stuck in their own digital silos. Yeah, it sucks. I kind of believe the future just gets worse friendship-wise, unless those of us that desire a better society take back what we have lost. Perhaps best to destroy the existing social media platforms and rebuild it all into better tool for people to use that can truly connect us rather than divide people, causing social isolation. Yet that's highly unlikely, I know. Man, I liked almost everything that you said there, but you had to throw in the thing about the illegal immigrants coming over. How the hell does that relate to this topic that we're talking about here? You just had to throw that in there. And the social medias, yeah, man, throw them away and build some different kinds of things, but it's never going to happen because these people have created, it all comes back to capitalism, because you have these major conglomerates, these damn monopolies, you know, and they all about making money. They're making ad revenue. So actually promoting social cohesion is not beneficial to the profit model. You know what I mean? So, and then these big companies, they're so big, they're not going anywhere. They're not going anywhere. They'll just morph and change as they see fit to keep on getting that ad revenue. Anyways, y'all, let me get out of here. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. We did 6 hours today.